History was made at the 2018 World Championship with a huge shift in the meta, lending itself to aggressive playstyles. Korea had all but fallen by the wayside, and with the rise of European, American, and Chinese teams, there was one game that I can think of between Europe and the LPL that epitomizes it all. Vitality versus RNG. And while Vitality did not manage to make it out of the group stage, this game was a taste of what was to come at the World's Meta.
You're pointing out Deficio on Draven, who puts a shining light on the ground where he has a high chance of walking to pick up the axes. But of course, the power of Draven and the reason for these picks, and even some of the bans we've seen at Worlds, is the flat AD that he can get and the strength in lane trying to go toe-to-toe. And actually now he might actually find Ming's toes. They do scare him off down the river.
So we have to remember, last time these guys played each other, Vitality tried to go for a Varus Thresh lane, so also a very strong lane. It was against Uzi's Tristana. But they got ganked very early on by Kasa. They had to blow summoners, Jack Troll died. It kind of fell apart from there and Uzi won the lane. So I think they were already trying to check what information can we get early. Kick is actually coming down. They're gonna kill the ward here. He's not showing, oh, he actually showed.
Yeah, I mean,
even
as soon as Vitality killed that ward, we have actually seen so many, never mind.
Oh no, Cabozard!
This is more interesting because this is something that normally you only see in solo queue, is Sion actually farming up the blue buff and Gromp at the same time. Because you get so much life back from the auto attacks as a zombie, you start out with a lot of golden experience. This is such a cool way for Vitality to pull this out against RNG, the 3-0 team in the group.
And that's why Kiki showed. He didn't actually care. I thought he was going to gank bot lane. So I was like, you could wait a little bit and then show up. But he just wanted the blue buff so they could triple buff RNG.
And Karsa is headed over for, you know, the possible answer. But he's already showed in lane, Cabozard has the blue buff, so they should know.
Oh, what's happening now, Kikis? That's a level 2. No. Just do Gromp. I'm getting too excited here.
Yeah, you're...
I'm like, Kikis, gank that bot lane, man.
I'm glad that you're not like the in-game comms coach for Vitality, because you would have like maybe coached them into a bit of a mistake there, and they calm it down a bit. Kikis just continues with the counter jungling. Intelligent decision here. They don't want to risk diving too early. Now he's level 3. Now you can go, Deficio.
Got another wave crashing in. Ming looks like to be the focus. Teleport on the bot lane. Could turn Vitality away. 2 shots on the Jack Troll. Heal comes out from Attila. Oh, the Void Seeker! Uzi is a god!
Oh, nobody blocks the W here. Uzi finds the counter on the way out.
Well, that tower dive really sucked.
Man, you were jumping up and down waiting for it, though.
I was looking for the burst damage. Kikis realized when he saw the TP get out. Jack Troll, however, I think he got CC'd for a moment under the turret, then flashed after. And he was not ready for Uzi to land that skill shot. And that's a classic Uzi thing. Under pressure, he still gets a kill.
Yeah, I think that was a really nice shot. Also, trying to keep that in your mind of, oh, we're running array right now. Can, you know, Attila get over there to try and block it? Doesn't come through, and it was Ming with the body slam, I believe.
Yeah, I think
who locks up Jack Troll here.
Uzi actually levels up to get that, too.
There we go. Body slam comes in. Jack Troll flashes out, and here Attila could go in and block it.
Oh, he's so close. Jack Troll runs up the river to try and dodge. You can tell Attila chasing him there. He's like, come back, come back.
I think, honestly, as you said there, they just didn't think about the fact that Uzi still had that ability and could actually use it, because otherwise they would have just stayed together.
All right, let's bring it back to reality, though. This early, well, never mind.
I don't know, Kobe.
Let's push it ahead.
Vision's going to show it. Flashes are still there for Ming and Uzi. They didn't have to use too much other than Ignite on that dive, so a little pressure from Jizuke, and still kick us to the bot side.
Unfortunately for you, Deficio, the reality of the situation is that we have Uzi with the first blood money on this Kai'Sa, and they've been able to avoid the second pass from Vitality 2.
And you know what? I'm actually happy, because I love to see when a bot lane can get, you know, ganked level 3, another gank setup level 4, they have actually planned the vision, they're playing respectful, and they're not dying to it. They haven't even used flashes yet. And that's what we talked about coming into this game. This bot lane, they've played against this style probably a million times already back in the LPL. So they're not surprised to see what Vitality are doing, and that is outplaying it.
Definitely agree. And they do have a CS lead here for Attila on Draven. he has been able to keep up his stacks. Here we go, though. A little bit of a roam through the river as RNG are going to be able to take the Scuttle Crab, and Kikis has placed himself on top side with a bit of a change of plans.
Yeah, hoping to find Karsa, possibly squeaking into a lane. Letme's pushing forward on, still has flash for himself. Nice searing charge to get to safety, but he may still have the flash. Goes in for the attacks. He's going to go ahead and just stay for this one.
Yeah,
and the kill to Kikis.
Letme for a moment there was like, should I flash? Then he got knocked up, and he saw the Q from Capuchat, which still might have been able to attack him on the end. And he just saved the flash instead, but he did go down. Kikis finally finds a kill.
Kikis is a guy that we should talk about because in the group stage, he hasn't had as much success as he did, during the regular season for Vitality. But here, he keeps it up, changes his plan, goes topside after all the bottom lane focus, and is rewarded. Vitality do get a counter kill.
You're looking at a jungler that has that 100% kill participation on first blood, and that's one of the ways Vitality can get going. You see it happening from Kikis in the jungle, and he has been omnipresent so far. You can see the stats on your screen right now.
Yeah, but what's actually a little bit concerning for Vitality and Kikis is his K+A at 15 is not very impressive.
Very true.
He is part of a lot of things, but he's not always getting something out of it. That's early Sion bot lane.
Cabochard, the party bot with everybody here from Vitality. They push off RNG, but don't get too much, and now it's probably going to be a dance around the dragon unless they just give up the pressure.
Kasa is not done.
Oh, Jack Troll, you don't want the honey fruit that bad, buddy. Jack Troll goes down, a kill picked up for Ming.
Here's what's happening for Vitality. They're basically saying, as a team, we can't win late game, guys. All in bot lane, but do it all the time.
Ooh, very nice. Frozen Tomb, that's Kikis. Could be going down, and yes!
They keep getting caught on the way out, too, after their passes through bottom lane. This is the big advantage for RNG. They keep collapsing and punishing this focus on the bottom lane and the huge commitment.
Yeah, and when you, as a team, have basically said, we need to go all in to try and get a lead against Uzi, you end up overcommitting because you're not actually planning the plays very well. The first tower dive was extremely risky, was never really gonna work for them. This Sion ulti from Capuchat bot lane, the wave wasn't in a good spot. Uzi and Ming had already just walked away.
I need to bring up a point that you talked about earlier, Deficio, which was RNG and being used to playing against very early aggressive teams in the LPL and having a history of success in dealing with it and countering it. So here we see an all-in. You've got 5 members of Vitality committing to the bottom lane, and even though they do use the Thresh, the Dark Passage, to get him out, they don't fully disengage here. Jack Troll stopping to pick up some of those honey fruit, and Ming is able to find him once again on this Gragas.
This gets pretty crazy too, because now RNG pushes in with zero vision. Obviously they know they have the power, but they are just playing inside the minds of Vitality at that point.
Yeah, because that's kind of the interesting thing here. RNG, they're respecting what Vitality can do, but Vitality are not respecting what RNG can do back to them. So when they're done with their play, they're like, surely everything is now paused. Nothing more is going to happen. But RNG's like, well, we can just keep chasing you and kill you because you completely overextended.
Definitely a balance of power here in the swing. RNG doing a very good job of punishing a lot of these openings, but Vitality continue to swing. After we saw Kikis fail on the bottom side earlier, he just went top side and was able to find something for himself. Here, though, Jizuke now handed off the blue, and they continue to farm.
Obviously, it gets harder and harder. When you start level 1 and it's dead even in gold and you try and go for these aggressive plays, there's a decent chance they can work. Now that you've failed a few of them and you've given over a couple of kills, one for Uzi, one for Kasa, the next time you do the same, there's an even lower chance it might actually work for you. So it feels like the next big play needs to succeed for Vitality if they actually want to start this snowball.
Also, it's very interesting to note, you see the ward placements for both teams. Vitality's wards on the top side do see Karsa right now, but because there's been so much action bottom side, RNG are predicting more of that from Vitality, and they do have a lot of defensive vision in that area to try and set up another counter.
So we had Capuchat recalling top. Last time he did, he ulted bot lane, but he was called by Letme and RNG instantly. This time he is just going back to top lane. He does have TP, but now there's a PF sword on Attila, so now you have proper damage. Problem is, Aftershock Gragas, as you highlighted before, Kobe, pretty hard to kill instantly. Same with the Lissandra mid lane with the Aftershock. Like, it's more like utility-based and pure damage, but it just makes you really tanky when you do go in and land that CC. Kikis is around bot side. The actual flash is available. Flash flay onto Ming, and then you can actually hook Ming when he's trying to body slam out.
Important to watch kind of the positionings of the players, too. As he moves up like that, RNG do back off, kind of expecting a play. Karsa during that time invades, does steal away most of the Raptor camp, and has a level lead over Kikis.
Watching to see that play on the bot side. You called it Deficio. Kikis would hover there. It's about 280 stacks for Attila right now as he gets built up. So cashing those in could be that comeback they need, or at least the level out at this point in the game. A few overloads from Jizuke to Xiaohu as you have a hover from Cabochard just on the top side of the map. That top lane, 96 to 93. So the tanks could still be very useful for either side as this game goes on.
Yeah, we obviously know the Ornn ulti in team fights will be a lot easier to use than the Sion, but Cabochard still has a lot of ways to impact the game now. If he can roam from that top lane, we might get another play bot side. It's a collapse.
So aggressive, just clearing vision, not knowing what's actually on the other side of the wall. Vitality squeaks out of that one with a dark passage from Jack Troll.
Yeah, the Thresh defensive play is definitely coming in handy. Pulls him out of that one. A lot of control wards dropped there by RNG, but no chase actually successful here, and it will be a complete reset.
Kikis is still around bot lane. I think he's in the brush down here. Here we go. Gotta hit that one.
Troll just missing off on the right side. Kikis again, known to be on the bottom. We'll see if this gives Karsa any time to move around. He's hovering mid. Looks like they might want Jizuke, but they give Xiaohu a bit of pressure to push that mid lane.
So around mid, Xiao can now move as well, and that's kind of the thing. It's not just Uzi and Ming Vitality are dealing with on that bottom side, because Xiao is constantly sitting with TP threat, and the fact he can push and roam. Same thing with Kazu's been hovering around bot side as well just to defend. So it feels like RNG kind of knew the game plan from the start. Was like, they're going to go bot lane. We need to defend the bot lane and then we win.
Xiaohu hovering as well in the river, knowing his mid lane's cleared. They're trying to create opportunities across the map for RNG. Falling a little bit behind, possibly their 15-minute mark. RNG is #1 in turrets taken, just about 2.3 at 15 minutes. No team is even close to that right now, so expect some very explosive moments here to come up between 15 and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as we said before, like the next big fight kind of will decide, at least the entire mid-game. Like, if Vitality actually win that fight and get a kill on Attila with all his stacks, he will get really far ahead on the Draven and can start just being a huge bully. But if it's an RNG win, they probably get a bot lane or mid lane turret from it as well. And then we know that team fighting comp is already going to be superior.
Does feel like there is a bit of a timer on this game as far as the income. And we've already hit kind of the first breakpoint. It is the Rage Blade completed for Uzi on the Kaisa because of the early gold he got from that first blood. He's been able to get that very quickly, only 13 minutes now, and RNG are already looking to set up.
Just about 500 gold above his opponent Attila in that lane, and here a little love towards the top side of the map, and RNG is going to stay on the other side for now, pushing bot as they put pressure on to Cabochard. We'll call the Forge God here to get the minions and him off the turret.
Yeah, so this is like a swap now from Vitality. They're not just aiming to kill the bot lane, they're actually going top.
It's not.
Attila!
Gonna be dove pretty hard here. He gets the flash out, actually a few more hits. The heal coming through. Attila does cash in there. Big money for the Draven.
695 there does pop up, and they wanted to bring Attila right in next to that cash in, and he does get it off of Let Me, but RNG are answering. Bottom side, they get the turret and the dragon.
And that's just a trade I feel like Vitality had to make. If you don't feel comfortable trying to kill the bot lane, you need to find a kill somewhere else. So they accept losing first turret and the Drake. They get Rift held and their own turret. They need to go back and defend this one, though.
Yeah, a little bit of extra tempo for RNG in that one because Vitality wants to move to the top side, and Uzi was able to get a decent amount of gold off the turret. They do save the secondary one here, though it sustained considerable damage.
See how Vitality and Cabochard respond to this now. Map's a bit more open. RNG has been able to pretty much flourish inside the jungle of Vitality. Getting in, attacking, not even leaving too many wards, but on these last passes, they have been able to start leaving that vision. That could mean big things for RNG.
So right now with Attila getting the kill, he's slightly ahead of Uzi in gold. It's not by a lot, and that's obviously because Uzi got the bot lane turret, has out-farmed him a bit, got the first blood as well. So a lot of things going in Uzi's favor, but at least Attila managed to catch up in gold. Now the goal the next 5 minutes is get him ahead, so he can actually start stopping Uzi from doing stuff.
And I think as well right now, Vitality are going to be able to use some of their creative tools, right? You have Ryze Realm Warp now level 11 here for Jizuke. He has had a pretty smooth start to this game. Hasn't gone down. Actually, Cabochard, though. We'll see Karsa jumping over the wall and know that there are several members of RNG focusing and looking to finish off this turret.
Yeah, because look here, Vitality sent the bot lane back towards top lane, but they've already killed the turret, and there's no Rift Hill. It's already killed by Vitality from before, so now Uzi can continue pushing bot, and then he can either go mid and apply pressure there, or he can stay and take the turret bot side.
I love that. All of the wards and the resources give Uzi just this line of security through the bot as mid is pushed. Vitality, they want to attack. Karsa's just on the left. Let's track Jack Troll's target. He does get Karsa. They're going to actually be able to hit in Schalke as well. He's trying to crawl himself to safety. Jack Troll under the turret. Taking aggro, goes down as the Forge God comes out. One's knocked up as Attila hits the ground. Can't fire in any more damage. And here comes Unstoppable Onslaught. Uzi gets hit. Half of HP comes in, and Jizuke and the team, they missed the Realm Warp, and they can't even get in as they chase Uzi. It really wouldn't have helped, but Jizuke is going hard. The overload just soared, and Vitality cannot get the kills. They go deeper for Let Me, and that's going to lose them Kickus. What's this going to be worth for Vitality? Very good as they take down Karsa as well. And what chaos that Vitality thrives in.
And a key Rift Herald activation. They get a hard push with this one. Get the secondary turret out of mid lane. What drive! You could see the focus in Jizuke's eyes as he went for Uzi and barely missed out by 50 HP.
This is the first time it's Vitality actually catching RNG too far up in the lane. They were pushing mid, didn't realize exactly where Attila and Jack Troll would be, and when they showed up, they get to them. Even with the turret alive, we had the flash hook and everything, fight was on.
This is the charm of Team Vitality. Yeah.
It's not done, it's not done.
Keep coming. All right, Uzi now is actually alone in lane. There's a lot of fog of war around him.
He just used the speed steroids, who doesn't have much to escape this one. Jizuke on the right, Cabochard coming in. Teleport's gonna be there from Xiaohu. Looks like Ring of Frost could lock down Cabochard, not in range for that W from Lissandra, and they get Uzi out alive.
All right, they respected TP. Also, they didn't 100% know where the rest of RNG would be, so they end up stepping away from this one. Smart. Long cooldown now for Xiaohu, obviously on the Lissandra. He is staying topside. Jack Troll is in the river roaming around bot lane.
Always finding Jack Troll in these weird spots, but they are on to Let Me. He is getting dove over and over this game. Vitality has their scuba gear on for the top laner, and Let Me's down again.
Count them, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 kills for Attila, and it's not done yet. They can't go Riv.
Decimating smash into Xiaohu on the top. Karsa, however, creeping in. They see the ward on the side, and this one's going to diffuse quite fast. 18 minutes in, things are heating up.
Yeah, and RNG gonna lose bot lane turret. Attila will get all the gold for himself here. He's probably going to push into the next one before someone can defend it.
We'll see this again, your Ace of Predator replay.
All right, here we go. Jack Troll, he flashes in. He goes for the line hook with 2 possible targets. Does hit Karsa, but again, this is Lee Sin. Karsa turns around, kicks him under the turret. However, on the left side of your screen there, Vitality finish off the counter kill onto Xiaohu, and then this is where it gets exciting.
Yeah, Cabochard kept Uzi busy for the entire fight, and then also hits him here. Jizuke tries to predict where he's going. Okay, he doesn't actually end up putting the Realm Warp the right place, but then he chases.
I was so surprised by that Sion damage too, but look at this. Oh, that's gotta be barely double-digit HP left for Uzi. In the end, they finish up the kill onto Let Me. In comes Karsa, and they chase him off as well.
Yeah, it's actually interesting how Ming was kind of split. He wanted to help Uzi at first, so he didn't join the initial fight very much. Then he couldn't help Uzi properly, and they were kind of just running after Cabochard, being like, wait for me, I want to be part of this. And he ended up not doing anything.
Man, Jizuke is so close there. He had the calculations almost down. I was also surprised how much that level 11 Sion ultimate damage
That was a big wow.
Cabochard had just hit level 11, hits the ult on the level 10 Kai'Sa there and had a huge explosion. But as excited as we're getting for this push from Vitality, they do need to kind of keep up this pace against RNG, because RNG are that kind of looming, distant, late game 5-on-5 powerhouse.
What makes it possible for them to keep that pace up? What do they either need to change or keep doing?
Well, they have 1-3-1 already. Jizuke is top lane, Cabochard's bot lane, so that's good. If they want to keep fighting, whenever you push the side lanes, don't stay, go together. And then start looking at objectives. Drake is spawning now. Baron is alive as well. There are 2 ways you can then force around one of those big ones. Probably the Baron is the one RNG would contest and not the Drake. That's where you can guarantee a fight.
I think this also could be a good study in what to do when you are facing an early disadvantage. RNG have had such an incredibly successful year off of stuff like this. You can see the defensive vision already. They're putting in their red quadrant of their jungle behind Baron. Karsa is even going over the wall here to try and threaten Jizuke, the split pusher, and get some sort of vision down for themselves if Vitality push a little bit too aggressively.
Yeah, Vitality needs to be careful when they're doing stuff on the map. On the other side, Jizuke can't do anything top side because RNG will punish him. And he knows this right now. He's being very patient, but then he steps forward.
He does step out a step too far, throws the shield down from Seraph's Embrace, but it's only going to be so long for the team to do things on the other side of the map. A nice run, though. The dance around. Jizuke almost coming up with a kill in the 2v1, but Karsa comes up with a quick kick.
That was a much-needed kill for RNG. They take out the big split pusher and relieve some of this mid-game pressure that Vitality are putting out.
And because Vitality are the kind of team where they will get caught out because they're all trying to look to push maybe when they shouldn't, I actually think the safest way for them to snowball this game is not to just stay only split pushing. No, use the fact you have a really fed AD carry and actually try and fight right now. Later in the game, once Uzi is a lot more farmed, you can't probably win 5 versus 5 and you have to stick to split push. But for now you can just because your Draven is getting all the kills and has all the gold. So play around him.
Especially if first they're able to push out a side wave like Cabochard just did,
then group, yes.
and try and look for, one of those flanks. Here's another look, though. Karsa, the patience of this guy. He spent the last 30 seconds hopping over the back of Baron Pit, sitting on a control ward, waiting for Jizuke to step too far out. And then once he does, Jizuke fights to the very bitter end there, but he's not going to be able to get out of that one.
Yeah, let me swap to heal, or had heal at least on the Ornn with the spell book and actually use that to make sure our Karsa did not fall too far down. That was really terrible what I just said there. Anyway, Karsa didn't die, he got healed. Good stuff.
6-6 on that kill score, 22.5 minutes in, and I think RNG is going to feel a little bit better about fighting. Xiaohu picks up that Zanya, is making it so much harder to take down Lissandra. And they can make a few more of those moves in the fight. Take a little bit longer to set up. It's just how long is Vitality going to give them at this point? Vitality has been in RNG's face, constantly pushing, constantly pressuring. Here, moving the vision forward, 5 strong inside RNG's jungle.
And this is exactly what we just talked about. At some point, start grouping here around Attila and see if you can get him in a good spot to fight.
Yeah, they're looking for possible Scion engages or Thresh hooks from either of their players in the jungle where the corridors are much smaller and the likelihood of getting that pick is quite a bit higher. But look at RNG again. They've sent Xiaohu on the Lissandra with teleport down bottom lane, and they're pushing out that side lane while Vitality are making this effort around Baron.
So will they actually just start it to say, you know what, RNG, you need to show up. It's on now. There's a few wards behind. They've spotted RNG now, but there's actually not a ward now to see exactly what's going on. Jaxo is fishing. They can just try and finish here.
Smites are there for both. Teleports coming in from Xiaohu as well as the Void Seeker looks to hit his prey. And they will peel off of Baron for now for both teams.
Yeah, they wanted the TP from Xiaohu. They got it, and then they disengaged. They didn't want to risk Karsa stealing.
And people have been, fairly critical of mid-game objective decisions from Vitality, but that's exactly how you want to execute it. You get that teleport cooldown, and you pull off. You don't risk the 50-50 this early.
Also with double smite on the side of RNG because of the spellbook for Let Me. So that was a very good call on the side of Vitality. Now they just need to reset the map, go back out, and they can set up the same kind of play if RNG are not around the Baron.
All right, Jizuke's back out to the split push on that rise on top side, and the rest of Vitality are trying to catch up.
There is a real scary ward behind him as he leaves top lane, but it looks like they're going to put some vision in the jungle for themselves, or actually get it cleared at this point. A little bit of the breather moment for both teams. 2 minutes on that Ocean Drake coming up as Baron still very much alive, and it looks like both teams are giving it a little attention now.
But it's kind of crazy with how bad this game started for Vitality. Like, they completely failed bot lane, they died, they didn't get any kills, and then they still managed to find their way back when they swapped to top side, looked for a play mid later, and got a ton of kills for Attila.
Yeah, you do have to credit their willingness to throw everything at that mid lane. When we saw them push so heavily with the Rift Herald, that was the surprising kind of eye-opening moment for them, where they really got this mid-game lead. Now, though, they really need to continue to use this because, as you keep cautioning against, Uzi continues to scale up. And we said in Champ Select, the ease of the 5-on-5 teamfight with Lissandra and Ornn leading it.
Right.
Seems like it will be easy for RNG to pick their moment once they're ready.
Yeah, because they have a lot of ways to stop Attila from auto-attacking. And that's the key thing. It's not about just preventing him from like hitting hard on you. No, it's actually the fact that you stop him from even doing anything. He has to dodge Ornn ultis. He has to then get rid of Lissandra when she goes in. She will hourglass after. He's not hitting her. He has a Gragas ulti. There's a lot of ways to stop him.
It's going to make his positioning very important. He does have a QSS, but also him versus Jack Troll. I like to see the Thresh a decent distance away to allow maybe a repositioning within the team fight to dodge things like Sign, Ultimate that are a bit slower, so you don't have to burn cooldowns on everything that comes your way.
Really tempting a fight here. Cabochard continues to put himself out, but you see the vision game being played back and forth. The ward wars, basically, as you said, Kobe, looking for a hook. Jack Troll, one over the wall, that could be another CC crowd control. They're looking for that one advantage. Oh, Cabochard, a little scary there inside a minion wave. But they have Dark Passage, and they have started Baron.
Once again, it's on here, but RNG, all 5 members, they are around. Vitality don't have the easy engage. It is like a Sign ulti or something, or a hook from Jack Troll. And it's kind of what happened, what we talked about here. Like, after you got caught in side lane, they said, okay, playing 1-3-1 is difficult. We think RNG can punish us here, so we just grew. Like, it is actually not always the most optimal way to play this early on in the game. Oh, let's see what happens here.
Cabochard, Ring of Frost locks him down for a moment. Jack Troll gets Ming with the play, and they hook Xiaohu. He's forced to do Frozen Tomb on himself. Sanyos will be there after as well as he goes low. Karsa forced out with the safeguard. Beautiful hook out of Xiaohu as he's finally available. Ming goes down after. Vitality's on fire. Karsa's taking damage from Cabochard as he flashes forward. The Soul Furnace takes him down, and they are going to be able to push only a little bit. No waves are with them as Vitality is just sieging through turrets.
Against the MSI champions, Vitality now have complete control of the map. It is just Uzi and Let Me, their job to try and stop this Baron. Vitality are going, and this will be a critical moment.
We kept saying, hey, look for these fights here. You have a fed Draven. You want to try and fight before RNG reaches late game. It was hard for them to get it, but it started with Cabochard and then Jack Troll. 2 hooks in a row.
Jack Troll landing them over and over. Xiaohu was the recipient of many of them. And let's take another look at this fight from the beginning to Fischio.
And this is how Vitality Baron dances. They look for a fight around it. First hook connects onto Xiaohu after he has to jump back with the claw. Everyone engages, the fight is on. Uzi's only hitting Cabochard. And then, when Xiaohu thinks he can get out, after this hourglass ends, no, Jack Troll finds him again. And that's where you get the first kills.
Insane. They were also able to get Ming. He was the one who got Ming splashed with his own flash play from the Thresh at the beginning. And I think the first hook was also looking for him. In the end, Vitality, they did clean up that Baron. Nobody went to contest, so now they have 2 minutes, 50 seconds left of a Baron power play to pry this base open.
And in Champ Select, we said, when Vitality needs something crazy in the bot lane, it's the Draven. Right now, he's on 4 items. He's 2,000 gold ahead of Uzi, the best AD carry in the world. And he's looking to carry this game.
And they knew RNG wasn't thinking about that. It was Sion, Thresh, and Ryze for those first 3 picks. They let RNG
Here we go, mid.
Attila in, and now Attila gets pinched very hard in the mid lane as he gets a little too comfortable.
A critical pick here. That is so surprising once again. Vitality, they still have 4 members with the Baron, so they might look to finish this turret, but that is going to put a damper on their push.
Oh, and that's how you can slow down the game. Baron buff is still up for 2 minutes. Attila will be alive in 30 seconds, but the first push definitely stopped.
You gotta give props to Karsa here on the Lee Sin. Jumps over the Raptor pit wall and Let Me with the long-range Ornn engage is the one to pick that up. But Vitality, they haven't called it off. They're still going with it.
RNG thought everyone would just back away. They're trying to collapse on them now. Kikis is not here. Vitality, you're only 3 players.
Karsa now coming in, home guards from the top lane. Turret's going down. Jack Troll not looking too good in this situation as he will fall. And these small kills going over to RNG as Vitality's getting a little bit each time.
Jack Troll, I believe, pulled himself out of the Realm Warp with his own death sentence. Volunteered himself to go down for the team as a sacrifice, I guess. And Vitality, they only get one turret. So look at actually the gold value of the Baron power play so far, currently negative after the objective. Oh, he actually got Gragas ulted out. Not his fault.
Yeah, but Jizuke also did a smart thing. He stepped out of the ulti to dodge the Gragas, so he didn't get CC'd, and then he stepped right back in to make sure it actually still completed.
Thank you very much.
But that play before from Kasa, that's actually the most annoying thing when you play against world-class players. You feel like you're doing everything correct, you feel like you're getting the leads you need, but then one little play from one player can be enough to just stop this entire thing from snowballing further.
Plus, a big reason why the analyst desk was talking so much about Ornn. Ornn was in a very kind of neutral position, not threatening at all, far back in the lane, but the ultimate is such a long range that he could capitalize on Karsa's flank there and allow them to get the pick. Here we go, though. They still have 20 seconds left, so it's probably the last wave.
Yeah, if you're Vitality, you just want that next team fight where your AD carry is still ahead, the Lissandra is not too scary. If you win that fight, you take the entire game. They don't want to slow down. They want to continue the pressure.
That overshield built up on Bloodthirster allows Attila to stand still a little bit more. One of Draven's pain points. Gotta know where the axes are going. A nice hook onto Karsa, beautifully stopping the hit onto Jizuke. They get a quick kill onto him, turning the fight now onto RNG. They are getting wiped off the map, and Vitality's putting on a game clinic right now. Ming tries to get the body slam back in, but he puts himself into a bad spot. He gets locked down. A double kill on the spell flux coming in for Jizuke. It's only Uzi trying to fire in the damage, but it is all for nothing. The inhibitor's going down, and Vitality is looking for the next hit.
And Vitality with the individual outplays against one of the best teams in the world. They're going to be able to do it. Teleport goes in.
Entirety of Vitality now against Uzi, but he can't do much. The gun is locked, but it's not loaded enough. Vitality pick up the win over Royal Never Give Up.
Thank you all for tuning in. Let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC, and we'll see you next time.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
I feel like you wanna taste the tickles over my face. Let me direct you the way.
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have been tumbling around each other for quite a time. When you were coming around, I didn't feel like we tried. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us go insane. Da 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 da. I feel like you wanna taste the tickles over my face. Let me direct you the way. I know you want it to stay. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us go insane. Da 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 da.
Trevor, ready check is about to start. Shox is missing for the next 2 weeks on the LEC. Your mission is to secure a new host for the LEC without the other members of the on-air talent team realizing that there has been any issue. Failure to maintain the secret of your last-minute planning could prove disastrous for the morale of your team.
Hey Trevor, how's it going?
Yeah.
Hey Trevor, how's it going? Hey Trevor, how's it going?
Hey-ya! Are you Machine, the host I am looking for?
Yes, I am the Machine. I am the host you are looking for. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Berlin, Germany for week 3 of the LEC Spring Split. The new season is well underway, and for some teams, the pressure is high after a slow start. SK Gaming, they're coming off of a 0-2 week and look for a much-needed win against the young Mad Lions. In Ready Check, we'll rate EU junglers and give you our frontrunner for Rookie of the Split. A small hint, he plays in our first game. Hello everyone, I'm back and I've got Dracos and Ender hanging out with me. And I didn't mess up the first segment.
You did
well
so
done.
Good. We're so proud. My only question is, when do we get to call you the Machine? It felt very formal, but I also like
I want to call him that now.
Yeah, the Machine.
The Machine just, it makes it all a little more kind of like Terminator Arnie, whereas it's more
And you don't want that?
You don't want to be Terminator Arnie?
Look at me, man. I mean, I'm like an awkward, poor version of Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Like, I mean, it's not quite as...
That's still pretty good, though. That's a good comparison still.
All right, anyway, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, he will be obviously a main feature of the conversation tonight, as well as the LEC so far. Before we discuss who's the best jungler in Europe, this is my first week back in the LEC, so guys, fill me in. What on earth have I missed?
Okay, since you've been gone, a lot of things have happened.
Yeah.
One of them, Pantheon, different now. Still just as buff, still looks a lot like Leonidas. He's only hotter, and he's much more powerful. Banned just about every game except for this one, and you're going to see why in just a moment, because with a flash, Mickey's going to wipe out both these players. It looks close. It's not. This champion is nutso, and Mickey makes it look so easy.
Yeah, poor Shadow didn't even know what was happening. He thought his mid laner was recall, and all of a sudden he got dragged into the mud on that one too. There was another really sick outplay play too in a very similar situation later in the game, but Alphari had a really nice 1 versus 2 on the gangplank as well, turning things around later on before his team got involved, but still Alphari looking real good in 2020.
And I love this play because this is an advantage that Alphari built up over the course of the entire game, and now you get to see him reap the benefits. That 28 minutes of farming, it all pays off here because watch this. Bam, 1 shot, next guy coming in, oh, 1 more auto, takes him out, and that is a good feeling as a GP player. You hit that 3-item point, and you just get a whoo.
Dude, I love it too, Alphari with the spam laugh right on the dead body. You know,
I'm glad the BM's here, you know?
Yeah, you know?
League of Legends, they're still making people feel bad about losing. I'm glad. I'm glad nothing's changed in that sense.
That'll never change. We also, you know, Vedius got some special time in the spotlight too. It's a little unexpected, so let's check it out.
Hey guys, listen. No, okay guys, listen. I know this doesn't look good for the Nocturne top lane right now, okay? I appreciate that he might be struggling, but I just want you to know that the champion does very well into this matchup, and, as Ender described, can in fact win the 1v1. The problem is the jungle intervention, and so if we could just remove them, you would all see how good Nocturne top lane actually is.
They nerfed the jungle. They're not supposed to do anything. That's what Ender told me.
I'm just don't blame the pick. Blame the players.
I mean, wise words, but the best part of that is missed because I've been told we lost the camera footage, but Vedius doesn't have a mic, so we get one of these.
Yeah,
Vedius
I was on the
is
desk.
speaking into Ender's mic. Get uncomfortably close to me. Yeah, that's perfect. That's super
You
uncomfortable.
guys are doing so well.
This is so uncomfortable. This is the distance.
Like his nose kind of
so I'm over there trying to cast League of Legends, and Vedius is shouting about Nocturne into Ender's face.
And I'm just trying my best not to laugh during the entire thing.
You can't even mute yourself.
No, I did because he's talking, so I'm just like, what is going on? I can still smell the taste of his breath.
Yeah. Smell?
It was visceral.
Okay, no, it makes sense. Smell the taste of his breath. Yes, okay. Anyway,
right.
from bad breath to bad teams, let's talk about some of the teams we've yet to see their full potential, perhaps ones I'm less familiar with, because as I cast my eyes down the standings, a lot of this rings true, familiar with my last trip, I think it was week 8 last year. I am, however, seeing a new name. Talk to me about Mad Lions.
Yeah, well, the Mad Lions, they basically jumped into the Splice spot here, and they got rid of pretty much the entire roster. Humanoid, the mid laner, is the only guy sticking around from 2019. And the really interesting thing about this squad is that they built almost an entire rookie presence around him. Major changes in the bot lane with Karzi and Kaiser being brought in as well. I think this team, even with so many rookies, has the potential to make it to playoffs.
And potential's a big word there, but it does look pretty promising so far. They've showed out. They've had solid fundamentals and the coaching staff behind them. Same for a lot of the names that we saw from Splice last year, so people are giving them the benefit of the doubt.
And I assume the joke's been made a lot about Schalke null fear going null fear.
Yeah. No, it's mandatory Twitter points. It's like, God, say the thing and everybody tweet. You're a little late, but we can give you a bit of credit.
It's still funny, though.
Let me have it. Okay, guys, that was my original joke. I'm glad you appreciate it. Schalke have gone null fear. Do you get... Talk to me about Schalke.
Wonderful. The thing about Schalke is it's a lot of names that I was excited to see back in the league or on a team together. Dreams. You know, you got Forgiven coming back. You got Odoamne top lane. Everything looks good. But it's an absolute mess, Alex. It's been a total disaster. Everyone's coming back, but it's not a good look. Forgiven is not the man that he once was.
Okay, last curveball for you on this point. How much time has he had, Forgiven, to get the ring rust off? Like, realistically?
Realistically, not a lot of time.
Okay, cool. So we'll keep our eyes open. Maybe I get to live my Forgiven fantasy one last time. But either way, this week on Euphoria, it was all about the jungle. And Dracos, you have made a tier list that I'm sure we've got some choice words for.
Wow, just sell me out before we even see the tier list. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Tear them apart.
All right, Ender, as the jungle expert here on the broadcast, I do want to know, so I think we look at the top. Are you with top 2? I feel like is the
sure
easy.
With you.
Yanko,
This is a pretty solid list. I will say that if we're weighing recent performance more, obviously 1 and 2, 100% locked in. Yanko's first, Xerxes second. It gets a little bit iffy past that point for me, especially with only 4 games being played in 2020. I think Kadril, after 4 games, deserves to be ranked 3rd. Now, Selfmade is a great player in his own right, but what I've seen with Fnatic, it hasn't been quite as much. Whereas Excel, Kadril, I mean, look at this, absolutely tearing apart in the early game and having a major impact.
I don't know, man. Kadril, he's been solid so far. It's been all right, but the quality of opponent they've played against hasn't been the highest. They've messed up in key moments. It's not 100% there. We had him on the podcast. I love what he's doing, but I'm not convinced by Kadril yet.
When Excel are messing up, that's later on in the game. That's out of Kadril's hands. He's level 12. The enemy team is all level 18. It's not his fault. Jungle's ruined.
He's the Jarvan. Let's be clear here. He's the go button. So if things are like going wrong on engage in the team fight, I'm holding him a little bit accountable.
But look how good he makes it for so long, man. I'm telling you.
All those numbers are at 15, Ender. There's a reason we don't take the numbers past that. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, okay. So we understand. Kadril clearly does get some due credit. And I mean, considering how new he is to this radar, there's a lot of credit to be given to even be featured within that top 5 list. But what about the others? You know, you said you were uncertain about the 3 within the 5.
Yeah, so the thing is, Selfmade was ranked number 3 on your list. And as I said, I think Selfmade is very talented. But again, weighing recent performance, I don't think he's come out of the gate and really wowed a lot of people. Fnatic look really good. That's from a lot of early game plays. And let's be honest, I've seen a lot of Selfmade rolling into lanes after they've already been won, diving towers, dying, and he's having a good time. Sure. But I don't think he's the #1 factor as to why Fnatic are winning games right now.
He's absolutely not the #1 factor why Fnatic are winning, but I have seen some very solid early performances. Even in his first game, which they ended up losing, he burns 2 flashes before his first rotation really even finishes.
Okay, but he couldn't convert on those flashes to get kills.
He could not. But the thing is what I remember from last year, less recent, but more overall, is that Selfmade can be a big playmaker. When he starts to snowball, he keeps snowballing. Sure. He's going to win you games. And while Kadril has had a solid split thus far, he hasn't historically shown the same ceiling, and that's why I'm putting Selfmade above.
Well, see, it's interesting that you bring up last year, too, because we all remember Spring Split Selfmade coming in and tearing apart the league. But in Summer Split, things were very not the same, and he was playing with a, mid laner that maybe wasn't top 10 in the LEC at that point, which makes jungling very difficult, but still, Selfmade came in at a high, and I think dipped down a little bit towards the end.
And how much do you value consistency for a jungler?
I value consistency very, very highly. With such an impactful early game role, to be, at the top list, you need to be consistent, and that's what you see out of junglers like Jankos and Xerxes.
Yeah, certainly, and that's the top 2 we'll be touching later. I mean, there's still another name on that list, and that was Inspired. Now, rookie of the split, I believe, last year.
And I think I can kind of speak for both of us. Inspired's a very mixed bag. I like the highs and lows of Selfmade, but those highs and lows kind of manifest in a very different way for Inspired. When he's doing really well, he looks like a cerebral jungler. You're like, oh, this man's a genius. He's so ahead of the meta. He's 5 steps ahead of everyone. Sure. But then when he's underwhelming, unlike Selfmade, who might run it down a little bit, Inspired just doesn't exist. He's like the Olaf who's farming, and you're like, wow, thank God this champion scales to late game. He does.
Hey, did you watch the game this morning? All I'm saying, if you have Soraka Yuumi. No, I agree. I think a lot of problems with the Olaf pick and all that for Inspired can't necessarily be directly attributed to him. Yeah. When you draft scaling lanes around this guy, it's hard to impact the map, but still, he plays a different style, I think, to a lot of our other junglers, where he is very buff-focused. He likes to invade the enemy jungle and gain leads for himself through those ways. Right. And I just haven't felt like his pathing recently has been very unpredictable. From watching footage of him, I can see what he's going to do, and the top junglers are going to exploit that.
And top junglers is where I want to take it next. The top of the list, it was Xerxes and, of course, Jankos. Now, my first question is, of course, what separates him from those 3? And then we're going to turn it on its head with Jankos.
I think when you talk about consistency, Xerxes is definitely one of the names you look at. He's not as consistent as a guy like Jankos, but for the most part, you never look at him as a weak point. And the other thing is he's almost always a huge playmaker for the team. There are some games where you don't see that. G2 versus Origen is a good example, but overall, Xerxes is, next to Jankos, the #1 person you would want on your team in an instant. He's a good leader, he's a good innovator, and he's an incredible early game player.
And that's, of course, what we're looking out for. We just heard about the power of those first 15 minutes. But earlier this week, Kadril joined Drakos and Yamato on the Euphoria podcast. And for Excel's captain, it is absolutely clear who the best jungler is.
So #1 for me, none other than G2's Jankos. I feel like while we can look back at Worlds and talk about how much his Qiyana was atrocious, for the most part, he's incredibly consistent. He is a player who always feels like he goes into the game with a plan. He knows what he wants to be doing. And he's also just very good at adjusting where he needs to go.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that playing against Jankos, you can notice that he's hard to shut down, hard to snowball against, and he never falls behind. And he's always where he needs to be most of the time. And he has a really wide champion pool. He can kind of play whatever he wants, from like Olaf to Kindred to Gragas, anything really. I think he is, consistently the best jungler in EU. And I think that you can look at historically as well. He's won MSI, he's won quite a few LEC titles now. And yeah, he always has been a pretty good jungler, I think, so he's the best.
I remember from working with Jankos back in Season 5 that even back then, his eye for setting up ganks was really unmatched in comparison to anyone else I've worked with. Like the First Blood King might sound like a meme at this point, but it really,
came from
really
somewhere. Yeah.
And the Rocket days, he always figured out ways how to go really, really hard in the early game. And this was an issue for us because in scrims, we won every game in 10 minutes. So when we were on stage and everyone plays like crumpled up under the turret, we didn't know how to play mid-game and so forth. So I put him on Nuno duty.
Wow, what a wonderful podcast that you can watch the full episode of on Apple Podcasts, or listen to rather, Spotify. You can watch it on YouTube and really wherever you may regularly consume your podcasts.
Wait, what if I do it on some like super obscure website, like EnderWeirdChampPodcast.com?
Look, I'm not gonna lie, man. We're thirsty for those views. You tell me where to put the podcast, where to upload it, and it will happen.
Can someone make the website, please? Just a request, humble request.
URLs don't cost much, actually. It'll blow you away. I managed to get Machine GG, you know, and I'm not proactive.
But could you get the Machine GG? That's the important one.
I hate this prefix. For not calling me the machine. It's over. Anyway, last summer, Jankos was awarded the MVP trophy in Athens before he and G2 managed to beat Fnatic in a final for the history books. Now, tomorrow, the two Titans clash again in a much anticipated rematch. And I mean, you guys, you're here to basically echo that sentiment. Anticipation, is it high?
Anticipation is very high. I'm nervous it won't live up to the hype because you look at this moment, and this was two back-to-back incredible best-of-5s between the two most historic lineups in European history. Yeah. It is almost impossible to top that. Now they're playing a best-of-1, and I'm praying we can get, you know, just a little bit of that hype here.
Exactly, and don't forget too, yes, we had the full 10 games in the summer, but the first game they played against each other in 2019 was a best-of-1 in the regular season, just like this one, and that went like 70 minutes. There was a base race at the end. Reckless Hillsang finished that one off, so very, very exciting whenever we see these two teams face off.
Yeah, so the 70-minute base race, LEC Summer Finals of 2019, we now get it next week, no, tomorrow. Tomorrow we get to see it again. So 2020, you're already getting to see some of that world-class League of Legends. And there is, of course, a couple of additional points to make to that. Not only is it two teams, it's two players with an EastEnders, that's for our UK viewers, an EastEnders level of drama attached to it.
Let me paint a picture before you say things that are much more intelligent, less narrative focused.
Bob?
In order to succeed, Caps did the unthinkable. He left Fnatic, one of the greatest teams in European history. He stabbed Reckless in the back. We all know it. We saw it happen. And now, in the next season, he said, last year wasn't enough. I'm going to go down to his lane.
And I'm going to stab him in the face.
Yeah, I'm done stabbing people in the back. I'm going to look you eye to eye, Reckless, when I take you out. That's your clickbait narrative, folks. Line it up, copy, paste it.
That's way too long for any clickbait, unless the clickbait is Cap stabs Reckless.
Yeah, there you go. Exclamation point.
Stabbed in the face.
Exclamation point. Okay. So he's stabbing him in the face in the lane now. I'm confused. I remember that was the thing. Last time we talked about G2, it was like, oh, it's so cool. They're so edgy. Look at them swapping lanes. And now they've just done it again.
Now they're not edgy. They're just like, we know they're good, and we know they're good at that. So when Cap said he was swapping to the bot lane, while I thought it was a joke at first, I'm not even that surprised seeing it on paper.
Okay, not bad, not bad. Now, we'll soon give you our frontrunner for Rookie of the Split. But first, to make sure everyone is ready for the match of the week, our video team has prepared something that is truly spicy. This is Vindaloo spicy. This is Vindaloo with chili flakes on top. Let's check it out.
Looking to be extinguished.
Rivalries are no easy thing. Competition beyond competition. Every battle is simply a piece of a much larger story. Ambition, sacrifice, betrayal, victory above all. You can sit back and bear witness, or you can stand with those you believe in. So I ask you, Europe, will you rise for your champions? Will you stand?
When you have a history with someone, and a very long one, you are just bound to have emotions, right? I don't want to lose to them, right? It's not even about beating them, it's about not losing to them.
G2 and Fnatic, two of the best teams on the planet, go head-to-head for a spot in the final. Let's get to the action.
This game is descending into madness. Who's going to pick it up? It's secured by G2! There's fights all across the map right now, but it's G2 falling time and time again.
Last year, I think that's where the rivalry started for real.
Oh, that's already a kill to Flippo. Hurts manages to kill Reckless. G2 Esports have bounced back from the clutches not embarrassing.
They kind of had our number the entire year.
Fnatic versus G2, the final everyone was waiting for. These two titans of European League of Legends clashing on Summoner's Rift. Here comes the charge in from the side as G2 are looking for the fight. And the site's going to go down. Up towards the side as well. Mickey has fallen. The Fnatic are coming out on top. G2 could do nothing about it. And now it's a 4v5. Origen takes that boxer. The second kill goes down as Whipper falls. And G2 by 3. The barrel doesn't land, but the torque comes out. And now it's an all-right brawl in the bottom lane. And it's Fnatic who are coming out on top.
Fnatic, we are going to game 5.
Whenever we go up against each other, it's always a pretty heated battle. Everyone knows what it's like to be losing and bounce your way back.
Flashes forward, fast blood to him.
People keep fighting until the very end.
Whipper jumping in a second as well. Look at the damage, it's Fnatic. They find the fight. G2 overstep.
It's just one play away from victory.
Whipper takes down Jankos, and look at that. Nemesis is falling at the start of the fight. It's all on Reckless. And G2 are your champions.
I feel like after last year, we truly have that grudge to double them.
I don't want to just win, I want to like smash them, right? I just want them smacked, you know?
Whoever wins becomes the king of Europe, no matter what.
The king of Europe, no matter what. And something else that stood out to me in that one was this, I think it was Reckless saying, we don't want to lose to these guys. It's not about beating them, it's about not losing to them. And I thought that was like the de facto loser's mindset. I thought you always had to play to win.
I just think that like the amount of, from a pro player perspective, from an audience perspective, it's like, this is the greatest thing ever. From a pro player perspective, there's probably so much baggage because you're like, I'm going to get 3 months worth of hate messages in 2 days if I lose this game. It's a lot of pressure.
It's a good point. Yeah, I mean, the fan base is always going to stoke the fuel and the flames, as well as you guys with your story.
There's also the fact, right, that like, we gotta get rid of that. We gotta get rid of that, guys.
And bring us back on track. Rock the boat. Let's go.
All right, I'm gonna rock the boat and just say, G2, you know, after seeing all of 2019, they're the team that everyone has to look up to, and that cannot be a good feeling. Yeah. So you have to be able to somehow find these wins. Otherwise, you go in, you get 3-0'd, it's demoralizing, and then what else is there?
What else
the season's over.
I'll tell you what is there right now. It's the schedule. So it's been an explosive start to the year, and in a week 3, we're turning the heat up even more. The power of G2 will be tested to the limit against Rogue and Fnatic, and later today, we'll see Schalke's new jungler, Lurox, in action, as much as he sounds like a toilet cleaning product. Misfits Gaming, we'll see what they can do as well. But it's time for us to focus our attention on none other than SK Gaming versus the rather crazy Lions. This is Mad Lions, and I have got so many questions for you. For this one, we are on Rookie Watch with 5 rookies taking to the stage. That's not one, that's 5.
And look, I'll kick us off because I'll say one man who is definitely not a toilet cleaning product is Carzzy. This guy is out of control.
I mean, if he's a toilet cleaning product, he's the best in the business,
I can just hear my mum in the other room going,
best.
Get the Lurox! You know? Just me? Okay.
No, Carzzy is absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
I know we're joking right now, but Carzzy really on top of his game. And I know that he has this ability, not just from seeing 4 games, but also watching him in the Prime League beforehand, playing in the ERLs, trying to make his way up to the LEC stage. And he's always been this player with almost no fear. He's the guy that will flash forward in fights and go for the kill.
And he's a guy who came in and in his first game versus G2 Esports, immediately kills Mickey, then kills Jankos in the follow-up play, and some people might call it a supreme display of Aphelios balance, but really, he was monstering. The confidence to step forward, to punish. You can see in that play, flashing forward as well with the MF ult. It's just fantastic to see someone enter the league with this much confidence. It's something you see so infrequently, and whenever it does happen, it's always pretty much the best thing to watch.
A rookie with confidence, Ender. I mean, is this quite a rare combination from your observation?
I mean, we've seen rookies with confidence before, and it becomes an interesting task for these rookies because you come in with a lot of raw skill, and you're obviously a good player right off the bat, but the difference between a good and a great player is wide. And mainly for the position, for ADC, it comes down to consistency at its core. Because you look at players that have been playing at the top of our league for so long, like a Reckless, right? He's consistent. He's not the super flashy guy that makes these insane plays. plays, you always know that he's going to come in and give a solid performance.
Like a safe pair of hands.
Exactly, exactly. But Carzzy comes in, right? He's the guy that flashes in. You know, he sometimes dies, right? He dies a lot in his games. If you just check the stats, does a ton of damage, but also dies. The process for him now is about making that evolution, taking the raw talent, and then knowing how to refine it and make the right choice all the time.
But we have to acknowledge the rest of the stats lines too, right? Because yes, he does die a lot. Yes, he takes a lot of risks, but he's also crushing in lane. 12 up on CS. The damage per minute off the charts. 36.7. Clearly kind of the hyper carry for this team. When he's set up for success, he does succeed. But I think you're right, Ender. I think that you should ask for more from him in the weeks to come. And I think that as much as I'm like, yes, flash in, flash in, flash in. That's from like a spectator point of view. From a coach's point of view, you should probably be like, all right, chill. Ask the hard-hitting, or ask the questions in the moment. Do you need to make the big play? How do you actually win this game as a team? Not do, how do you, Carzzy, make the flashiest highlight you can possibly make?
Right, now they also, if I'm not mistaken, they played G2 in their first week, right?
Yeah.
How did that matchup go? You know, you've got a rookie stepping up against world and local champions.
Well, I talked about it a little bit. I mean, the early laning phase looked a little grim as they kind of got shoved in under tower. He was really struggling early on, but then a single mistake from Caps and Mickey X when they were caught watching top lane instantly turned against them. They won the 2v2, then Jankos came in, they won another 2v2, forcing a flash as well. So as far as openings go, that's about the strongest you could hope for, because if they beat G2, that would be just above and beyond, and we would say it's ridiculous. But just having a strong laning phase is so good.
And right now, I'm already pretty convinced that Carzzy, very good in lane. It seems like he's caught on with Kaiser very well, works very well as a duo in that bottom lane already. It really is when it comes to more of the team fight stage that I really have an eye for, because that's sort of the thing. That's the high pressure situations that you need a rookie to be able to step up. Right. And that's what we're going to continue to try and track throughout Carzzy's career, because I do believe that this is a player that could make a case for rookie the split. This is a player that could make a case to stay in our league for a long time. And then it is, does he play on a bottom tier team and just, you know, get the bills through the months, or does he really ascend?
Rookie of the split, Dracos. Does that land on your ears comfortably?
I mean, I bet on the Euphoria podcast that he was going to be rookie of the split. I think it's a big task ahead of him. He's also said himself that he believes that he will be top, or wants to be, his big goal is top 3 overall. And I think that is it's a very impossible task, because you look at the names that he has to push out. Forgiven, even when he's struggling, still a big name. You have players like Caps, Reckless, Han Sama, Patrick is looking fantastic on Excel. So you have to butt out 3 or 4 people to be in contention for top 3, all of whom are infinitely more experienced than you are. That's a big, huge order.
Right, because we've been talking, you know, for the last almost year, it feels like, how stacked the bot lane position is in Europe. It really does speak a lot to this player that we're even giving him this type of attention as a new player in the league, because it would be very easy to just write him off, say, we've got all these other players that are so phenomenal. But no, I really do believe that this guy can make waves in the league.
Now, we're stepping into week 3. We've had our first 2, you know, opening jitters, ring rust. That can all be dismissed after at least the first, if not the second week. Week 3, is it time for us to start perhaps seeing the middle of the pack start to be defined a little more? We've only got G2 undefeated. The top 2, 3 makes sense. Dracos, what do you say?
I think so. When you look at a lot of these matchups, it's between teams that are either struggling to find a win or haven't really gotten off running, right? We only have a few battles of top teams, which means that there's a ton of opportunity to prove yourself above the people you're directly competing right now for playoff spots. Yes, it's still early, but that also means that a team like SK could suddenly rise up, could prove to be better than Mad Lions. Mad Lions definitely the front runners, but after last week, given the dramatic changes we saw in so many teams between week 1 and week 2, this week I think we'll do a lot better job of setting the tone for what we can expect.
Especially because right now I feel like the sort of bottom half middle is so muddy right now. You know,
it's such
like
a mess.
You have teams like Misfits. I wasn't expecting to do super well. I thought Excel was going to be hot, but no, Misfits upset Excel then. So right now, I don't really think we have a clear grasp outside of sort of those top teams, and that's especially what then gives room for a very new squad in Mad Lions to make a dent, especially early on, while every other team with a lot of roster changes is trying to put the pieces together. This team, even though they have so many fresh faces, still has the ability to come in and pick up wins early especially.
Okay, so we're going to be finding out how Mad Lions fare in this battle versus Schalke Null Fear. Will it be Null Funf? We'll find out, but some of the hypest games of the year are awaiting in week 3. So without further ado, let's get into the action.
Thank you very much, The Machine. Welcome back to the LEC. I'm QuickShot, joined by FLICKR. And that last topic of discussion that the analyst was talking about was the middle of the pack teams trying to gain some clarity on actually who's going to step up and be challenging for those last few playoff spots. And it was one of the big things that we were talking about when we look at the 3 first games of the week.
Yeah, it's this idea of who's kind of top of the bottom pack. Yep. And it's the fact that we know where our outliers are. You know who your top end teams are. Yes. You know who the absolute bottom tier teams are. And now we have this week where you finally get to see, 7th versus 6th, 9th versus 8th, and really put order to what they called a very muddy middle of the pack.
And of course the question is then, who's going to demonstrate growth and development? That's what we want to see. SK Gaming only 1 win to their name, Vitality. Mad Lions have picked themselves up 2 wins, and we'll see who is going to step up today. We're about to jump into draft as the Mad Lions are taking on SK Gaming.
And something that's already super fun here is the fact that finally these teams are drafting from the other side. Exclusively SK Gaming have had every single game on blue side, and Mad Lions have had every single game on red side. Now they have finally swapped, so we get to see how they're going to draft differently. Mad Lions, what do they do with that big priority pick? Is it something like the set first pick that has been steamrolling through the LCK?
Do you like it? And do you think our teams will do it? Because they're 2 very different questions.
I mean, if I had to put a bet on a top laner who would, I would definitely put it for the Mad Lions here. I do want to quickly touch on some of these bans, though. So kind of the bread and butter, and really a lot of the core of SK Gaming's compositions is the Misfortune and the Jarvan. They love that in tandem with things like the Ornn. They're kind of like the big wombo combo, and a lot of their compositions have always gone towards those 3 champions. So right out the gate, the Mad Lions respect that, and they take away the Jarvan.
Well, Jarvan is gone, Gragas is gone, Kiana is gone. That's a gigantic indication as to which role they are busy targeting. SK are currently deliberating on their 3rd and final ban in this first phase. Akali and Syndra find themselves removed now, along with Set. So that first pick option that we just discussed is gone.
And this is the question that I had. Would you take away the Set? Because now you have things like the Senna, the Aphelios, all of those got through. Misfortune is a huge pick for SK Gaming. I didn't actually expect Mad Lions to put that much high priority on it. And I'm curious if Mad Lions would make this same blue side first pick against a team that didn't seem to rely on Misfortune so highly.
All right, well, we'll have to see how it plays out in the future with only 3 games. A few games on stage, not 3, a few on stage. Obviously, it's trying to make the best choice, but now what is the next direction? Aphelios and Elise are now locked in for SK. With an instant reply, the Lee Sin with all the junglers removed from the pool, you can understand why the junglers go up in value. But now the LeBlanc is taken away as well. So Humoron in a fairly comfortable pick. The Ornn has got you surprised here.
Okay, because you would think that you would grab something like the Braum here. You see a Misfortune, Aphelios and Braum work really well together. But again, are we going to get the caster supports coming out, things like the Bard that we've seen internationally, things like the Rumble that we've seen internationally, and we're finally moving away from these tank supports? I expect supports to get pinched really heavily here in secondary ban phase. Or is it that Ornn is just that important for SK Gaming and Sakura in particular that you would have to sacrifice a power pick like having Braum, Aphelios bottom to make sure that you can get a comfort pick like an Ornn?
Well, we'll find out. I'm very happy to see the Soraka taken out of the pool. Soraka, Yuumi have shown themselves up this morning, and it was insane to watch. Another support removed here with the Thresh as well as the Rakan on the side of SK Gaming, but the Braum is still open and available. You'd have to expect that one to be taken away in this last pick. Aphelios Braum, it really has been such a strong combination. But then the question is next, what do SK want to prioritize here with their first pick in the second phase?
I mean, you could grab the support here. We already talked at length about the Braum. You expect that it's going to be the Leona Misfortune as kind of the set combo that we've seen from the LEC. Again, maybe we see some cool casters, but because Braum can be punished pretty heavily in lane phase.
Can be, but will Kazi and Kaiser be able to do it? Kazi, one of the players that we got quite excited about. I'd like to see the Blitzcrank into this Braum option if they wanted to. Couple of seconds left. Gonna be pivot. I know. I want to, but it's not going to happen.
Well, think about how Braum works. If Blitzcrank grabs him, Braum wants to be in auto attack range anyway, so he can start getting his Winter's Bite on you.
I know, but it would have been fun to watch. Nevertheless, it's going to be the GP instead. Seeing a lot of GP over the last couple of weeks, and we've had a lot of discussion around Gangplank, off air in the office. in terms of the options. And of course, coming up into this. Oh,
yes!
That's exactly what we're talking about. And just like you predicted, Frost, it is going to be the Bard. Do you like this combination now?
Talk trash, get smashed. This is what it's going to be. You pick the melee support, you pick something blind that can be abused into that bot lane. So now pressure's on for the Mad Lions. Make this Bard pick work for you. Try to punish that Braum in the lane phase, and then have so much utility come mid-game once the map has opened up.
Okay, so what is now going to be the response here from SK Gaming? It is a Diana locked in. All right, so Diana into LeBlanc, Ornn into Gangplank, and then we've got the MF Bard into Aphelios versus Braum. If we zoom out and look at the two team compositions, a little bit more of a frontline tankiness on the side of SK, a little bit more, let's say, pick power maybe on the side of Mad.
So usually games are really decided kind of around the completion of 1 to 2 items. That's when our top teams really have decided that the game is over. So majority of the champions that you're going to see revolving around the meta have really strong 1 to 2 item breakpoints. And then if you're kind of on the lower end where things get a little bit messy, where you need to rely on those scaling tools, then that's when you need to find your late game insurance policy. So things like the Gangplank, like the Aphelios. We haven't seen Diana to the greatest success. It's really been just G2 and Fnatic that have put priority onto this champion. So I'm actually glad to see it spreading to the other champs, because I believe it was Yamada who said it. That champion is secret OP. I think she's secretly very, very broken.
Now the question is, if she's secret OP, is she OP enough to help SK double their wins? That is what I want to find out in this game, as Gen X will have his hands on the Diana. We're in the opening game here of week 3 in the LEC, and the Mad Lions and the SK Gaming squads, they need to show some growth. They need to show that they can contest and maybe sneak their way up towards the bottom of that playoff contention.
And it feels like there's a lot of pressure on SK because they are a team mostly of veterans, so you expect them to do better here.
Well, we will find out. It says Mad Lions taking on SK.
That tense moment where you didn't know where the intro was going to be. I was like, I just gotta fit a line in here. So re-clarifying my statement. Because I do think that Mad are the favored team to win here. You can look at the standings, you can see that. The reason why I think that there's more expectations on SK, it's because, again, if we're thinking about who is the top of the bottom tier teams, you have kind of 2 big veteran squads in there. You have Schalke and you have SK Gaming that are littered with veterans. You have 2-time MVP Trick in this game, and you wouldn't know it by how SK Gaming are sitting in the standings, versus Vitality, Misfits, Mad Lions, who are full of such young, fresh faces. And so that's why, yeah, Mad Lions feel like the team at the very top of that bottom pack, but expectations should be more about SK Gaming and Schalke. Like, fans should be getting upset. Where are you guys? It's time to show up.
And we'll find out if this is the game and this is the week, right? Secret OP Diana that we've talked about. Trick on this Elise has the ability to impact the early game. And I think when you look down relatively squishy members of the Mad Lions squad, there are some opportunities to play around. CC in every single lane. There's tools to play with. So now we need to set expectations. What do SK have to do to unlock some early advantages?
Well, I do want to focus in on Trick, and I kind of want to talk about his jungle style in particular. I did a lot of review looking at Trick this last week, and I feel like he's gotten a bad rap. It feels like a lot of people are very irritated with Trick. I know he was getting a little bit of flame from Ender in particular on the analyst desk, and I want to really define Trick's style. Trick is super good at playing around wave state. That means when his laners are far forward because their wave has built up and it's crashing, Trick is always there to protect them, to shadow underneath them, to protect them from a gank. He's super great that when his team is getting pushed in and there's a potential dive, Trick shows up just in time. He's always right place, right time, but he's not the hard carry jungler. He's a very smart pathing jungler playing around priority, so when his laners start losing, when they're just getting kicked in, Trick is not going to look like a strong jungler because he's able to take a good team and make them great, but he cannot hard carry a bottom of the table team.
If we were to call it, give it a terminology, I think the cerebral jungler is something that we talked about.
It's hard because like so much jungling is, but yeah, in the old way that would mean to people in like 2014, 2015, it's kind of that same like old school Korean style of jungling.
And that's exactly my thing with Trick. It's kind of like an old school jungle play style, right? It feels like the game has somewhat evolved past that. But let's see. Against the Mad Lions today, Trick has already started off his jungle camp, got a good clear, and starting to make his way down. Crown Shot and Limit. They've shoved the wave in quite aggressively in the bottom lane. And in the mid lane, Gen X is currently being pushed in. So there are some opportunities for play here as Trick is starting to sniff around.
But this is a perfect example of what we were just talking about. Limit and Crown Shot have a wave that is built up. It has forced them to be overextending. You saw that Shadow was pathing down there. Trick walks down there not because he's looking for a gank, but because he expects the enemy jungler to be there. He is protecting his bot side and using the priority that his bot lane have gotten him to acquire the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah.
And this is what you're going to see from Trick over and over again. It's very standard jungling, but it's not like he's not doing anything.
Well, I guess if you are coming up against a younger team like the Mad Lions and you do have that experience that you can lean on, that's how you can unlock some advantages. Every time I look at the minimap, Trick is nearby, wherever Shadow happens to be. By the way, I don't know if anyone could hear it on the comms. Berlin did not appreciate the cocoon going wide on that Scuttle Crab. There was a little bit of disdain from here in the LEC studio.
Listen, his brain's great. It's the hands that sometimes have some issues.
Well, fortunately, he's got a lot of skills in the Elise kit that are somewhat point and click, or at least have aimbots. That little spiderling, the volatile one at least, will chase its target down. We're not going to talk about GP versus Ornn for a while, because frankly, it's a bit of a farm lane, as you can see them shoving each other in. But yeah, I keep just looking at Trick and Shadow and where they're going to be headed. And Shadow's the first one that maybe has something to play around, but I think he's anticipating Trick being there because of the fact that Arome's pushed the way forward.
He is, whereas Trick's like, my Ornn has Flash right now. He does have Grass, so didn't take the Unsealed Spellbook. Normally we see Ornns that if they are in a threat of a dive position, they'll grab the Unsealed Spellbook so they can get access to Ignite to dissuade that. Obviously Grass works really well for Ornn in the lane phase. There we go.
Oh, Sakre almost in trouble, but I think that Sonic Wave missed by a millimeter while this is going on. By the way, Kaiser had actually made his way to the mid lane. He's dropped himself a Caretaker Shrine. And I think Trick was able to sneak into the bushes before Kaiser spotted him. And will be able to escape using the Dragon to repel in and out. So good wards deep inside the jungle. SK, not in a bad spot just to start this out. Some information to work with here on Trick's side.
Yeah, but now it's what does he do with that actual information? Everything's been pretty quiet so far. We can talk a little bit about some of the expectations that we have for Aphelios and Misfortune. I was actually having a really interesting conversation with Vedius, and it's kind of focusing on what these AD carries bring differently to their lane phase, and also especially the mid game. In tandem with a Bard, Misfortune actually has like some decent poke. You would never really think about her as a poke champion, but when she starts laying down the Q in early levels as well as early mid-game, it can be pretty substantial, and then when you put that in tandem with a Bard who can kind of chip away at you, you can start to whittle opponents down rather than just looking for the all-in with a bullet time.
Yeah, definitely the case. That was a good example of the double up. Not the highest damage right now. Trick was able to sneak inside this alcove. The engage is going to go forward. That's a flash out, and very nicely done. Magical Journey comes out. That was a flash engage from Limits.
Everything went everywhere. That was,
You're not very excited with that one. But I do want to put some numbers in just a moment, because I want to go back to Kazi. Before we do, Trick and Shadow going to find themselves in a position to jump in onto Janax. Here comes another engage. Kaiser manages to get the lockdown into the wall. First blood picked up with a power slap from Bard. And Trick forced to run away. Kaiser reading the play, chasing Trick, and Janax goes down.
The skill shots finally landed. We finally had something connect. And it's little Bard that walks away with it.
And that's a really good start here for the Mad Lions. I didn't actually see, look at the minimap, by the way. There's here Bard played by Kaiser just making his way up.
And it's easy for him to do this. His 80 carries being pushed in so he can make that roam. The flash chain there.
Unbelievable. I didn't actually realize it caught Trick and Janax. I thought it was against the wall. So Janax just completely stuffed. Couldn't do anything to escape.
Was that the Bard Q, or was it
was
the,
indeed. I'm pretty confident
the
with the
chain?
Oh, maybe it was both. I'm not sure.
I'll give it to you.
Double check. Thank you very much. But let's go back to Kazi, because you did talk a little bit about not only just the champion, but as a player, he's one of the impressive rookies. He's stepped up, and he's making an impact. He's playing a little bit of like a frontline ADC, but I like to see the confidence on stage.
It's this idea that Carzzy is trying to maximize his damage output in team fights. He would never be what you call a KDA player.
Yeah.
His KDA is actually not that great because he does die a lot
Yes.
in team fights. But again, maximizing that damage. So I feel like it's just about experience for Carzzy, for him to get comfortable playing on stage, kind of learn some things from the veterans. And again, there's a reason to be excited about this guy, to be hyped up.
Yeah, of course. He's got 71 CS to 69 right now. Pushed away into crown shots. And as it stands, Trick and Shadow, they've shown their faces a few times. Trick unable to get that kill a little bit earlier. Both of them are nearly at level 6. And we're going to talk a little bit about junglers just in general over the course of the next few games. A little bit of a deeper dive looking at all of the junglers that are opening up or playing on these bottom of the table teams. And as it stands right now, Sakura is going to be a little bit of trouble. Humanoid makes his way up. He's still got his flash and the Ornhorn as well.
So what I want to point out is not the first, but the big important reset has come in for the supports, and this is usually where you see the Rift Herald swap. So it's around 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Herald is still relatively easy to kill. Yeah, if you take it down right now, you're going to guarantee that you can get access to at least 2 Herald rotations. You have level 6 on Carzzy, and immediately you have the reset come in from Mad, where they're walking towards the Herald and feel perfectly fine to potentially trade the Ocean, which is what SK are going to opt into. But this is Mad getting first to the play, and frankly, the objective that is just worth more gold right now.
And it's also a bit of an accelerated tool. You know, if you can use the Herald to knock over a tower, get more gold, get into the mid game where the next dragon or the following one you have an item advantage to fight for, well, then that's how we're seeing a lot of teams winning games here in the 2020 season.
So naturally, kind of the one thing that you do give up in this position when you're actively choosing to trade Drake for Herald is that obviously the 4th Drake is the important one. So now there is the theoretical win condition for SK Gaming to go for a 4 Drake rush, which means that if Mad managed to get one of the Drakes to break that chain, games go so quickly that you don't normally see more than 5, 6 Drakes. There's not a lot of opportunity where you see games where like one team has 3 Drakes, another team has 3 Drakes, and it's like going the distance. So that's what we're watching for Mad. Like, if they mess up here within the next 5 minutes and they give a free 2nd Drake to SK Gaming, then the pressure is on that you are competing for that 4 Drake rush. Whereas if Mad actually get the 2nd Drake, get the 3rd Drake, then that Rift Herald trade, 100% even more worth it.
And we get even more excited about one of the newer teams on the LEC stage. We talked a little bit about the impact on junglers. Trick managed to hit level 6 at around 9 minutes and 20 seconds. You can see the average for the league at 8:39. And the early games have slowed down a little. The fact that junglers are taking a little longer to hit those power spikes on the levels and impact the lanes. You can see average kills plus assists down as well.
I don't think that's because of the junglers.
The jungle itself, right? But I mean, this game, a number of missed skill shots is having that impact. I think that's fair to say.
It wasn't great.
No, it wasn't. But I mean, it's like, we're 10 minutes in, it's 1,000 gold up for Mad Lions, and we started saying, like, expectations for SK. Come on, you've got some tools. Trick on the Elise. It's not done yet, but we need to see him have a bigger impact in the next 5 to 10, or Mad Lions, they have the tools to run away with the game.
Yeah, and kind of looking at what should happen, of course, we're looking for where Mad want to use the Herald. There's a great video that I think the LEC Twitter just released that talks about kind of like the best case scenario for Herald's use. It's on the last 2 plates. So obviously that's the dream scenario for Mad if they want to push it there. It's who you want to really accelerate to get that plate gold if you do want to try to push it 4 plates.
And I mean, one thing we haven't mentioned yet, Orome's Gangplank down around 20 CS. Just under it actually on that Gangplank. Not really a huge worry right now, but maybe Shadow. Mad Lions want to get him comfy.
I feel like Gangplank is just very strong right now in a lot of how our bottom teams are fighting, especially when you kind of look at the composition of SK. When you have Aphelios and Diana, 2 fairly, not short-range champions, but Aphelios doesn't really have a lot of mobility in his kit. If you just drop a Gangplank ultimate on top of him, it just is a really feels-bad moment. It's like, how is he supposed to really play out those fights successfully if the Gangplank really starts taking off?
And then you add into that the fact that Lee Sin and LeBlanc can, hop, skip, and jump around to try and put pressure on him. Becomes a little bit of a dive challenge. Talking about dive challenges, Gen X is in some trouble in the top lane. Let's see just how many tower plays this one has available. 3 or 4. Gen X goes forward, instantly kicked backwards. Shelly will take out 2 plays. Here comes the Ornhorn, now in between the uprights. But the Tempered Fate buys just enough time to save the tower.
Very well done, though, to dissuade, dissolve, disrupt.
I like disrupt.
Disrupt the Orn there.
And that means nothing further comes through. So what was that? 3 plates secured. Kazi's going to get knocked up by the Braum ultimate and forced to flash defensively, but he does get out with his life. And while that's going on, Aromi's pushing bottom. I mean, this is a number of plates gone the way of Mad Lions.
And I don't want to flame here, but this is kind of one of the issues with some of our bottom tier teams and things to watch out for. It's situations like what just happened to Karzi there, where you take the wrong pathway into the lane and then you're forced to burn a summoner spell for virtually no reason because you just made a mistake. And it's not just Karzi or Mad Lions that will happen to. It happens at too high a frequency for our bottom teams. So in terms of development and kind of setting goalposts, that's one of the big things that we really need to see tighten up for our, you know, 5th and under squads.
Yeah, of course, for Mad Lions, though, they're still in the lead. 1,500 up. Kazi is that frontline ADC, so maybe he's just playing.
He doesn't have to play frontline on Misfortune. He could just stand back. He's got great runway. Just press R, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly the case. Got himself the Essence Reaver. First big ticket item, really, on the Mad Lions squad. Level 11 just dinged for Arome and Humanoid. And Genax currently stacking up that Rod of Ages. Humanoid being jumped on here by Sakre. He's just going to get run down. Kazi, remember, no flash trick, no cocoon connection, but that is such a nice binding. Trick almost gets taken out by the bullet time, and there's no further follow-up unless Shadow wants to go hunting. But Kazi gets away with his life, somewhat luckily. Kaiser just in range to survive thanks to that binding.
I mean, the skill shots didn't connect there for SK Gaming. They thought that they were starting the fight. I do want to credit Mad Lions, though, instantly pulled the trigger. The Gangplank ultimate came down in perfect timing with the Misfortune ult into the mid lane and just blew SK Gaming up. And remember what we said about the Drakes? Yeah, that's really bad news, Bears, for SK Gaming, because they just lost like so much momentum in this game by having their Drake rush disrupted.
Yeah, not going to be able to get to that soul very quickly. The Mountain Rift has taken over, which actually is great for Bard. Going to be able to get more of those Cosmic Binding stuns inside the jungle. And look at this vision superiority. Madline saying, we dare you, SK, to defend this bottom tower. Genax is going to get caught out, knocked back, dashes forwards though, pretty good damage with the help of the tower. Shadow almost goes down. And Kaiser needs to use that Tempered Fate once again.
Did his Q get blocked by a minion? Shadows?
Didn't follow it. What going on just there? Our Trick has just had zero impact with this Elise in the 15 minutes.
So obviously the Elise and combo is usually you open up with the Dragon Rage kick when you can, because while they're in the air, it can help you set up with a nice Sonic wave from the Q. You then make use of the execute damage because you're front loading all of your damage there. Keep trying. We'll hit one of them.
Eventually something will hit. But yeah, the combo doesn't work out, and Genax is scared for his life. He still had flash.
Did the minion block it?
Thank you, observers. Kick.
What?
I think it did. It did. Yeah, nicely spotted, Frost.
Meanwhile,
Arome is going to be in some trouble here. Sakre's got himself the upgraded Sunfire Cape, as well as the Ninja Tab Eye, so he does not care about the Triforce GP.
I do want to say, LS is probably watching and so happy that an Ornn decided to go for Sunfire rather than Iceborne Gauntlet in this situation. We were just having this discussion. You just get, frankly, more stats for the amount of money that you're spending, especially when you're against an AD opponent. But some of our Ornns do like to go for the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Well, this time around, decided to go for that Sunfire, upgraded now to Forge Fire. And despite the 1,500 cold deficit, SKR still touching distance, but they've lost the first Herald, they lost the second Drake, they lost the second Herald, and very close to losing both top and bottom towers. So this game has the potential to like accelerate incredibly quickly in favor of the Mad Lions.
Now what you're hitting on is that it feels like the game really is getting very quickly out of control for SK Gaming, even though the gold lead doesn't look like it's opened up that much. And that's just kind of been the trend from the global meta. It is the fact that Mad Lions are almost in complete control of the map. Now, something that they can do is, depending on how this Diana pops off, if she ever does, they do have double teleport. They can try to play her into a side lane. They can possibly look for flanks. Like, there's still windows or opportunities or win conditions for SK Gaming, but as the game is in cruise control right now, Mad Lions are feeling very confident.
I think the trick for Genax to actually pop off and hit his limit is for both of those other players to land skill shots. Because as it stands, the follow-up CC or the additional lockdown has just not come. I mean, Limit flash engaged with the Q, didn't find anything. Trick has thrown out multiple cocoons.
Oh wait, they're gonna try to force a fight.
And this Elise is just not fair. Now that's the other thing that we haven't quite touched on yet is as we now move into this mid-game phase, a lot more movement around. Sakre on this Ornn can be a very big game changer.
Yeah, if he hits the ultimate.
Yes.
Now, something that I do want to put notice to is that Gangplank is starting to shore up the difference between him and Ornn. And then watch how SK Gaming actually use Sakre, especially when he is on the Ornn, which it makes sense. Ornn is a great team fighter, so we'll constantly pull him in. But even when Sakre is on things like a Gangplank, SK Gaming will almost always pull him into 5v5s. And so kind of between the 15 to 20 minute mark, Sakre does lose any CS advantage that he usually builds over an opponent because he's spending so much time not farming, but just kind of waddling back to his team.
On the bright side, if they get into a position where they need to contest some of these objectives.
But that's the problem, Trevor. It's that you sacrifice your individual lead that you're given, but the team fight then has to work. SK Gaming are too dependent on those team fights working because they're not a developed enough team to figure out how to kind of move the chains, if you will, progress the state of the game without winning a team fight versus our top teams.
And it is, I'm going to be honest, it's a little bit sad seeing the limited impact that Trick has had in so far 4.5, call it 5 games of play. Like you said, 2-time MVP and
0-0-0 at 19 minutes
on an Elise, and not without trying. That's the important thing here. You know, there have been attempts, and it just hasn't worked out. It's going to be up to everybody else for SK Gaming to bring up a 3,000 gold lead. Mad Lions clearly making a statement.
Give me that Q.
Now Sakre is going to be nearby. Call of the Forge God comes up. That is a 3-man knockup. SK this time around may be able to escape. Magical Journey saves the Mad Lions for now. I think if Sakre was further away, that would have gone much, much worse.
But remember what we were saying, SK Gaming, they need to make those team fights count when they turn towards it. It's situations like that where now...
Oh! Crown Shot just escapes the chains, and the team fight did not work. So 3,000 gold lead still in favor of Mad Lions. The Mountain Drake is up and available. Mad Lions saying, come fight, we're ready for you.
I mean, Mad Lions are just suffocating SK Gaming out of this. They had to convert on that team fight. This is disastrous that they did. Very well played from Mad Lions to, again, kind of absorb the immediate teleports that came in, absorb the Ornn ultimate, and then just kind of reset the fight. But this is pretty dire. We're going to start seeing SK Gaming get a bit desperate.
Okay, so let's zoom out a little bit. For 10 minutes on the analyst desk before the game, and the first things we said was, looking at this week, we get some clarity in the middle of the pack. Already, SK, not what we want. And Mad Lions, I think it is fair to say, a decent, sort of a baseline understanding of the fundamentals. They played the Rift Heralds well, they challenged the second Dragon.
You say that as Shelly's like...
I'm saying securing the Rift Heralds, right?
Okay,
they utilized it. But like, for a new team in a league that's sitting 2-2, I am more impressed by Mad Lions than I am disappointed by SK as a team. I'm just disappointed in the experienced players a little bit more on the SK squad.
So you're a glass half full type of guy.
I have to be. I have to be.
I see.
But I mean, do you think that's fair to say? Where do you stand, Frosco?
I mean, I think it's really easy to get aboard the hype train with Mad Lions, to see all these new names, to see a new organization, just a fresh breath of air, and then they kind of hit like that perfect combo of they're also winning games, or at least even doing well against top teams, like their start against G2 all the way back in week 1. Whereas SK Gaming feel a bit forgotten in the conversation. I came in, I was like, I'm going to be so glass half full. I'm going to like convince people that Trick is still a very good jungler, that he does a lot for SK Gaming. And unfortunately, we then have one of these games where 22 minutes in, there's nothing on the scoreboard for him.
No, and it's just, it's difficult not only for him individually, but also for the SK squad. Now Genax may survive another dive this time around. No, not. Look at this, 4 players comes in. And it was Kazi that managed to get the kill secure. Genax almost outplayed it. He had that flash to escape. Had Kazi's bullet time not landed.
Yeah, really well placement from the bullet time, though, from Kazi, just to make sure that there was just no way that Genax was going to have a good time there, spreading it across the entire tower. And Shadow also did manage to hit his Q off of the Dragon Rage that time.
Oh, look at that. Improvements.
There wasn't just a minion that ruined his day.
Some junglers in this game can hit skill shots.
Okay, that was the last one.
Sorry. Well, again, even the Berlin people are like, ooh, that was too far, Trev. By the way, Sakre making it pretty clear when you look at some item upgrades. He's like playing for himself, you guys. Nobody else is helping out.
He's got great itemization. Abyssal Mask is great here, especially the upgraded version. You get so many free stats.
Yeah, he
is. The only unfortunate thing is that we're 2-0, and when your composition is really about like the big team fights, you can't have 0 kills on your scoreboard.
No, you cannot. Crownshot did just get the Infinity Edge, so that could become the Molten Edge eventually. But he needs to find an opportunity to do something with it. The third tower, the outer tower, falls here in favor of Mad. 5k gold up. They've just played fairly safe, fairly controlled. Now we get to judge every new team's greatest challenge or biggest like closing the game. What would determine? What would make you say it's a good closeout to the game for Mad Lions?
I'm just looking for Kaiser to get a little antsy and start just lobbing them and just see what he can pick off with this Bard ultimate, especially in tandem with Humanoid. If Humanoid goes on the hunt, I mean, the pretty standard play that we know it's going to happen is it's about that time that we start playing around Baron. We're going to move in. We're going to place triangle vision. We're going to look for picks. Once we get a numbers advantage, we convert to Baron. Like the same old song and dance that we've seen forever. Which is why SK Gaming are setting a trap. They know what is coming. And now they are hoping that they catch either Kaiser, Shadow, or Humanoid setting up the vision line and make themselves a pick.
Yeah, but the problem here is good luck.
They're going to catch one.
Good luck, because...
Eventually.
I mean, you're going to hit something to catch one. I don't believe anymore. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, no! That's not my fault.
Wait. Even if he had hit it, though.
No, I know. Nothing would have happened. But it's more that, like, junglers missing skill shots has become the undercurrent of this story. I was going to say, even if SK catch someone, they have to insta-give them quick, because in the last few seconds, Black Cleaver, Essence Reaver, Infinity Edge have all been picked up by Mad Lions. I don't know if SK can win a fight anymore.
Take a look at the gold lead and how it's quietly ballooned.
It hasn't been quiet. We've been yelling it for 10 minutes, damn it.
The only way SK Gaming win the fight here is if it is a vastly unfair fight.
Yeah, definitely.
But that means that they need to curate one. And that starts with the vision denial. They invested a lot of gold and a lot of time trying to make the picks. They didn't find them, and now, unfortunately, they're kind of in a rinse and repeat cycle. But while they're getting pushed in, it's going to take that much longer for them to get set up back on the map, try to deny the vision, and while that's happening, the next dragon is spawning, and it's Mad who have priority over it.
All right, 5 seconds until that one's up.
They're going to fight. Watch Sakre.
Kaiser's making his way backwards. Ornhorn is available. This is a 5v5 available inside the river. That's going to be a stun against the wall. Sakre will be able to get the secondary proc, and it finds nobody.
Walk it off, boys.
Humanoid steps forward,
Walk away.
shuts out Limit, and SK Gaming with no Ornhorn. They're still dabbling inside the pit. Tempered Fate finds no one. What goes up must come down, and Trick instantly runs away. Humanoid unable to hit the first chain, has another to throw up. That locks down Sakre. He hasn't been killed just yet. Cosmic Binding will tag just one. Now Humanoid continues to chase. Arome's looking for Trick. Manages to take him out. Oh, time from Kaze comes out, and Genax is dropped. Limit taken out in the back end. I think that was by a double up. The Dragon, 3 kills. Mad Lions played that exceptionally well. SK couldn't do a thing to challenge.
And Gangplank with exactly who he needed to kill also take out Trick, so you knew that they were going to walk to the Baron anyway. It gets that much easier now that Crownshot is also dead, but most importantly that the Elise is dead. So I'm going to say that's probably the game. I think the game ended about 9 minutes ago, but this is definitely the nail in the coffin, pending just an absolute miracle throw from Mad.
I like that. SK Gaming have been in the coffin for a while, and that may have been the last nail in the coffin after this chase down. And again, Mad Lions, they just play on the edge, they find the right targets. Trick nowhere near his team, and he gets stomped underneath the Pirate's boot.
Yep. That was he locked it in, and he's playing Robo Gangplank too. It like came up on his visor. He's like, target acquired, kill the jungler.
Oh, I like that one. I didn't actually see how Humanoid popped Crownshot, just I suppose catching him on a recall.
I'm pretty sure that he just landed on him. That's like usually how LeBlanc works.
Yeah, definitely.
Have you seen like Heath Ledger when he says you want to see a magic trick with a pencil?
I can't say that I have, I'm afraid.
Oh.
I know, it's probably my age bracket.
Well, people who know that gif, Crownshot was the pencil.
All right, well, there's the pencil being popped. Nicely done. Super quickly, when we come out of that picture-in-picture, just remind everybody what the standings look like at the beginning of the week. SK Gaming 1-3, Mad Lions 2-2. They're going to move their way up. And I think continuing to demonstrate to us our assumptions that Mad Lions are one of these lower playoff contender teams. And they've got a lot of time to develop on the foundations they have. In SK, they're going to change something drastically as we're already 3.5 weeks in. Well, moving into the 3rd week and really not finding their footing.
Yeah, and I do think that might start with the... it's hard. I think Trick will probably have a lot of the finger pointed at him for this game, but I don't think that this is only the jungler.
Nope.
You're still having a lot of times where, maybe not necessarily in this game, although I'll hold it though, because Jinax, this is the Hail Mary. This is the miracle. This is it.
Hail Mary play has been channeled. Tempered Fate doesn't do anything. Jinax goes forward, kicks backwards. He's not going to go down just yet. Sakura's going to get caught out, dashes into the wall. Kazi manages to take Jinax down, and now Sakura's running for his life. Even though he keeps throwing out the damage, and SK Gaming's Hail Mary did not play out the way they wanted it to. They will compete against Schalke 04 tomorrow, who may be Schalke 05, depending on how the next few games go. And as it stands, Mad Lions, 28 minutes in. Look, this has just been a fairly confident display of, like, basic gameplay decision-making. It's what you want to see. Trick hit a cocoon! He hit a skill shot, and it's still not going to get a kill! It's still not going to get a kill! The inhibitor goes down, but finally, my man, he found a skill shot.
You know, it's a rough game when the casters are trying to find, like, mini games to play. We're, like, trying to collect,
Listen,
like, meeps around.
I am the cocoon guy, right? It is my favorite spell in this game, and he's killing me by not hitting it.
Yeah. There was also the fact that poor Diana didn't connect with her, was it Crescent Strike there?
That was indeed it.
I've been working on my replays. I'm trying.
Nicely done, nicely done. Right, so you have to give me an evaluation now of how they've closed this game out. Give it a score out of 10.
Sometimes in League of Legends,
yes,
you get games where 2 teams play great and 1 team just plays better.
Got it.
Other times in League of Legends, you get games where 1 team plays fine and the other team didn't show up to play.
This is one of those?
I will just leave the evaluation up to which one we might have.
Yeah, I get that. Viewers at home, let us know. At LEC, at FLICKR, which of the games today did you see? But I am excited about Mad Lions. I like seeing what they're doing. I'd like to see...
He's back to glass half full. He's like, I can fill this up.
No,
I can spin this.
It's just, it's
a rough game.
No, it is. But I was nervous when I saw the players coming into the league and like setting expectations. We talked about that in a moment because Inhibitor's being chunked down. Supers, by the way, on the Nexus turrets already. 2 of them. I was not looking at the minimap at all. The Mad Lions just very happy to chip away and pick up their 3rd win.
It's not a lot of mini-map looking happening.
No, there's not. You don't need to be. Mad Lions are going to pick up the soul.
I mean, this is more time now for SK Gaming to continue to try to
land a cocoon.
Lob the ball up.
What is it, 13?
The problem is, even if he hits it now, there's no good target unless you can hit Karzi and immediately delete him. But even then, you're still dealing with like so many damage threats. Like every member of them is a damage threat, including Bard.
Yeah. I love that Deadman's play Bard as well. Just
it's like it zip around even faster.
It really is, exactly. Just running up. Not quite the One Punch Man build that I like to see on Bards, but just the final siege. Here comes Humanoid. Looking for Sakura, gets some damage onto limit before the Forge Guard comes out. Not going to be able to knock it back around. Going to get rooted down, 1,000 HP. Cosmic Binding into the bullet time. He's going to be able to dash away and stay alive. The rest of Mad Lions take down the Inhibitor turret, and Humanoid's just shoving this wave in. I mean, SK, they simply cannot stand toe-to-toe with the Mad Lions, and this is a paint by numbers victory here.
Is this going to be a perfect game? Oh no, because they got that Drake.
They did indeed, so won't work out that way. Finally kills Secure the way of SK. Trick does go down, but it simply may not matter. Gen-X is taken out, followed up by Sakura. Is now on the run. 600 HP. After losing 2, Arome picks up a triple kill. The Nexus turret will fall down, the second to follow. And now Crown Shot and Sakura have to try something to stop this wave, but it simply won't matter. Sakura jumps forward, will get taken out. Mad Lions will turn their attention to the Nexus. Crown Shot is just stood waiting. Wow, even production want this game to win. Mad Lions take down SK.
Cut the sound. Pull the camera.
I believe it's the Oscars on Sunday, and obviously when someone's speech runs too long, they play them off with music. That's the equivalent.
It was rough.
Big smiles on the Mad Lions' faces.
Shadow's like, yeah, I don't know. I just felt like I was jungling against air.
I think it's very, very fair. Very, very fair. Problems to solve in the SK camp.
Oh. So unfortunately, I feel like we didn't get to learn a ton from this game. It's not like anyone was really pushed. It was kind of as expected, I guess.
Yeah, definitely the case. If you guys want to vote for player of the game, the key
Give it
player
to
of the game, at LEC on Twitter, Humanoid, Kazi, or Kaiser. It's the usual suspects, including Kaiser Soze's Bard. That's where I would be voting.
Come on, give it to Bard.
I think so too. I mean, look, at the end of the day, the one thing that was solidified in my mind, the expectations for SK, this was the sort of final chance I was giving the guys to step up. They play Schalke tomorrow. We'll have to see what they can do. For now, though, Misfits Gaming, they went for the worst team in the league in Week 1 to undefeated in Week 2. We will discuss how on earth that happened and also hear from the coach of Mad Lions. Don't go anywhere.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
Welcome back, everyone. The Mad Lions are now 3-2 in the LEC, and I have Mac with me to talk about the game. Very controlled game for you guys. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
How did you approach this one? How did you identify SK's weaknesses here?
We felt that SK were a team that relied a lot on kind of having these big 5-man wombo combos. So basically we just drafted as much mobility as possible, which is why you have like Bard, LeBlanc, Lee Sin, Gangplank, who's quite hard to engage on, and we just worked a lot on kind of pushing side lanes and map rotations this week.
All right, well, you seem to have identified your style already, and with a rookie team, being a rookie coach, I want to know, how has it been with these new functions now? What has been the most challenging part for you until
In terms of the kind of technical side of it, I don't think it's been that challenging. I think the biggest challenge for us as a team has been quite unique because I've never had a team that talks this much. All of the players are super willing to give feedback, always really opinionated, and have very strong opinions on a lot of things, and they have really clear strengths as well. So that leads to sometimes us having very long reviews. So it's actually, whereas in previous teams I've had to do a lot of work on getting people to open up and getting people to talk and give each other feedback, in this team it's been a bit the opposite.
Do you feel like you're improving faster then? Because I was saying, okay, you are a rookie team, but it's working well, but you made this face saying that you don't agree, so maybe there's something there.
I think it's going pretty well. This week we worked a lot on communication, so I think previously we've been improving really fast on a kind of macro level, and this week we realized that we had some issues with the way that we were planning ahead, that we were living a bit too much in the moment sometimes, and that led to us kind of YOLOing some fights. Like I think some of the fights, for example, against G2 or some of the fights against XL could have been won if we had maintained our composure a bit more and planned ahead a bit more. So that's something we worked on a lot this week, which I think they showcased really well today. They were really disciplined and really composed today, so that's really nice.
And I really appreciate you bringing up the communication and you working with Jake, because I had an interview with him earlier today. You're going to see this one tomorrow, guys. But I want to know, how are you guys working together? Because I know you used to be a teacher, he's head of performance, so how is this working between the two of you?
We have 3 people involved on that front. I mean, 4 even with Peter included. We have a sports psychologist called Martina, who works with a lot of the Mad Lions teams, as well as Jake, who is our performance manager. Honestly, we all just share ideas a lot on how we can improve communication. So there's a lot of listening and a lot of giving feedback. And we've been doing a lot on the sports psychology side of things this week, which I think the players have taken quite well to as well. As I said, we did a lot of work on communication, and that was both communication inside and outside of the game in terms of the way we give feedback and the way we speak to each other, which I think has helped.
Well, thank you for explaining all this. And one feedback you can give to your guys is the fact that Kaiser got player of the game here.
Oh,
so
fantastic.
Congratulations for him. Thank you very much for the interview, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Laura. You love to see it. A Bard winning player of the game. Nothing, truly nothing better than that.
Yeah, okay, you and your Bard, get out of here.
All right,
Let's move
on to our next game. Misfits Gaming might have been the worst team in week 1. Definitely were the worst team in week 1. But after an undefeated week 2, the Bunnies are on the attack. They're bouncing back. They're looking better.
Okay, calm down. It's been 4 games, so calm down. It's not like everything's changed for the squad. It's still just 2 losses, 2 wins.
But it looks so good if you look at last week. We got the Wombo combo. If you saw mechanics, you're watching this one for the second, maybe the 3rd time. But it's such a beautiful thing to watch. The coordination between Dan and Febevin. I'm impressed, Grizzly. I don't know why you're not willing to jump on the Misfits hype train.
So here's the thing. I think hype train's the wrong word. Jump on the case that Misfits improved over the week. Yes, I will give them that. But these still were not perfectly clean games coming through from the Misfits squad. So I still think they have a long way to go before I'm really going to be convinced that they could be, a playoffs contender eventually.
But for me, when I look at this team, step-by-step improvement. And I think one of the first factors of that is their drafting. It feels like they've identified some weaknesses, and they're doing what they can to fix them. You've got Dan consistently on something that can carry in the late game in the top lane in week 2. That was the set as well as the GP. No more of this Nocturne, Oriana crap.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't think Nocturne's that hard to execute. I just think he got ganked a billion times. It's not like having a press R comp is very hard to pull off.
If you get ganked on Gangplank 100 times, you're still a Gangplank ult. You're still reliable. I feel like the other big half of this is the bottom side of the map. You see the Aphelios, Tom Kench, Denik, and B-Boy. We don't know much about their communication, but I feel like clear goal there when you're playing the Tom Kench and the Braum instead of crazy stuff like the Rakan, the Nautilus, the Leona, the Engaged champs. You sit back, you protect protect B-Boy. That's your job. It's simple. It's straightforward. I like what Misfits are doing.
Okay, I will give it to you again. It got a little bit better, but let's not try to spin things here.
What do I have to do to sell you?
went from being down 24 CS at 15 to being down 12 in week 2.
He also went from like 18.9% in damage share to 30% in damage share. So yeah,
yes,
laning...
Felios will do that for you.
What did he play in week 1, Ender? It's not like 80 carries just don't do damage. He's obviously performing better. So here's my question. With all this, what do I need to do to sell you on the Misfits train?
I need more consistency out of Misfits. As I said before, these are just 4 games here, so you're not going to magically convince me that this team has improved leaps and bounds over the course of 7 days or 5 days if you take in just the week of practice that they had. I need to see more games. I need to see cleaner games because even in their wins against Excel, that wasn't a very clean game. That was messy for a long part of it, so I need much more tape on this team proving that they do know how to make the right decisions all the time.
I don't know why you're so hard to sell, man. It took 4 games for us to buy Schalke a body bag, but you're not willing to give them an olive branch after 2? All right, fine. Well, for me, Febiven has also been another player that's been stepping up. This is a guy that if you've been watching over the past few years, you might have mixed opinions. 2015 Febiven, great. Every year after that, pretty downhill. Now, I feel like we might be seeing a resurgence of top performance Febiven on the back of his Kiana performance and his LeBlanc as well.
All right, Dragos, you've got me on this one. I do think Febiven had a very strong week 2, and I'll even give you a little bit more because it wasn't just his individual performance, but I think Misfits actually played pretty well as a team around his lane. You look at how they controlled vision around the mid lane, how they were able to bring jungle and support to try to impact that center of the map and get Febiven ahead. That was a very good look for this squad. But Dracos, there's one person you have not mentioned, and that's Razork, because this guy was just stumbling over himself all the way through. And when I talk about consistency, I need to see something good out of this guy, out of this rookie.
Yeah, it's not a good look when we're talking about consistency and we have 2 back-to-back highlight plays here of a man fumbling mechanically.
It's the top right, by the way. That's
and you gotta respect the effort. But those are some criminally bad highlight reels. So that's fair. If you're holding out because you're not certain about Razork, I get that. Let me counter with Dan GP. Triple kill near the Infernal. Once again, back to the big setup. I think this Misfits team, I feel like they're making playoffs. Maybe it's a bit early to be saying that, but I do feel like they've been looking much better.
That is a bold call. Now, with the way that everything is just so muddy at the bottom of the table right now and even towards the middle, I don't think 4, 5, 6 are really cemented in my mind for playoffs, but I'm still not quite there on the Misfits. I want to see them come out with a strong showing today.
All right, we'll see if they can prove me correct today or if Ender's skepticism is justified because it's time to find out if Misfits truly are back as they face off against Schalke No Fear and their new jungler.
Thank you very much, Dracos. We are about to find out very quickly. Schalke has elected to change junglers for today's game. Lurox will be in place of Gilius. Now, very quickly, he and Schalke's ERL team are 6-0 in the Prime League. That is the German and the DACH region's European Regional League. And again, it's another one of these rookies that's coming up through the ERL system. He's left a team that was undefeated to join a team that is winless. So can he be the difference maker today?
And let's just be very clear. They were running with a 6-man roster. The jungle was the position that they had access to change out. Obviously, when you're starting 0-4, you need to change anything. And even if it's not like them thinking or saying that Gilius is the problem, it is at least getting a different voice, a different mentality in the team, and seeing if you can reset something from there. So we'll see if Schalke can find the hard reset, because this has been a very scattered team to what I think people were expecting.
Absolutely the case. When you look at the players on the Schalke squad, the amount of experience that they have to draw from, you know, when you look at the fact that Odawamne is there, Forgiven is there, you were anticipating higher levels of performance. Now, they're 0-4 today, potentially 0-5 if anyone follows social media accounts of the respective teams. Misfits had a little bit of a banger of a meme. Let's see if they can back up what they were spewing.
So the first thing that I really want to highlight as we head into draft phase is the fact that Schalke are one of our teams that have drafted on both blue and red side. We've talked about how some teams have only been on one side selection for their first 4 games, and from both sides, Schalke banned Aphelios. Now, there are questions about Forgiven's champion pool. Aphelios is one of those champions that usually takes up one of those higher priority positions. So obviously, being hamstrung in draft, I need to make some of the assumptions or the leaps that he's not comfortable playing that champion. And again, it can hamstring you in draft phase.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And it is a statement that I think is as old as European League of Legends, FLICKR.
They should ban Xayah.
All right, well, let's find out if they do. Gragas and Syndra around on phase 1 for Schalke, Soraka and Akali so far for Misfits. You see the coaches on stage deliberating right now, looking at the Misfits side. Let's find out what the last band's going to be.
So obviously there is a high priority on things like the Xayah for Schalke. I don't know if it's high enough priority that they first pick it, but it could mean that on second rotation that you potentially see Misfits grab something here, or you would just expect that it's probably going to be a Xayah Rakan bot lane. Although with Jarvan, now Misfortune suddenly rockets up in priority because of how their ultimates work in tandem together, the Cataclysm for the setup for the bullet time.
And of course, Misfits Gaming, what do they prioritize on the other side? It's not going to be the Xayah Rakan that was available. Instead, Senna Lee Sin.
And reminder that Senna completely slipped through in our game number 1. She hasn't really been seen a lot in the LCS outside of Cloud9's hand for Sven over there. She's almost completely absent in the LCK, so this is still Misfits Gaming putting priority on a champion that has fallen off a cliff globally, and there's some Misfortune that we were talking about. As soon as Jarvan is locked in, boom, Misfortune is just right there because of that setup.
Really good combination if they can layer it together. Going to be paired with the Nautilus, and we're anticipating down in the bottom lane there for Dreams. And now let's see how Misfits Gaming decide to respond. They've got themselves a potential bot lane support to lock in if they wanted to. And for the time being, hovering in mid lane. Of course, we got the duo and the jungler here for Schalke, which will allow Misfits to prioritize one of these solo lanes to ban out, and it will be the Braum.
I'd expect pinching the mid lane pool here because they have red side pick, or Misfits have red side pick, but Rumble's interesting. I guess Rumble makes sense because it also goes along with Misfortune Jarvan and Odawamne, known for his Rumble performances.
Hasn't necessarily lived up to them in recent weeks, to be fair. And of course, again, focusing on those solo laners. LeBlanc taken away from Schalke, and you would anticipate Misfits can do another one. So set, 2 games in a row, 2 times red side ban. Wonder if EU teams were also looking at that like high priority first pick options. Just one of the trends we get to track throughout the weekend.
Yeah, so there's the mid lane bans that I was expecting. The LeBlanc, the Cassiopeia. We already had Febby kind of flash the Azir. Things like Ryze are also still available for him. The Zoe has high priority in something like LCS, so if it is Azir, there's a potential for a Zoe out there. Abadage has been much more known for his assassins, his LeBlancs, his Yasuos, but with Jarvan, it's a bit of a scary situation to go for Yasuo here, whereas you normally see it in tandem with Gragas.
Okay, Gragas, of course, was banned away in the first rotation. It has been one of those really high priority picks here in EU. And now we get to see what do Misfits decide to lock in. What do they feel comfortable with to combo with their Lee Sin and their Senna? And of course, what options does Schalke have in return? Abadage and Odawamne want to see what they can do with Lurox, the new jungler coming into week 3 of the LEC. And it will be the timer ticking down as Diana is now once again locked in. So seeing this one a little bit more, that secret OP, not so secret anymore.
So already you have so much backline access with a Lee Sin and a Diana, and then also when you put the railgun on top of it with Senna, her reach there. So again, if Febivin has a better game than what we saw from SK previously, and he does pop back into that backline, try to blow someone up with a Lee Sin kick, and then Senna just finishes it by shooting straight across through them, and there's the Zoe that we touched on previously.
All right, so seeing a rising in popularity. What do we think here now about the composition, how it's shaping up? We've got some team fight power, we've got some pick power, but if anyone gets locked inside any CC from Nautilus or Jarvan, combo that with a Paddle Star, and that's tickets, GG. Mord as well to round it out. Okay, so what do you make now of the 5-man comp?
Well, it's the Mordekaiser that we've seen can act as a soft counter to the Braum when Braum puts up his shield for the Misfortune. I think it's not an every time situation, but we have seen that Mordekaiser grabs Braum, pulls him into the Thunderdome, and then there's no stand behind me. What is the wall called? Yeah,
that is it.
Yeah, to block the bullet time.
Unbreakable wall is actually that one.
Stand behind me is the W, the jump.
The thing is, I think you have to be careful with the Thunderdome, because to me the Thunderdome is going to be the Cataclysm with a bullet time on top of it, so it's going to be quite confusing. The Nether Realm, I prefer that if you're a Mortal Kombat fan.
Okay, yeah.
But we'll have to see.
We're not at Evo.
And then and the last pick selection now for Dan is going to be the Aatrox. It's one of the champions that we talked a little bit about coming into the week. So zoom out, look at both of these comps. Fair amount of dive getting in your face. If Misfits can stick to Schalke, they could be in trouble. And if Schalke can keep them at arm's length, maybe Misfits are in trouble. What do you think?
So one of the issues that I've had with some of Misfits drafting is I feel like they draft hard to execute compositions. Like, there's no big Wompo combo that you've seen like the SK Gamings rely on, and it's not that I don't think Misfits can do it, it's just the consistency of which they can. This is like a composition that in the hands of G2, you'd be like, this is going to be fun to watch, but there's so many moving pieces that really need to come together for Misfits to find a lot of success on this comp. So that's what I'm watching for.
Okay, so we want to judge it, but that's kind of been one of the underlying trends for this Misfits gaming team. When we were preparing and researching and discussing the players, Misfits are a team that have sort of a couple of key examples that show you they're still learning, they're still practicing, they're playing to develop and to grow. And I think one of the quotes you had, which I fell in love with, is they're not playing for today, they're playing for tomorrow. Is that fair?
Yeah, and I think that's probably what a lot of people will apply to these newer squads, the Vitalities, the Mad Lions, the Misfits, that it is about that development and what you're going to measure there. So there's reasons to be excited for this Misfits squads, particularly with these young, unknown names.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask you to do for us, Gurney, if you can, let's look for some examples of where Misfits are setting up a play, something that we consider like a playbook, and then see how much they've learned, see how much they can, or how well they execute the expected play.
So the analogy that I'm going to go with for Schalke versus Misfits at this point in their career is that Misfits, as their 5 members, if each member is a finger, are trying to make a fist. That's what they're trying to do. They want to make a fist, and then they just want to hit you with it as hard as possible.
Okay.
But the issue is that they're still learning. So sometimes the thumb gets on inside, they punch you, they break their thumb, they break their hand. Sometimes it doesn't quite fold, they take a swing and they miss. Schalke, also 5 players, 5 fingers, but they can't make a fist, and they don't want to. They just start poking eyes. They're not working together as a team. There's no form of unity that we've seen from them in the first 4 games. And it's just about individually, can forgive and gouge an eye out? Can Odoamne, like, I don't know, poke a side or something like that? And that's the big issue that I see with these teams.
And what we found is, no, not many of the individual players in Schalke can do anything as individuals, really. Despite the fact they don't get crushed, Schalke are one of the teams that are definitely up there when it comes to, I want to use the word like evenness, to put some like numbers in perspective. If you look at the numbers on the bottom of your screen, the percentage of time that Schalke spent with a relatively close gold amount is 57%. Then 33.9% of the time was the major deficit, which is obviously majority of the gold being in your opponent's hands. So they spend a lot of time being really, really close, and then nothing happens and the other team just wins. That's what's happened 4 games in a row for this squad of very experienced players.
And it feels like things are fine for kind of individual lanes, which is what you expect for Schalke. This is kind of like you must be this good to ride the LEC, because they're like the measurement. Like, if I can't beat this guy in lane, then I don't deserve to be a top-end team. But again, as soon as it gets to the teamwork element for Schalke, they just haven't found that synergy yet. So we'll see if this new jungle iteration can maybe inject some friendship into the squad.
All right, Lurox has officially met the you must be this good to ride LEC bar. And of course, we'll see what he can do. Starting to clear out top half of the jungle. Febivint going to make his way down, placing a ward similarly to what Abedaga has done. And as it stands right now, B-Boy and Denk are pushing into Dreams and Forgiven.
So we don't get to talk about B-Boy. Dracos and Ender just kind of mentioned some of the stat issues and how there has been improvement from kind of the first week to the second week. I will say, though, that from like a drafting perspective, when you look at Misfits drafts, B-Boy and Denek are basically able to play anything. There are some teams, like when we talk about Schalke, who feel like they're really narrow, that they can only play a certain type of champion, and again, it hamstrings them in draft. Misfits don't have that problem. They can draft anything, but with great power comes great responsibility, yes. And that's why we sometimes have these issues where the compositions are really hard to execute, because just because you can play anything doesn't mean you necessarily should.
Correct, Timundo. Venice had some strong words about Dan's top lane Nocturne. It was a week ago, if I recall correctly. This time around, the Aatrox into Mordecai is a little bit more traditional, shall we say, and therefore reducing the expectation at least in that setup. But it's really going to be around this mid-game fights and how Misfits want to move around the map with this Senna, Braum, Lee Sin, Aatrox combination. On the other hand, like if Schalke can find themselves a good combo between Jarvan, Nautilus, and MF, that's just a really easy direction to follow.
I want to point out that what our observers just showed us is that Dan has set up a freeze. So Odoamne has to be very far forward in his lane. So Razork's going to take his Krugs, and then there's the potential that Odo can be ganked, which is why Odo is like terrified up there, and he's like standing near the bush, just like waiting to check for this Lee Sin to come flying out. And Lorax, I almost said Lorax, Lorox has now reset his position and could potentially head topside to cover, but now the wave is starting to push back for him.
Yeah, so now Dandan's going to be the one that'll be in a little bit of pressure as he gets grappled and pulled forwards. I was following Razork's positioning, but he's now moving to the chicken camp and is somewhat parallel with Lorox.
Curious if Dandan's going to take his back here. No, he's going to walk it in. Okay.
All right, this is a bold move. Cotton, let's see if it works out. Lorox not going to... I don't know if they'll get there quickly enough. Instead, he's going to be focusing on the Gromp. Just move into his own jungle.
He just swept his own... I'm talking about Jarvan here. Sorry, I'll use his name. Jarvan has actually just used the orb to sweep his own jungle, and it's because they had vision that Dandan moved down into the river. A very common ward is that one that's placed right on top of the Gromp in the blue buff. So you're going to start to see this maneuver from junglers a lot more, and then constantly checking places for that. And we'll see how it evolves for the team to pick more creative warding positions so they can get that information when they do get wave priority, placing wards deeper into the enemy jungle.
Okay, I like that. I'll keep my eyes open then on how often it gets spotted out as well as placed. Both top laners contesting again. Oh, Dandan actually didn't complete the recall. He started to channel it but held onto it for a while. Forgiven uses Make It Rain, steps forward 37 to 43. Small CS advantage to Bivoy and Denik as they've been shoving into Forgiven and Dreams' lane. And now Razork making his way towards the Schalke jungle. He will find Lorox if he continues north. Instead, it's just popping the blast cone, removing one of those opportunities or routes. And Lorox will drop the flag on Febiven's head to delay the back, just cause him a little bit of frustration.
Yeah, and I think the issue for Razork there was the fact that he was losing priority in his mid lane. Yeah, Febiven does have TP, but his mid laner wants to take the back, so there's no reason to go on a walkabout in the enemy jungle, especially when you've already set up, like you said, denying that blast cone for the Ocean Drake in here.
So, good timing here so far to start it off, but Schalke somewhat aware.
So
Lorox is already responding.
They feel really confident to do this because they have access to TP, and Schalke do not. Aatrox walked back to lane.
Oh, Lorox not going to be able to steal in his first game on the LEC. Razork picks it up, but the fight breaks out. B-Boy's in trouble, forced to flash defensively, goes inside the mist. Teleport now coming down. Razork will stay outside of the Make It Rain. Dreams gets tagged by a Winter's Bite, and he's about to get stunned. Has the ability to get caught. Dan is the man. Not going to find his target though, and unfortunately on the back end, it's Febiven that picks up the first kill. I really expected more from the Aatrox, but it is Febi that gets the kill.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate for Dandan that he doesn't pick up anything there, uses the TP cross, whereas now Odoamne is getting free experience, free gold just kind of funneled into him. But again, that was the difference maker of Dandan when he held the wave, when he built it up, when it crashed to Odo, he got to walk back to lane, he had the TP, and he opened up the space for Misfits to feel confident to pull the trigger on a first Ocean Drake. So great wave management there to allow his team to pick up a monster objective.
And do you think it's one of those situations where you can see what we talked about before the game? Misfits, a team that is learning, that is kind of learning the plays in the playbook and then trying to execute them as best they can.
Yeah, the idea, I think, was sound there, but now you have an Aatrox who is
20 CS down without TP.
Pretty far back down, so it's also the fact that Dandan, TP's on the top of this fight. Oh no, that's Febiven. Okay, I was like, ooh.
There's Dandan just south of Abadagi.
I remember he came in from the bottom. I was like, wow, that's a big walkabout, but yep. Yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, not too bad. I literally thought Abadagi and Lorox were going to get popped there, and unfortunately it didn't happen, so I was ramping up. But the man who did get the kill, Febiven 1-0-0 on that Diana. And just to quickly talk about some experience difference here, Febiven 233 LEC games all time. Contrast that, you may have more games than everyone else added together. I think if we include even some of the Schalke members, but this is somewhat what you expect of a very experienced player leading some hungry new rookies on the Misfits squad.
I will say B-Voy's number a little bit unfair there.
This is not LEC games, of course.
Okay, because B-Voy, of course, has some LPL games, and I think some minor region games in there as well.
Yeah, definitely the case. But I think that the main point being there are still a number of rookies, especially in the European scene. And of course, with Misfits, while they committed for that first Drake, which they secured, it is the Rift Herald that goes the way of Schalke Nulfia, and I prefer seeing that. I prefer seeing what the Herald can unlock. And this 8.5 minute swap for Herald is more off, or becoming the norm more and more.
But it was a very different reason why it happened in this game versus the first game. Forgiven has just gotten access to level 6, so when we saw Mad Lions go for the 8-minute Herald swap, it's because they felt really strong. They had the ultimates, they walked up there, they made the conscious choice that Herald is worth more than us, more to us than the Drake. Schalke swapped into it because things went dramatically wrong bot lane with the dragon fight. They lost a lot of key summoners. They didn't have time to kind of sit back into the 2v2. So to get tempo and momentum back into the game, they decided to be the first team to rotate towards the Herald and try to get a foot back into this early game.
Which is something that you want to be seeing more from Schalke. When you see this team continue to figure out what happens next. We talked earlier about how in the laning phase, they don't really get obliterated, but as we get to the 15, 20, 25-minute mark, the threads start to unravel for Schalke when the fist needs to form and you need 5 units coming together to punch the enemy in the face. That's where they really start to struggle. So I want to see what they can do with the Herald and whether Lurox can be one of the guys that helps them find some direction.
Well, this composition that Schalke have put together should be pretty easy mode for that because, again, it relies on a lot of wombo combo and then just pressing R all together. So Trevor, they don't need to make a fist. They just all need to press R at the same time.
While looking at the same direction. Okay, now so they've reduced the complexity somewhat. Alternatively, Misfits have increased their complexity. So what does the next few moments look like? I can see Lurox, the Rift Herald, still inside his inventory. He's near the mid lane. Where would you like to see him use it? I know you mentioned you really like the 4th and 5th plates, but not many of those are available. Actually, none of them are available.
I think it's about who he wants to accelerate here. And they're actually giving a lot of free space to Forgiven. It's Dreams who's constantly kind of cheating in towards the mid lane and giving Forgiven access to like solo EXP and gold. Obviously, if you can springboard MF and kind of get her to her first 1 and 2 items, that ultimate means that much more.
Yeah, it does, especially Forgiven right now. Got himself a Caulfield's Warhammer. Pretty much even on CS. Dan and Odo start trading a little after Odo was able to land the skill shots and pull him in. And you can see Lurox lingering just to the side.
They're going to use a bot.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble won't find a target, but this is a numbers advantage in favor of Schalke, and with the Infernal Drake spawning, they have priority in the pits.
Yeah, but Misfits are around here to fight. I think that's exactly what they're going to do. How will they execute?
We're going to find out. And he's going to step forward, holds onto the Fisher for now. Febiven's got the ability to dash forward. Won't be able to find it just yet. Schalke, they were looking for the fight. Press R! Press R! Press R! Find a target to do it. Not going to find it just yet. Febby, Sleepy, Trouble, Bubble. Schalke can't find the R buttons, and they are the ones that lose the Dragon. They lose control of the pit, and now they're looking for the fight. Cataclysm still available, but they're holding on to the trigger. Maybe it's fear, maybe it's this coordination. We just don't know. The railgun comes down and nobody's died just yet. Sonic Wave, resonating strike. Odo goes, oh no, as he's taken out. The second kill for Misfits, make that 3. Abadag is the next target. The portal jump is not enough, and it's a double for B-Voy. Frost, you said they only had to press R. Where were the R's?
Okay, here's the issue though. They had Herald. Schalke didn't need to do this. They could have walked into the bot lane and placed the Herald and forced Misfits. If they didn't like the Dragon fight, they could have been like, that's fine, we can at least trade for the tower. But they just they tunneled in so hard. I do want to point out Dinnick here, because I think this was quite a cute play. Had the stopwatch. The fact that Odo is like, me and you, Braum, let's go, let's dance. Dinnick just hard denies him with the stopwatch, then Odo's completely out of position, takes so much damage, and is the first person to drop there. But again, this wasn't a finger problem. This was the brain problem. You didn't have to play that out like that. There were so many other options before it came to this.
And unfortunately, none of those options were selected.
Did that Herald just die mid?
It did indeed. It was summoned while we were in the replay, just behind the mid turret. And as it was spawned, it ran straight into Febby's waiting arms, and he said, thank you for the extra gold. 1,500 gold up, Misfits. 2 Infernals, 2 Dragons to 0. 4 kills to nothing, and outside of losing the Herald, it has been a perfect game.
And it's scary, though, because Misfits' composition really gets terrifying again when people like the Diana, when people like the Lee Sin have a lot of gold into their back. Because, again, it's about you blitz in back there, you find the quarterback, you put him in the ground, and then the railgun just comes across your entire team. And Misfits did that exactly the last time around, and now they've got more gold to continue to do that every single time we see these teams run into each other.
Yep, absolutely the case. Now, we will see a trade of objectives here, as B-Boy and Rezork will put some pressure on Odoamne. While that's going on, Dreams and Forgiven shoving the bottom lane, but I think advantage Misfits overall. They're getting a little bit more chip damage in multiple towers. And of course, Danik, the Unbreakable. Oh wow, won't even able to catch the shot. Let's quickly talk a little bit about Misfits week 1 versus week 2. We're approaching the 15-minute mark. Goal difference in week 2 was plus 750. So we're a little higher than that right now. Majorly 22%. They went 2-0 last week. And they're starting the first 15 minutes of this game looking pretty comfortable, but it's not over yet.
Yes. Complimenting Misfits. But I do have to make this point, though, because we may not get another opportunity to compliment Schalke, because I really liked actually what they did there. One of the things that Senna really struggles with is her ability to push towers because of how slowly she takes them. So for Schalke to just recognize that they could trade cross-map and the fact that they have a real ADC in Misfortune and try to power through, that was great play. Now they need to reset and sprint towards this Herald to see if they can like maximize the play, not just like 30 seconds in the play, but like 2 minutes out. Like if they can interrupt this, which I don't know if they're gonna get there.
No, too slow to the play. Misfits able to get to the Herald, so the second one is secured by them. Extends the gold lead even more, and now all of a sudden, it's Misfits that have got that next acceleration tool in their toolkit to see which tower they want to focus down.
And now, tempo back in Misfits' hands.
Yep.
It was there for a small window for Schalke.
It really was. But isn't that kind of the case with Schalke as we go a little later into the game? You know, there's these moments that you see. 15 minutes in, they're down. The substitution with Lorax. Admittedly, it's not been about him at all, right? The two fights that have kind of happened have gone Misfits' way. And one of them started by Schalke, and the second one not really played out well by Schalke.
Well, they get another opportunity as the Drake will be spawning in a minute. So there's going to be some dancing until we funnel gold and start setting up over there. Although, as I say that, we're actually setting up all our vision on the top side of the map.
Where is the support in the mid lane? Teleport available for Fevivin. He's up in the top lane. Dan making his way around.
This is what Misfits are doing is they're still setting up for the Drake, but obviously by prepping the top wave and pulling apart Zoe. They have the TP that they're playing with. You can see now Danik is moving in, placing all the vision, securing things like the crab. So yeah, they're playing topside, but it's simply because they have more cross-map potential with double TP.
Okay, so question now. Are Misfits in a position that Schalke were for the last one? That Misfits have the Herald. They're kind of setting up around the Drake. So
well, I think they're about to use the Herald.
Oh, there we go. Exactly. But again, the point I'm trying to make is, if we were to contrast both teams' decision-making in equatable like stages, do we prefer here what Misfits are doing?
Yeah. And it wasn't too much of a difference getting to use Herald. Oh no.
All right, now teleport's going to come in this time round from Fevivin just outside the pit. Dredgeline won't find a target, but the Sleepy Trouble bubble could be gigantic. It's interrupted Razork. The Dragon will go the way of Schalke, but what about the ensuing fight? Forgiven with the great flash to get away from Fevivin. It's a fight on multiple fronts. Dreams is already down. Lurox forced to run for his life. Abbedagge is being zoned out, and while Odoamne is in the Nether Realm, it simply will not be enough. Gets caught out by the Crescent Strike. Glacial Fissure comes down as well. The Pell's Cascade continues to tag him out. Sonic Wave won't find a target, and Razork stays alive a few seconds longer. 3 members down on the Schalke squad, and Dan's not done yet. The Infernal Chains come out, and Abbedagge is caught out. The Railgun comes down. Not going to find the damage just yet as Febby finally finds another. Forgiven goes golden. He was the man that dodged the first skill shot, but he cannot dodge the last. It's an ace for Misfits, and all Schalke got was a Cloud Drake.
Shout out to B-Boy there with a very nice use of the stopwatch to hold the tower aggro. Okay, so here's the thing. Yeah, they got the Cloud Dragon, but Schalke, they didn't have control over this. Even if they got this Drake, which I'm going to say that they were probably lucky to get, Misfits didn't care about the Dragon. They knew that they were going to win this fight, and they annihilated Schalke. Like, if I had to pick what has defined or what has ended the game for Schalke, it's this moment right here. And yeah, there's still some tape to play. Anything could happen. We're not playing on the high end, but this is probably where it happened. This is now 2 times back-to-back that Schalke just gets so tunnel focused on the Drake. Like, all they think about is the Drake, and it is leading them to such ruin. They need to reevaluate what these monster objectives, I don't know, like what Drake is sweet-talking them with, but it is not worth it.
Yeah. It's not worth your lives, boys. B-Boy tags it. Last shot. And manages to tank it. Really good coordination from the Misfits squad. Multiple fights in a row. They've chased down. They found their targets. 9 kills to 0. 4,000 gold up. Schalke 05 is on the verge right now as Misfits very, very clearly in charge of the game and dictating the pace.
You had a limit to that joke. That was the last one. That's your first one.
I need one more for the win moment.
Okay.
That's it. I promise until then I won't say it.
That's the only one you get.
Okay, thank you. That'll be second and last, I promise.
I do want to also then go back and compliment Misfits because, again, it was about like the setup, which that we didn't see from Schalke that you did see from Misfits, things like using the Herald when you're trying to set up the Drake. It meant that once Misfits won that team fight, that then they were then able to snowball and make it mean much more because their waves were in position. So they got the kills, they got chip damage onto a structure, they have complete control of the map, things like that.
And of course, a lot of that's like sort of decision-making and control. We talked a little earlier about the experience that Featherman's bringing to the team. I've spent the last few moments while there's no action going on, looking at the player cams on stage. Featherman talks a lot. Like, he's yelling and screaming, and we anticipated that he's one of the shot callers, and you have to expect that if he does have a guiding hand, it seems to be showing some dividends, at least in week 2 and week 3 here.
I mean, the assumption would always be that your veteran players would be a wealth of knowledge for teaching your new guys, and that if they get ahead, it just makes them that much more powerful and probably makes Misfits look that much more confident around the map, as they are just brute forcing through things.
And of course, it helps when you are playing against, you know, the 9th/10th place team at 0-4. Like, let's not forget that fact. But Schalke, they've now lost their 3rd tower. All outers are down. Misfits have done fairly well. They cross the 20-minute mark, pushing some deep vision into this western quadrant of Summoner's Rift. And with Baron open and available, now it's about pushing their waves and deciding when or if they want to play for that objective.
And so the options that you have for Schalke, again, if they are to kind of get a foot back into this game, is probably through, it's really rough. Let's see if we can work this one. Probably through their side lane ability, like maybe the Mordekaiser, although I don't know the Mord versus Diana matchup very well. Like, if Mord runs into Diana, is he just going to get popped? Because if yes, then I don't really think that there's anything that they've got.
Definitely not, especially when you consider the item difference as well. Nash's Tooth, fully staggered Roa, into a Seeker's Arm Guard and a Pretty Mask. I mean, it goes, you know, more than half an item down. Razork got the Black Cleaver build on with Warrior Enchant on his Lee Sin.
There might be a window where once Forgiven finishes Infinity Edge that they feel really confident on 2-item spike for Misfortune, and then again just try to actually layer the Wombo combo. But again, I feel like that's it. Like, the window is so narrow for Schalke to find success back into this game, whereas if Misfits are just patient, I feel like they can just cruise control through this game.
Yeah, I get that. Man, what a difficult, like, contrast from Schalke in 2019 summer to Schalke 2020 spring. 0-4, looking likely to go 0-5. Substitution this week. We have to see where it's going to land. But it's a difficult, you know, start to the split. Not the one that the organization was hoping for. And conversely, Misfits went from being one of the worst teams in 2019 to at least like showing up with some rookies that show promise. I'm not going to oversell them right now. But the whole thing about this week that Frost, you and I were talking about was like adding clarity and definition to the middle of the pack. And this is definitely, well, 2 games under our belt getting close to, you know, giving us some of that clarity.
Zooming back into this map, it looks like nothing happened, but I do want to point it out. All of Schalke finally left the Drake. Again, the sweet nothings that she had been whispering to them, they ignored it. They knew it wasn't worth it. They actually ran towards Baron, and it was a good heads-up play by Misfits to pull Dan. I'll hold it, though. Febby.
He's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Lash is available to him. He's now going to be in a 1v1 and puts a lot of damage down onto Odo. Still got the flash available to him in terms of the damage. Here comes Denek and B-Boy. Febiven's going to stay alive just a few seconds longer. Manages to turn it back around. Febiven gets caught out by the bullet time, but just not enough to take him down. Now all of a sudden there's a stun onto Dreams. Dan comes in with a teleport. He manages to start the Infernal Chains. He's locked inside the Cataclysm. Abadag is trying to put some damage on the side, but the Palace Star not going to find a target, and nobody goes down yet. Misfits are able to respond in time. The item advantage keeping them alive.
Yeah, and that was kind of one of the questions that we had answered of the Mord versus the Diana, if that was going to be a possibility for Schalke to look for out into a side lane in that matchup. Didn't look great. Going back to the previous point though, Dan checked the Baron. I know that seems like pretty far back, but something to watch for is that when teams go for that third, fourth Drake, technically it would be the fourth Drake even though it wasn't the fourth one for them, teams will try to rush Baron. Misfits were aware of this, they had it warded, and they had their top laner come down and check for it. And again, if we're trying to track where development is for Misfits, how well the coaching is working on for Misfits, those are all great things to see from a very young squad.
Yeah, very nicely done. Taking a look at how this started, I mean, Febiven survived such a long time, but obviously being locked inside the realm of death with Odawamne helps a lot in this numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, also had the stopwatch, used it immediately as he came out, dodged a ton of the CC, or the immediate CC coming out of it. And this fight is played so slow, and it looks like for a second that it might look good for Schalke, but they just don't have the itemization. I don't think they'd spent a long time before walking into this team fight. And unfortunately, it just kind of fizzles out into nothing. But another team fight. Sorry, Trev.
Sorry, I had to blow my nose. You just left me hanging.
I know, I was like, I froze. I was like, is this my moment? Do I get to be the play-by-play?
Well, we jump back into the game. And just before that replay popped up, next game, Fnatic versus XL. You guys do not want to miss the match introduction. There's two British organizations, and we happen to have Captain England himself, Machine here. He's got something special prepared. So make sure you tune in for that. Right now, though, Misfits, they pick up their fourth tower. They're pushing in this top half of the map. And look, there's a number of question mark pings from Schalke inside the Baron pit. Like, they're doing Baron. Should we check? Look at the vision. Oh, this is so scary for Schalke.
But they actually caught them at a good time because Misfits have reset.
Oh, yeah, they have. So they can contest the vision, which is good.
Here we go, though. Schalke fans, you have your tiny little window. The Essence Reaver has been built. The Infinity Edge is online. You need the ultimate layering of ours. But this is it. This is your... I guess this is Dan's moment.
Okay, where's he going to go? Who can he find? Come on, Infernal Chains. Come on, Infernal Chains. Use the Darkened Blade. Can he find the kill? That's one Darkened Blade. The chains comes down. Portal jump comes up. Railgun in the face. Flash forward. And that's already won with some support from B-Boy. Lurox forced to flash. Cataclysm's available to him. Razor comes forward. Dragon's Rage kick is available to him as well. The depth charge will be used in just a moment. And now all of a sudden that's a kickback. Finds a knock-up into Lurox. Give that man some air miles because Lurox went flying. And it's a double kill for Febiven. There will be just one more kill onto Odo as they peel backwards for Baron.
Okay, that is all she wrote. That was kind of the one opportunity. Maybe they can turn a dream team fight for Schalke, but Misfits just slam the door on them. They'll now take the Baron and take even fuller control. What's the word here?
Yeah, I like that. Even fuller control.
Even fuller control.
I just want to watch how long Lurox's been flying, because he was caught by the knockback from Razor's Dragon Range, and then was pulled in by Diana, and literally could do nothing. No spells could be cast. I mean, if you look down the Misfits scoreboards, could you see more indication that this is a team? 109, 504, 406, 209, 1011. All of this is an unlucky 13 for Schalke 04. And Misfits are just purely outclassing them.
So let's take a look at the rubber band here as perfectly timed.
Good job, observers. Oh, this is the kick. This is the kick. I wonder if they're going to give me a slow-mo. Can you give me a slow-mo? We'll find out. I'm literally just watching for the airtime right now.
Count?
All right, there you go. In the air, in the air, in the air, falling back, in the air. Can't even get the flag and drag. Oh! Welcome to the LEC Lurox. This is what it feels like. As Misfits with Baron, 10,000 gold up, are starting to move forward. I'm having fun today, Cross.
That was a good call.
Thank you.
Lucky number 30, or unlucky number 30.
Exactly.
I've just been so impressed.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying my best. It was just the one joke that I've got one more in the barrel for.
No? Okay.
One more in the barrel for. We'll see how it works out.
You're liking your numbers.
I am. I mean, you've got, numbers in names and stuff, so you have to play with it. But what do you make of Misfits? I mean...
They played great. Individually, as a team, been very impressed with their team play. It's been super clean, and we wanted development. I feel like you've had solid, clear trajectory, and I would say Dracos is probably feeling really confident in the suggestion that Misfits would make playoffs.
Okay, I think that's fair after 2.5 days of gameplay, right? And looking to tomorrow, Misfits will be playing Origen. Origen 3-1 right now. Misfits looking likely to be 3-2. And you have to anticipate, like, depending on how they look tomorrow against the OG squad, that'll be a little bit more of a better, like, judge of strength coming up against that squad. And this is, like, raising my expectations.
Had clean objective setup. They're now playing, or were playing, all 3 lanes. This will be the final team fight.
It will indeed. Febivin, 406 is coming in from behind. Razork takes a lot of damage, but he's put a lockdown onto Odoam there as well. And the Crescent Strike comes out. Febivin dashes all the way forward. It's Denik that gets the kill, followed by Razork and Dan. Once again, team play all the way around. The inhibitor falls, and Forgiven and Odoam there are the last players standing. Misfits Gaming put on a clinic. Live up to the trash talk on social media. And Misfits Gaming ask Schalke to rename to 05. You said I was allowed one more. I gave you one more.
You did give me one more. That's now Misfits on a 3-game winning streak.
Exactly the case.
Their first undefeated week last week. They now come in and they just clean Schalke's clock.
I think the nicest thing that you helped me see and understand is the difference between what Misfits are doing, how they play the game, looking at some of like the setups and looking at the strategic decisions they're making, and just how it is a little bit more clear that you can see that this is a young team trying something complex and maybe hitting themselves a little bit when they do it, but they're trying it and they seem to be landing it a little more regularly against the weaker teams.
This is a really oversimplified kind of difference there, but I think really the story of these two teams was so clear when Schalke have access to Herald and they run into the Drake fight and they don't even think about trying to prep either mid or bot with the Herald. As soon as Misfits are put in that position, the Herald goes down. And yeah, they lost the Drake, but that was Schalke like trying to slip in and grab something that wasn't theirs to take, and Misfits made them pay for it heavily.
Absolutely the case. And the scoreboards for me are
the fact that everything happened together.
Everything is about the team. So picking your Kia player of the game, vote at LEC. Razork, Febivin, or B-Boy. Honestly, it's a difficult decision. I probably would go Febivin. I think his Diana was pretty clean, but at the end of the day, it was a team win. They put themselves in a position where the team could complement one another, and they delivered.
I think it was Razork and Febivin that kind of got the ball rolling, or the dominoes going for Misfits. I do think the B-Boy super clean on our Senna. I think there's a really big gap right now of kind of who feels confident playing Senna and who doesn't. And B-Boy is a player that I think makes Senna look really good, which is something that a lot of teams need right now.
Yeah, definitely the case. Well, look, Fnatic versus XL Esports, we are going full UK, and The Machine has planned something special for the occasion. I have no clue what Dracos and Ender are up to, but those uniforms are making me nervous. You don't want to miss the match intro straight after this.
How do we have that?
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
We have been tumbling around each other for quite a time. When you were coming around, I didn't feel like we tried. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness straight. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us so insane. Da 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 da. I feel like you wanna taste the tickles over my face. Let me direct you the way. I know you want it to stay. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness straight. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us so insane. Da 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 da.
Welcome back to the LEC, everyone. Misfits just scored their third win this split, and I have something to ask you, Maurice, about that. Actually, thank you for joining me. It's nice to have the coach of Misfits to talk about the game. I noticed that you guys keep on winning on red side, so does it have something to do with the last pick, or maybe you're just more comfortable on this side? Tell me.
I don't know if there's actually a correlation. I think we actually win more on blue side from what I know. At least like from scrims, you know, so I'm kind of confused too. But it's like something where we're just like, I see all the teams picking blue side, they blind pick lanes, and a lot of teams have lane weaknesses, and I think we exposed them pretty well right now.
And here, I mean, you were obviously the better team, and something that I really loved about Misfits is the way you play around objectives, especially dragons here, because first Drake, you get 1 kill and you steal the Drake. Second Drake, you get 2 kills and you kill the Drake as well. Third Drake, you don't get it, but you aced the team. So did you work on that? How did this happen? What do you think about your team around objectives?
We tried to play more controlled. So when we came into the split, we were kind of uncontrolled. We played really random. I think we played a bit solo queuish, but now it changed a bit where the LEC standards kind of came up, and we played against obviously all of the LEC teams. And just objective control on stage is so important. I think that's something we worked on turrets as well as dragons as well as nashers. So it was actually a focal point for us, and I'm glad we executed on stage.
It echoes with what Dan was saying to me last week, but I mean, looking at this game, I can't help but feel sad for Schalke, because I mean, I feel like they didn't play here, and I know before switching to coach, you were known as the player who would show up to save the day and, I mean, make the teams better. So if you were in Schalke's situation right now with what's happening, what would you do? How do you fix what's going on?
I would honestly just fix the anxiety. Like when I see them play, I feel like they're anxious. They're scared to do something. Maybe that's their own expectations. Maybe it's just the public's expectations of like Forgiven coming back and him having to perform. I think overall you need to take away some of the anxiety, like reassure them, hey, everything's gonna be fine, even if we're 0-18, you know? And I think that maybe would make them play more freely, and I think that's what they need right now.
And we'll see if they can turn things around maybe tomorrow, in the weeks to come. But a bit more about you. I mean, I'm not used to seeing you in the coaching position. So how has it been for you? Because being a player for so many years, I feel like you understand more than anyone the needs from a coach as a player. So what are you doing right now with Misfits? Tell me.
I mean, I'm obviously I'm the strategic coach, so that just means I'm basically providing someone with strategy. Where Hando is basically giving me like the overall structure, and he's obviously providing like, everything for the players. So I'm just like giving my niche opinions in some cases and trying to like develop from what I know is the right thing to do in most cases. So when I see something that the players need, or the players need in order to feel more assured on stage, they feel better on stage, or they just all feel more confident like in their play, and like basically give them things that they can hold on to, routines they can hold on to, and that's something that I'm trying to give them, which is also something I gave as a player, because I also always think that routines and having proper routines like in the game is something that would translate into wins in the end, you know? So yeah, that's basically what I do for them.
And how is it working with rookies versus experienced players? Because you have both Febiven and a bunch of rookies in this team.
Oh God, it's a huge difference. Shout out to Razork, I think. He has been someone that I've definitely like had some interactions with where I was like, oh my God, he's a rookie, and I need to understand this, you know. So it's been really interesting working with rookies, because they have such a different view on the game. It's really a game to them, right? For me, it's like a sport, or I guess I see it more of the big picture. But for them, it's like, oh, I'm having this Lee Sin Q in this situation. You know, it's gonna look so cool, you know. So it's like it's a completely different mindset that they have, but. Yeah, it's just really nice to see them grow, and especially Razork is someone that in the beginning, like I had a love, like I bumped heads with him all the time, but now it's like we're really getting on the same page, and I really have to comment on that. You know, he's really becoming someone that I can like truly respect too, and he was really bringing his own.
And you're mentioning jungle, I can't help but mention jungle plus mid duo. I mean, it must be easy to work with Febiven and an experienced player like him.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty easy. Like Fabi and me are pretty similar in our experiences. I think throughout the years we've gone up and down, and at some point like had to kind of like almost delete some of our personalities in order to fit into teams. And I think Fabi right now is actually getting back to what he is. You know, he's obviously a great guy, but he's also someone that has like this internal drive, which is like I would not call it positive toxicity, but it's kind of getting there, right? Where it's like he feels that something is going wrong, and he feels that it's wrong, and that's why he has to say something, right? And that's something I love teams and players don't do, where they're just okay with everything that is going wrong, and they're just like, next game is going to be better. Fabi's not okay with that, and I really like that attitude.
And he got player of the game here once again. Are you proud of him? I mean, he's been on the scene for so many years. It's nice to see him shine over the years.
I would be proud of him if I had anything or like much to do with his development. It's just him actually just working really, really hard. Like every single day, he's the first one in the office, probably even the last one to leave. And I've seen that in a veteran player is actually insane. I don't see a lot of players like that plays that much solo queue, that do so much for the team, that actually try to help one another out. And I think Fabi is like a role model that we really like having on the team.
You should also give yourself some credit here. I mean, it's a team it's a team. You're all doing the job, and you're all shining through success.
Hopefully, I'm doing something. Yeah.
And so far, it's working. Thank you very much, Maurice, for the interview. Good luck for tomorrow, and back to Le Machine for Game 3.
Thank you so very much. Yeah, that was amazing from Law, and amazing laying down the law. But now, Fnatic XL, the old and new prides of the European Union.
Technically not part of the Union anymore.
Okay, this is my one cool thing. We've got Lizzie up here, British, it's my thing. You're kind of intruding on it, so if you could just be cool, don't undermine me. You're the backing dancer, I'm Beyonce. As we were saying, it's rare to see teams so great in the League of Legends scene coming from the UK. Because we're back home, sure, we've got some British beef bullying toddlers on the battle bus, refined and regal teabaggers in Call of Duty. Our boys in blue, like our new passports, have the need for speed and tweed, just as we do in the Rocket League. Now, Fnatic is already world-renowned for a smorgasbord of historical bits and bobs with an all-star team. I mean, who can forget Reckless's game-breaking boost on Overpass, Nemesis's ace in the 5th map of the Grand Finals in Katowice 2018, and when Bwipo joined the team, fresh from Sweden to shot-call the team straight back to the top at DreamHack Masters.
It's just the wrong game.
I was a bit nervous coming to join the LEC in my prep this week, but to see XL in the flesh, face-to-face, Brit to Brit, deeply inspired me. Their story struck close to home, seeing in the off-season the ever-esteemed Sir Youthful Buck leaving Europe's strongest union to XL was quite simply the most British thing I could have hoped to see. So, Fnatic, XL, hold your heads up high and proud, ready your heralds, eat your biscuits, for tonight we make our country proud. This is the Battle of the Brits. Trevor, take us in for Game 3.
Yeah, hip, hip, and cheerio! I am on board for as long as Britain will be in the European Union, at which point I'm off board. That was fantastic. That was so inspiring.
Well chuffed. It's the best I got.
Really nicely done. Get me a cuppa. I prefer Earl Grey personally, and we're jumping into Fnatic versus XL. To get a little bit more serious, I'm Quickshot, joined by Froskuren. And what are we expecting today? Fnatic have been on fire the last couple of weeks. XL have shown some definite signs that Youngbuck has had some influence in their gameplay, but there's no doubt about it, this is a tough task for XL.
I just hope that this draft phase is super fun, because you get Youngbuck versus his former team. And yeah, you're still in difficulty. Like, this should be heavily weighted towards Fnatic. I think the crowd can get behind that. I see a lot of Fnatic flags.
Yes.
This is the Fnatic arena. Fnatic are head and shoulders such a powerful team, but Youngbuck should know this team inside and out. So how is he able to maneuver around a draft to get XL a shot here?
If there was anybody that could get under the skin of the Fnatic players, it is Sir Youthful Buck himself. What does Youngbuck have prepared in the drop? And actually, next question, Froskuren, which of these teams is going to have the more interesting level 1? We will get to that in a moment or two, as Pantheon makes his first appearance of week 3, if I recall correctly, followed by the Xayah, and on the other side, Akali. Thus far, 2 previous games, Soraka, Syndra, and Set have shown their faces, and Set once again, red side first rotation ban.
So I just want to kind of make some soft predictions about things to look for in this draft phase. Whippo is a guy that has some really unique pocket picks. I think everyone will kind of gravitate towards things like his Swain, like his Rengar, but Expect and Whippo are both amazing Gangplank players, and both of them think that they can play either side of the matchup or find the counters. So I'm curious if we're going to see a situation where Fnatic want Expect to take a Gangplank so they can get that Rengar matchup that they seem to value so highly.
Is it good? Do you like it? We know Whippo likes it. Do you like it?
I like it when it gets ahead.
Okay.
But I just feel like Gangplank, even if he gets put down, he can still just do so much more easily than a Rengar can. But, I mean, that's not really playing Limit League of Legends, so.
No, it is not. And Whippo definitely tested himself to the limit last week with that Rengar matchup. The last ban was Aphelios and Gragas from Fnatic and XL, respectively. Soraka is open and available. Does Rengar run into Soraka? We'll find out later.
Soraka would be actually a cool pick here because obviously if Syndra just blows her ultimate, Soraka just presses R and basically eats all of that damage back up. So it is actually a possibility that we see the Soraka there. I think this early on, teams will just tease it because it's something that's so common flying around draft phase. But I do like the Syndra priority. We've seen it banned majority of the time today, but it just goes to show the flexibility of a team like Fnatic that they can probably play this Syndra anywhere in between Nemesis and Reckless. And again, shout out to Reckless. It used to be not a couple of years ago that people would always levy criticism at his champion pool. He can only play a certain amount of champions. He can't play the mages.
Yep.
Like, that time has come and gone.
And of course, we're going to see the Thresh locked in here for Hylissang. So securing himself that option fairly early on in the draft.
Someone checked Fnatic's social. I'm sure they posted the gif where Hilly just whops himself in the face.
Yes, exactly. And now all of a sudden, Misfortune is there to round out the duo lane. So Gangplank is now secured. The gauntlet has somewhat been thrown, and you have to anticipate that Fnatic were aware of this, but what is their answer? That's the real question.
So Whippo feels really confident in the Aatrox Gangplank matchup, either side of it. He feels confident to take Swain into Gangplank, and he feels confident to take Rengar into Gangplank. So one of these champions is going to get through, or he could also just kind of fall back to an Ornn, decide to have a gentleman's handshake, and be like, we'll both be nuisances in team fights.
All right, one of the other Whippo specials in the Aatrox as well. Somewhat taken out the pool. Rumble was banned out here by Fnatic. So anticipating that somewhere else. That's a surprising ban to me, to a degree.
It's actually interesting. So Fnatic always ban Rumble, regardless of what side they are, and regardless of kind of where they ban it away. And I'm sure Whippo could play it, but I went and checked his history, and the last time he played Rumble was Season 7, and he had a single game on it. So it's actually something that as Rumble continues to rise up in priority and is like a flex pick, to watch if that's almost one of the champions that kind of fell through the net in terms of how versatile Fnatic's drafting is, because they almost always ban Rumble.
Yeah, definitely the case. And what does Excel do now? So they've got the Job and the Gangplank and the Senna. As far as supports, Nautilus is taken away from the pool. Toure needs to decide what champion he's going to lock into this Misfortune Thresh combination. And he's going to go for the Tahm Kench, saving the single target. Maybe if there's a Rengar here and you can devour somebody who gets jumped on, that could be another option.
It's also just an answer into Thresh. Obviously, his options were, you could have seen the famous Toure Braum. Again, we talked at
Would have
length
preferred that.
Why it works really well. But when you're against the Death Sentence or even the Scatter of the Week, the single target CC lockdown, having something like a Tahm Kench is always going to be exceptionally valuable. And the one champion we didn't mention of Whippos is reaching down deep and finding that Urgot pick.
And of course, the Urgot single target execution, Unleash Power, single target, Death Sentence, single target. I think this Devour from Toure could be very important, assuming only one person is the target, of course. The team composition will be rounded out with Selfmade running the Olaf. And there's one last pick in here for XL to round out their draft.
You would expect that this is going to be the mid lane, knowing that it is going to be a Syndra. Things like Lissandra, LeBlanc, all available. You could also go for the Oriana yourself. We talked about the Soraka.
Would it work in the composition?
Yeah.
Damn it. All right, so it's going to be the LeBlanc instead. I would have liked to have cast a Soraka game, just for the fun of it, personally. But it will be the LeBlanc to round it out. So what kind of looks like a very sort of traditional team comp on the XL side and the Fnatic side. On the Urgot a little bit, you know, out there, but the rest of it pretty same. What do you make of both as you zoom out and see how they face up against each other.
I like the word that you use in traditional for Excel because I absolutely agree with you. This is a pretty stock and standard composition that we would see loaded onto 2020. For Fnatic, obviously you have that extra flavor of things like the Urgot coming out. Usually how Fnatic do use a champion like Urgot isn't necessarily lane dominance. It's more so the fact that you don't have to pump a bunch of resources into it for it to be successful. Now that doesn't mean that Bwipo can't be feeling himself and possibly look to try to find like a 1v1 scenario, but I don't think that we'll see Selfmade spending a lot of time up with his top laner, and this is more about how the Olaf is going to be getting into Caedrel's face and playing around hilly on that Thresh, because the death sentence into Olaf steamrolling into your lane, really strong, so Toy has to be on point for Kench.
Ooh, going to be so fun to watch. I think a lot of credit to Torre. He's looked very good in the last few weeks, and so has XL sort of overall. As far as the split is concerned, there's a lot of Fnatic fans here looking forward to seeing what they can do. And that man on your screen, Nemesis, he got the first pick. Syndra will be coming up against Mickey's LeBlanc. The Battle of the Brits, as the Machine would call it. Fnatic will be taking on XL. And we are back. A lot of the preparation we had coming into this game, talking a lot about the top lane expectation setting. And Bwipo, he loves some of his options into Gangplank. He's run Urgot versus GP, did it once at Worlds, did it here on our own stage. I believe just lost Summer as well. So fairly recently, and now we get to see how well he's going to match up against Expect.
And Trevor, when you and I were preparing for this game, the first thing that we talked about is we talked about the Gangplank, because we knew that this is like not only such a high priority champion pretty much everywhere, but specifically between Expect and Bwipo, and the confidence that Bwipo has to, again, play this matchup on either side of it, to try to find different ways to maneuver around it, but then the danger there of giving away such a powerful pick that scales so well, can absorb most lane phases, has so much punch, and then piloted by Expect, who I think is a phenomenal Gangplank player. Probably the most underrated player in the LEC is probably a guy like Expect. In fact, probably the most underrated team in the LEC is Excel.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. And of course, Expect last week versus the Mad Lions plus 17 CSD, went 4-1-9. His Gangplank was exceptional.
They're just punching each other.
And the thing is, Frost, after we had a lot of fun, and we really did have a lot of fun with this Gangplank versus Rengar / whatever discussion, the next thing we talked about was what were the level ones going to look like? Either there was going to be loads of shenanigans or just the defensive start. We got the defensive start. And then finally that both of these teams, with an element of sort of Young Bucks impact, influence, if you will, they've both got fairly solid opening 5 to 10 minutes, you know, fairly clear game plans. And if either team gets ahead or the game plan goes the way they want it to, they are able to execute on it very well. So I want to see who will get an advantage in the early stages of this game.
I feel like Excel are a really well drilled team. It's like you can see the fingerprints or the blueprints of kind of the coaching staff behind them. Their first 10 minutes, such as like with the Morgana TP that we saw last week, and to that pre-planned dive, it is just so crisp and clean. Whereas there's a bit more creativity with Fnatic. They hit you hard, they hit you fast. They're very quickly able to figure you out, to problem solve, and then come up with creative solutions. So that's what I always look for when I get to watch Fnatic. Is we said that Selfmade probably wouldn't be hugging Bwipo, but when the wave is this perfect...
Well, flash for flash, not going to be able to get the fling backwards. The trade of summoners, and all of a sudden Expect is a juicy target for Bwipo and Selfmade. Unfortunately, that ward instantly cleared out. As Caedrel is now going to put some pressure inside the jungle of Fnatic. Nemesis will find himself a stun onto Mickey and then step back.
Something to take notice with Excel is that they almost always start with at least one member having access to Sweeper. Obviously, if you look across all the trinkets for Fnatic, everyone has their yellow trinket right now, whereas Excel will, again, almost always start at least one member with Sweeper. Usually they do use it in level 1s for like delayed evades or splitting map. This time around, though, things were very quiet in the level 1. I'd have to go back and watch it and kind of see why they went for such a defensive start, but typically it is indicative that they're going to be moving into the jungle, and it's more about that neutralizing game.
And as it stands, the bottom lane just pushing evenly. Teleport coming in the middle lane. Taking a look down the TPs. 1, 2 on the side of Fnatic, 3 on the side of XL. Selfmade already had an early impact in the top lane. Could have secured more. Didn't work out this time round. Both junglers looking to find a way to influence. Now, Kadril sniffed his way into this top lane. If Bwipo decides to go for an engage, he could be in trouble. There's no support from anyone else on the Fnatic side, and the wave is pushing.
Yeah, it's trying to punish Bwipo. Hold it.
Oh, Nemesis needs one more auto, not going to find it. Selfmade, how far does he chase? While that's going on, it's a 2-on-1. The flag, the drag, the barrel as well. No flash for Bwipo. He's trying to use those shotgun knees as best as he can, and his first blood to expect Gangplank and a huge CS wave in front of him to push down. But I think Bwipo should be able to come in and clean up most of it.
Yeah, and if he TPs in, Selfmade is actually here. This is some of that creativity that we're talking about. Selfmade's going to run in for a gank and see if he can catch him.
All right, Expect will not be caught out by the undertow, and as it stands, Expect and XL, they get first blood on the Gangplank. One of the players that we're most excited to see on the champion.
That's actually just a great heads-up play from Expect. There are so many top laners that would fall prey to, again, that type of adjustment from Fnatic, where the TP is coming in. You don't expect the Olaf to be flying up there and looking for the reach-around gank. As for Kadril being so patient in that brush, yeah, Fnatic won into the mid lane, forcing Mickey off the wave, but there was just no other option for Kadril. The bot wave has actually been frozen for a really time by Senna and Kench, so Kadril really had to force that gank, and he's lucky that he took advantage of Bwipo's tendencies to overreach on waves.
Yeah, especially with that many minions. Playing into Bwipo's mentality, shall we say. You didn't need to be Youngbuck to be able to do that. Yep, a little bit of a head scratch there, buddy. I think that one you kind of
careful.
Caught out on. Mickey will survive long enough for now. Kadril's just in range. This is problematic for XL because Nemesis got Syndra as the first pick, and frankly speaking, he has been smacking Mickey since minute 1.
I mean, the thing is that Nemesis is, I think, very easily the second best mid laner in the league right now, and he's just trying to find his final form so one day he can contest either perks or caps. Take your pick of who he wants to surpass.
Well, he's having a very good start right now. Expect there's no flash available to him. Level 4 on Selfmade's Olaf. Cannon Barrage is available to Expect and has just been thrown down. Bwipo is going to throw it out. The Fear Beyond Death is available and he should be able to grind him in his gears. But the tower helps out! It's a double kill that Fnatic were not expecting.
A disaster for Fnatic fans, but that feels so good for Expect. The hard punish. Dive me. I don't have flash. I'm delicious. It's easy. Destroys them with that ultimate. Destroys them with the tower.
Gangplank's strength and impact on a game cannot be understated. He is 3-1 at 7 minutes on a player that is exceptionally proficient on the Gangplank.
Yeah, and now things will get pretty easy because he got a large chunk of change into his pocket here. So let's see where things went wrong. So the ultimate comes out immediately.
Tower aggro is just simply too much.
I mean, from what I see, he's really just kind of face-tanking this, but he dies before the execute comes.
That's why that allows the additional auto and passive. XL Esports, tra-la-la-la-la. Something like that, right?
I'm going to say unlucky. I'm going to say really unlucky.
I'm mostly doing it just to annoy the fans so I can look in the eye right now, which is quite fun.
The angry Fnatic murmurs, oh, but
well, look,
it was like 0.5 away.
As it stands, Sheen picked up and the Cull. I quite like this. It's still early in the game, and he's already been accelerated on the Gangplank, so the Cull will again just kind of boost you up just a touch more. Mickey tries to get a trade on Nemesis and doesn't really work out in his favor. As it looks right now, Fnatic, they're still in touching distance of the gold lead, but it doesn't have a huge disadvantage right now. There's got to be a little careful of this Gangplank in the coming minutes.
And kind of how I've watched the Syndra-LeBlanc matchup from a lot of our top-end LEC mid laners, it's about the scatter of the week, obviously with the hard CC anytime you're facing a LeBlanc, and how the W or how the distortion will interact with the scatter of the week. Like if LeBlanc ever just jumps straight at Syndra, it's probably going to give her a free stun unless you're focusing on your timing. And if she hits the stun, she'll probably get a free Q. She's going to hit you really hard, then press R and just pop you.
Ooh, almost caught the death sentence. But it didn't land this time around. And we're nearly 10 minutes in, Frosk. One of the things we talked about was how if either of these teams can play out the early game fairly well, they set themselves up in a great position going forward. Expect has kind of solo played this game for the time being. Fear Beyond Death into the play. The death sentence, the railgun from Patrick keeps Expect alive a few seconds longer, but is Selfmade that picks up the kill. Patrick managed to keep Expect alive just a moment longer, but a lot expended just for that kill.
And it's the faster first rotation from Fnatic to unlock Hilly and get him there. They wanted the Herald, but it was the fact that Expect was overextended that they were able to then double up and pick up that kill. 8 seconds for Gangplank to respawn, does have ultimate, does not have TP, as the rest of Excel want to fight this.
This is very, very slow. 2.5 members nearby. There goes Cadril and Torre. The tongue lash goes down. Cataclysm locks in too. Mickey will get some damage as Cadril gets the shutdown. Hilly is picked up by Expect, and XL sneak the Heralds.
Very well drilled team from Excel. They sat into Fog of War, they had the control vision in front of them, they waited patiently until Expect had respawned and the Gangplank ultimate was ready to go, and then they jumped in. And it's simple things, but that coordination made the difference there for Fnatic not to double down on killing Expect and rotating into Herald.
All credit to the XL Esports players. The heads-up play, the patience, and the understanding to move in when was the right time.
Yep. And even though the Gangplank, I mean, it did damage on like the back half, but it also just like split Syndra completely from assisting her team there. Like maybe if Nemesis is able to participate in that fight, they trade back and you get a different outcome.
Now, of course, it is still only 1,000 gold lead. Yes, there's a Herald. Yes, there's a Mountain Drake. I don't want to disregard those facts. But coming into today, Fnatic were the favorites to win this game. There were some whose expectations were Fnatic would be able to smash this game. The early game has gone the way of Excel. Expect plus Cadril been able to outplay and extend this advantage on the Gangplank, but the real test is now gaining enough of an advantage to truly be able to dictate the entirety of this game, and maybe the Herald can be used to do that.
And Excel have been put in this situation. Last week, it didn't end very well for them. It felt like their composition just didn't have enough damage tools, particularly that Morgana game against Misfits. Whereas this time around, I think their draft super stock standard, very easy to execute on. They have scaling options, they have mid-game options, so it should be a much easier task now that they have a lead to actually play pretty proactively with it.
And of course, we've not actually seen too much of the bottom laners. I mean, Toure and Helisang have got involved sort of in the mid lane and the Rift Herald to lesser degrees. But now you can see Reckless and Helisang, they've lane swapped up top. Expect down the bottom lane, he's up 1,600 gold over Bwipo right now. But as we now see these teams shifting and moving their positions around, and we'll see what's going to happen with this next Rift Herald. It's just been thrown down. No, correction, it hasn't been thrown down just yet. It was a recall there by Selfmade, so tower pressure by Fnatic.
The sheer gold difference, though, between Expect and Bwipo is massive. And again, on a champion like Gangplank, it means so much. They're probably going to wait for Gangplank ultimate to come back up, and then, again, try to abuse that massive gold disparity on Bwipo.
Well, Cadril and Expect just double teaming Bwipo. Powder Cake's thrown down, Fear Beyond Death is available, the railgun comes out from Patrick. Bwipo stays alive long enough.
Oh, maybe they've overreached.
Cadril and Expect. Cannon Barrage comes down. Ragnarok is thrown out. One more hit needs to happen. Expect's in trouble. He's not going to survive. It's a double kill. Fnatic punish the overreach.
It's things like that. A top team in the LEC that they're able to just pull a rabbit out of a hat. You're like, clearly they've got a massive gold advantage on Gangplank. They're going to walk them down. It'll turn into Herald. It's going to be crisp, but it's always the creativity from Fnatic. It's the miracle plays that individually they are able to capitalize on.
Absolutely the case. Mickey gets caught by Scout of the Week, gets chunked down by Unleashed Power, and the death sentence won't find his target. Bwipo survived that last play, and quickly, just so you know, Bwipo will be joining the caster desk for around 10 or so minutes on the next game. This is how he escaped just moments ago.
Okay, so a key thing here is that we said that they would wait for the Gangplank ultimate. The Gangplank ultimate is still on cooldown here. They activate just before it comes up, and think of how different that would have been if the same patience they had in the Herald fight would have been used there. But instead, they think they've got the kill. Bwipo is able to walk them out, and Selfmade comes to the rescue.
I didn't actually see the teleport interrupt from Mickey as well. That completed. Not that it was needed, but it ended up just being used there. Rift Herald does get popped, interrupted. No, there we go. Just in secured
channel time now.
Thank you. As Hylissang's death sentence will be unable to do anything there, and the mist being used to at least threaten any sort of follow-up. Hylissang death sentence goes up but doesn't find a target. So the Rift Herald not used particularly effectively. Disappointed to see that from the XL squad.
I mean, there's no way that they could approach that tower to really guarantee. Fnatic did a wonderful job in terms of the defense. You, again, still don't have access now to Expect's ultimate, which that's going to be the big cooldown, especially now with how much gold is funneled into him specifically, that XL are going to feel confident maneuvering around. And Mickey was also in base. Yeah, he had the TP, but you don't want to waste that many cooldowns when what you should be fighting for is the Infernal.
Set up around the bottom lane. Vision is in favor of Fnatic. You can see Selfmade just waiting there in the mid lane. Mickey's going to dash forward.
Ooh, he missed the scan of the week.
Chains come down. Mickey ends up winning that trade quite convincingly. And we'll avoid the undertow as well. Keep your eyes on the minimap. The dragon seems to be the focus here for Fnatic as a team.
I mean, it's the focus for both of them right now, and it's the mid laners that are trying to poke each other out, and it's Mickey who is winning this round. And again, as long as he can get a lot of this damage to stick and try to force someone to back, or in the best case scenario, actually just pop someone, that gives them access to the Infernal. And it's Fnatic now being like, we don't want to continue to trade these poke exchanges. Let's try to move into Fog of War and really set up a pick here for Nimi.
All right, Cannon Barrage is available for Expect. Bwipo and Expect have teleports available. They're in the top lane. Reckless is still on his tower, and the rest of Fnatic haven't moved just yet. XL tag the dragon.
I think this is a bit too early.
So what do you expect from this team fight? Frosk is now engaged in the mid lane. Unleashed Power comes down. Mickey stays alive. He has not been blown up just yet.
Yeah, it's a bit too early. It forced Mickey to be desperate to try to zone Nemesis, and now the real team fight.
Cannon Barrage is thrown out. Hylissang is completely zoned away. He puts the box down, uses a stopbox to stay alive. Cadril is feared beyond death. Bwipo takes him out, and Toure flashes over the wall while that's going on. Expect and Selfmade are going toe-to-toe. The undertow will not secure the kill. Mickey's looking for the kill to Selfmade. The pop and the Lunars won't do it, but the railgun sends him packing. Now the Infernal's being focused down, and XL cannot contest.
XL tried way too hard to force that Infernal moving in very early on, but Fnatic played not only the back half of that team fight very patiently, but the setup around the Infernal patiently. And yes, they did lose the kill, but they picked up the objective, and that's what matters.
Very excited to see what XL are putting down, but even happier to see how Fnatic are responding. We're 16 minutes in, we've got a dead even game. A dragon apiece, 5 kills to 6, 500 gold I don't even care about, and not a single tower has fallen. This is going to set us up for a juicy, juicy mid game.
You're literally about to have a big team fight. Everyone's inventory is littered with control wards on both Fnatic and XL side, and everyone is pinging towards Rift Herald. I think we just basically went from like one team fight. We're going to take a deep breath, try to get as many cooldowns up as quickly as possible, and then probably snowball directly into another team fight over this Herald.
What's very exciting is, if XL end up winning that team fight, that could be what snowballs them for the next objective. This is a team that has shown they can play the map. They can, push through some victories. They're 2-2 right now, but this could be one of the big upsets to open the weekend. Oh, goodbye. Was that a double up and Unleashed Power? And that was tickets. End of story.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. But Fnatic, they are having none of it. First kill for Nemesis. And with the fact that Mickey's LeBlanc is down, they will now secure an uncontested Rift Herald. There is a lot of pings on the objective. Is anybody brave enough to try steal? I mean, Cannon Barrage is up in a second, not going to be worth it.
That pick is really devastating, though. Like, it's not going to end the game for XL here, but think of how much time, gold, investment that they put in. Like, look at all of the wards around that pit for Mickey to just throw it away to Fnatic because Nemesis got the outplay on him.
Yeah, definitely, and instantly thrown down in the mid lane. The boop from Shelly should be enough to take this tower out. Nemesis will linger just close enough to secure the solo gold. Now all the pressure goes top lane. There's a dive on the cards.
Yeah, and it's so much tempo and momentum behind Fnatic as Hilly is feeling it.
He absolutely is. Death sentence thrown onto Toure. Patrick will not get taken out by the bullet time, but all of a sudden Exile respond. Now Mickey's back with the vengeance. He's got himself a double, and he's not done chasing. Nemesis is the target as Toure won't find the Tongue Lash. The fruit is available to him. Cataclysm has already been used. Tongue Lash goes wide once again. You need to lick to stick, and it won't find the target. Exile escape with their lives, but they defend the top lane tower, and now Bwipo, Fear Beyond Death is available to him. He's going to hold the trigger, and Exile got the tower down bottom.
That was a situation where I was like, does Bwipo have flash? Is he going to flash that wall? I fully expected it to happen. As everything calms down, though, I think the big takeaways are the fact that Expect got a lot of solo time on the bot side. I'll hold it, though, Mickey.
That was a real bold call.
And Nemesis is now getting all of this solo time with this tower up here. So Patrick doing his best, but he is playing with fire.
Oh, he's a little bit. Remember, there's no ultimate available to Nemesis. Patrick gets stunned. The railgun comes out. Almost got hit by the sphere. But Patrick's bold.
This is fun League of Legends, though, when people are playing like to that absolute line where they're literally just trying to outplay their opponent.
Death sentence, death sentence. Bwipo! Puts Patrick in the meat grinder.
Okay, that was cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, get everybody you know to watch this game. We are 20 minutes in, and it has just been fantastic. We are nowhere near finding out who will be in control, and we're not done with the chaos yet. Expect finds himself in trouble, gets caught, eats an orange, and he's okay. Well, the rest of Fnatic are pushing into the northern quadrant.
Yeah, it's still the fact that Fnatic are the ones that are aggressing onto Excel right now as they're trying to get both Reckless and Selfmade into position, running them up the mid lane. Excel need to find a very quick reset on this map and kind of find some footing to get their breathing back under control because they're just kind of being suffocated by Fnatic right now.
How many of you viewers at home threw Excel's chances at a victory away before this game began? They are 20 minutes in, they are blow for blow, and they are really delivering. The thing that Frostgirl and I were talking so much about coming into this week, coming into this day in particular, was getting clarity on those middle-of-the-pack teams. We knew XL wasn't at the bottom of the table, but I'm really excited to see how competitive they are being, despite a crazy game against Fnatic. They are trading blow for blow. Expect had a fantastic early game, and Kadra was able to help get him ahead.
And I think that's kind of one of the good takeaways for Excel fans here. It's that if you saw an Excel victory, people were probably thinking that it was a really controlled, kind of slow game, because it does seem that Excel are a slower-paced team. But they, like you say, have been trying to go blow for blow with Fnatic and keep up with this breakneck pace that Fnatic force you into. They are constantly testing you. What is your decision? Will you make the right one? Can you outplay me? Can you dodge this? You better do it now. And it's just so draining. It's why G2 and Fnatic reign supreme in Europe.
And what I like very much is that Excel have succeeded in the skill checks numerous times. Yes, they've also been caught out numerous times, right? But that has been true several in a row. The third dragon is picked up now by Fnatic. There's still 1,000 gold in the advantage to XL. Distort is used in the bottom lane, so is the Cannon Barrage. And Mickey will now be stepping forward. While that's going on, the rest of XL are pushing in the mid lane. Bwipo continues to chase. Fear Beyond Death is available to him. Does he decide to fire? Not just yet. Tower number 3 was picked up in favor of Fnatic, while the rest of XL, I don't know if they've got enough minions to finish this one off, especially not if Nemesis can step forward, but the tower will go down anyway.
Yeah, it was really on the wire because, again, they have Senna as an ADC instead of a traditional ADC. If that was anyone else other than Senna, they would have had no problem going for that tower, but I think they got fortunate there that Hilly had delayed his back for so long, because if Thresh was in position, that's when Fnatic would look to turn it around. And speaking of turn.
Oh, definitely the case. Passive of LeBlanc doing a lot of work. Bwipo's ultimate's on cooldown. We didn't quite see how that trade played out, but Mickey's LeBlanc has really been interesting this game. He's picking a lot of fights. He's still 2-1-3, but there'll be a lot to discuss, I feel, once we get towards the end of this game.
It just feels like Excel are in a difficult situation where they're having trouble dealing with how tanky Urgot is. And they've had Mickey facing off against from him, but Mickey is struggling not only in the Urgot matchup in a side lane, but also in the matchup with Nemesis' Syndra. And I'm not saying he can't beat the Syndra, but the last few times that we've seen it go down, it's Nemesis who is getting the better of him.
Oh, well, that was one of the examples. Nemesis takes, manages 5. Is this part of a package?
I think we're just watching some of the individual outplays.
Ah, there we go. Dun, 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 dun,
oh, it's the snipe.
Long range ulti! Oh, that really hurts. That really, really hurts. Now you're just showing off, observers, but I like it. Give me more of that, please. Let's just go a little way back, celebrate one of Bwipo's kills. If you have just joined us, Excel clearly in a strong position for the first 10 minutes of this game.
Mickey?
Fnatic clearly in a strong 10 minutes from 10 to 20.
Mickey?
Death Sentence won't find a target. It may not be needed. The ultimate comes up by some time. Mickey with a help.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, please, all of Fnatic. It's not done yet. The Abyssal Void has brought in the rest of Excel. Cataclysm is thrown down and Selfmade is locked inside the walls with the rest of Excel. That was such a good outplay.
Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. That was so good. And with the Sinnoh on top of it.
It absolutely blew my mind, Frostgurren, and it's not done yet. Hellistang throws down the flay. Teleport now coming in from Bwipo to the top lane. This is going to be a 3 versus 4. Bullet time is available and so is Fear Beyond Death. XL cannot make a mistake. Hilly's going to step forward. He's not going to find a target just yet, but they have dissuaded the Baron for now. And that is all that will be needed. XL are not done yet. Flash is available to Cadril. Does he find another target?
But the thing is that Excel had patience there. They could have looked to try to re-engage to force the fight onto Fnatic, but they got what they wanted, which was the teleport out of Bwipo. Excel have been trying to figure out how to solve this issue into a side lane. Now they can do it. But let's look at the outplay here.
Right, so manages to dodge a lot of Hellistang's skill shots. The chains land.
And it's the flash dodge on the, oh my god, the Q from Olaf.
The undertow manages to escape with his life, and in the follow-up fight, finally Selfmade goes down. The scatter the weak, picking up that Dark Sphere from Nemesis, didn't find the target. Frost, there's no time to breathe, because we're right back into the Baron play. And the rest of Excel, they need to engage. Mickey's got teleport available to him. Cannon Barrage is a few seconds out.
Okay, but can they buy enough time for this LeBlanc to get into position? Fnatic are going to try to burn this.
All right, they are 5,000 HP available. Mickey has not teleported. Now is starting. Cannon Barrage thrown on the back of the Fnatic. Cataclysm comes down, and they're looking for a target, but it's Reckless that takes out Cadril at the cost of Selfmade, though. And Mickey is running for his life. He's taken out. Reckless isn't done yet. Finally, Bwipo goes down. So far it's a 2-4-2. We leave us and the Baron uncontested. We are still bang on even.
It was the fact that the tank line got annihilated from Fnatic, though, that they disengaged from the fight. There's no way for them to really safely approach, especially when you have a Tahm Kench safety there, although Ward.
Oh, gonna be clever. All right, XL had the gold lead, but Fnatic won the team fight, and they were the ones that started Baron. They got a TP out of Mickey, they got a Cannon Barrage out of Expect, and they've got themselves another Dragon available for the take-in.
And now immediately using TPs to continue to have momentum in this game and turn towards the Cloud. Taking another look at this, again, we've said it time and time again, you're seeing that classic patience coming out of Excel so that all of their combos are layering correctly. The fact that Cadril doesn't go in until LeBlanc is in position to follow up, but I just don't think they expected the upfront damage there from Fnatic on the front of the pit.
And I mean, all credit to Reckless as well. Like, in the chaos of it all, finding the right targets completely untouched. He's 2-0-1. The game has been played around him, but now that he's sort of involved in it, still flawless position.
And also really important that during that replay, Fnatic picked up the second Cloud Drake. And obviously, when you have a composition with Reckless on something like a Misfortune, having double Cloud for that CDR on the ultimate feels really nice.
Yeah, very important. Rapid Fire Cannon, Essence Reaver, and Infinity Edge completed. Patrick, Rapid Fire Cannon, Duskblade Attract Thought, the Mirror Mana. Now, the game is going to revolve around Baron. We've had 22 kills, 27 minutes. It has been outplays and misplays aplenty, but so exciting to watch. Banshee's Veil does get popped, and Unleashed Power thrown out by Nemesis. I think Mickey's definitely playing with his life, but he gets away with it that time.
It is so scary to watch Mickey repeatedly just kind of face check into complete darkness.
So Youthful Buck is definitely nervous and clenching backstage, but look at that barrel damage. Selfmade gets into so much trouble, but Helisang's got the lantern available. He manages to pull Selfmade to safety, but this will give XL some time on the Baron.
And you can see that Mickey is still in the mid lane trying to provide kind of that human Nidalee spear of dissuading Fnatic. Fnatic have a very tough decision here. Do they face check the Baron or do they try to run it up mid? They're going for the Baron.
There's absolutely no counter barrage available. Selfmade is not there. This is a 5 versus 4. For now, the Baron is very, very low. 2,000 HP, 1,000 HP. Bullet time comes down. It's picked up by XL, but Cagel's in trouble. Forced to use his stopwatch to stay alive. Now Expect is being run down by Bwipo. Here comes Reckless, pulled up by the Lantern. Fight on multiple fronts. Mickey's looking for another. Gets caught, manages to escape with his life, but Bwipo's not done yet. He's chasing with a shotgun knees, can't find a target. Only Nemesis dies to pick up 4 from XL, but they did get the Baron. Net positive Fnatic if they can push into the base.
And they are going to get so much more off of this. The fact that the minion wave is crashing behind them, the fact that they're tanking it up so they're not expending any of their minions as they slay through this. Fnatic might end the game here.
There's 30-second death time as a multiple members of XL. The inhibitor's going to fall. Fnatic are looking at the Nexus turret. Mickey needs to do something magical. He's looking for a target. The Death Sentence doesn't find him. The Nexus turret falls. The second is the target and Mickey gets caught by the flay. He's trying to kill a support. It's not going to be enough. The Nexus is the focus and it starts to go down. Fnatic take out XL.
You must make the right decision. You must make it quickly. You must make it repeatedly. That is what Fnatic tests you on. They never let you have room to breathe, to really just look at the map. They are constantly changing the state of the game, constantly challenging you.
I had no idea what was going to happen next in that game, and it ended as it played out. I had no idea what was coming. It was chaotic and entertaining and full of individual moments that could define the next 10 minutes. And at the end of it all, Fnatic got victorious, but XL showed that they were capable of throwing down with some of the best that we have in the LEC.
And you saw it on their faces. As soon as the game ended, Torre kind of pushed himself back into the chair and you could just see it like, we had that. We were so close.
Yes. What an entertaining game, and I cannot wait to hear how the players and the coaches discuss this because there's so much to break down. You guys have to vote on Twitter at LEC. Who's your key player of the game? Bwipo, Nemesis, or Reckless? For very, very different reasons.
Okay, you do Reckless because he was the consistent backbone for Fnatic in there. He was just chugging along constantly. You do Nemesis because key moments he was able to get the edge over Mickey and open up things like the Infernal. Or you do Bwipo because Bwipo had a very terrible start, but did actually play a big part, especially on those side lanes when his Urgot just kind of took over so much of the pressure game.
Absolutely no doubt about it. If you told me that XL would be competing with Fnatic at this level 6 months ago, I think I would have called you a liar, but it is true and it is exciting. Coming up next, Origen returns to the Rift for something to prove against Vitality. For this game, you'll be able to get professional level insight from Bwipo. He's joining us for picks and bans in the first 10 minutes of gameplay. See you in 4.5 minutes.
Hey, I'm Destiny, the first Oceanic player to play in the LEC, and we play Vitality next game.
I feel like you wanna taste the tickles over my face. Let me direct you the way.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello and welcome back to the analyst desk ahead of Origen versus Vitality. It's Origen who flew right out of the gate in 2020, but after some struggles in week 2, the question is, are they the real deal? You can join the conversation by spamming in chat yes or no, while my 2 experts attempt to give their opinions. Now, are they the real deal? It's nice and vague. What do you think?
Absolutely, I think Origen are the real come out of the gate swinging. Yes, they did lose a game to G2, but overall, real deal. I think you can see this team has solid fundamentals and that they're winning their games in a very consistent, very controlled fashion, which if you're playing against the majority of our teams who are a little bit shaky right now, means they're going to just keep racking up those wins.
Look, this team is real good, but I'm asking, how do you define the real deal here?
Precisely.
Because for me, I look at this roster and this team was built to try and be a true title contender against the likes of G2. We've already seen that not pan out for this team. We've seen this team adopt so many of the similar strategies that Spring 2019 Origen adopted. And while, yes, I think if you look across this roster, this team is an upgrade, this team needs to change its style if it wants to beat G2.
Just poking the bear for a second, because I want to run with that. Before we hear the counterpoint, devil's advocate and all that, are you suggesting that this team right now, Origen, are playing too safe? I mean, is there a problem with
I think absolutely they're playing too safe. Now, to get wins, they're doing everything right. You know, they're better than the teams they're facing off against. They're taking a scaling draft. They're not ever making any risks. Sure. But if you've heard the phrase like you hit 100% of the shots or you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, this team hardly takes many shots. And the shots they take are like way late in the game when the other team's making mistakes. I think this team needs to take risks and practice those risks now. Otherwise, they won't stand a chance.
I'm stunned by this vote, by the way. This team is clearly good. Are they going to beat G2? No. If that's how you define the real deal, fine. Any other circumstance, they're a contender.
Dude, who cares about a team that's going for second place?
Your standard can't be beating G2 for everything that you do.
I'm telling you, if you're in our league, you are looking at G2 at the top, and while maybe, yes, it's out of reach for some teams, the goal should always be to try and contest them.
The step to get there isn't running it down on stage every week. Consistency matters. Getting a top seed in playoffs matters.
No doubt.
And the higher the seeding is, the more likely it is that they'll get to face G2 in a best of 5, and best of 5 is the true test. I don't care about a best of 1 at the start of the season.
But I think you need to practice how you're going to play against G2 because we've seen them take the slow style and it just absolutely not work. The 6-0 is real, and this team needs to start practicing that now because they're going to be able to win even if they do take risks. This team is just that good.
So you see the potential that you know, you're sitting there and it's obviously frustrating when you see potential and you don't see it realized. I can understand that. But you know, what cost is there if they set their sights on G2? If they're so comfortably beating the majority within this league, you know, we've seen it within sports, other games in esports, when a team has one ahead, you know, one final hurdle, the giant they have to topple, the David versus Goliath, you tend to see the fallout, often negative fallout, in their games and results versus the other teams. I mean, you can't dedicate and change your game to beat the best. Often that requires a completely different approach to beating the majority.
And what I'll say is, look, I agree on the value of experimentation, but we don't know if they're experimenting behind the scenes, what they're working on in scrims. To a certain degree, you could understand if you'd want to say, hey, your scrim practice should look like your stage practice, but I'm not counting out that OG could evolve, that they could do these other things. When you look at this team overall, they're solid. They've got good fundamentals. If there's one criticism that I've heard levied that I think is probably fair, is that they're just kind of outdrafting the opposition. They're drafting for scaling. And yes, that safety that you criticized earlier, it's not the safety for me. It's more that we've seen them be hyper-dependent on things like the Gragas for Xerxes, and the time where he's not getting it up against G2, he really looked lost. So that's what scares me about this team, is that are they dependent on 1 or 2 picks to really make their game take off, to make sure that they can play safely, or is there more in the tank that will allow them to have a greater degree of flexibility?
I think when we look at the caliber of players on this roster, I'm not concerned about adaptability, especially if you look in the jungle position. Xerxes always been an innovator. He's always been able to play a wide array of different picks. So when I see this team, I say, yes, they can adapt. I just haven't seen them really do it yet on the stage. And we're only 2 weeks in, but I want to start seeing it soon. Otherwise, the alarm bells will start going off.
Okay, so more adaptation from Origen, and that starts as early as the draft. Is that what you're suggesting as well as in the game? I mean, what is this? You're talking about the winning games in the draft. That doesn't sound like a weakness to me.
No, it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? But I think that if we want to follow Ender's train of thought, where you need to practice, you need to experiment, that does show up in the draft. You can't just opt for scaling or just look to beat in picks. What we want to see, if you're looking for this Origen improvement, this leveled up version to beat G2, correct me if I'm wrong here, Ender, is more flair, more identity, less like, all right, we know we get to 3 items, we win the game, more we're going to fight you. We're going to skirmish you.
Who is the
We're going to split up
catalyst?
the map.
Who is the catalyst to that? Like the names behind us, Alfari, Xerxes, Nukeduck, Upset, Destiny. Who is going to be, who would, in your mind, would be the linchpin to that shift?
I mean, for me, I think it comes out of jungle mid, 2 versus 2 here. So we've seen iterations where Nukeduck locks in the Zed and solo kills Caps, right? We've seen him do that in that matchup. And Xerxes, too, is another player who typically gets off to a slower start, but I know this guy can also make the plays early on. It's both in the early game, but especially for me come mid game, because that's where a team like G2 especially will attack you. And look, they're not playing G2 today, but that's where I think I want to see more risk and honestly take opportunities. There are opportunities that they simply aren't taking that aren't even that risky.
So for me, look, like jungle mid for League of Legends is always just going to be the foundation, and it's no different for Origen. But when you look at this team, we got to address the elephant in the room. Well, the koala in the room, and that's Destiny. First dose import. And when you look at this guy, it's hard to know how to feel about him, because when you look back at week 1, he's a monster. He's making huge plays. He's everywhere he needs to be. Just fantastic player overall. And when you can see the start of the highlights, these are the moments that get you really, really hyped for this guy. But as we go further into these plays, you're going to start to see some of the problems, some of the questions, and that's what makes me nervous for Origen moving forward.
And he's the one player on this team that we don't really have a full picture of just yet. We know the other 4 players on the team, very skilled, very consistent. That's the key. We saw week 1 Destiny that did look good, but the consistent factor, the thing that we need to see, is him be able to show up and put up those same style of performances. And that's where I think this roster is lacking.
Okay. So Destiny, admittedly, very hot first, a rather cold second week. So we're going to see whether or not, which version of Destiny we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, the true version of Destiny. And I'm curious if we see more diversity in the pool, and this is where the more information we can get, the more picks they can show us is just more information as to what Origen can do. So I give them the benefit of the doubt that this style isn't the only thing that they can play. Ender remains skeptical, which I think, can be considered fair.
Look, this team, very likely second or third at the end of the split. I just want them to prove to me, because I expect so much out of these players, I want them to prove to me that they can be an actual title contender.
Okay, so real deal. You guys are slapping us with a 70. Thank you. 30. Ender is going to be smoked
Twitch
for at
chat
least 30
loves me.
seconds.
They love me.
Oh,
yeah, but that doesn't mean your argument's good. That's not what you use as supporting evidence. Is the bias of Twitch chat.
No. Anyway, if you are interested in supporting Ender further, you just go ahead and hit us with a Kappa. That's K-A-P-P-A. Tonight, however, Origen want to make a statement against a Vitality who are still looking for their first win. Let's hit the rift.
It's Whippo.
It is Whippo. It's Medi Whippy time.
Is it?
It actually works. Yes, it works.
All right, it works. Fair enough.
We're going to start off by talking about the player of the game from the last game. Reckless won the vote, 51% or thereabouts.
He had a good game.
Yeah?
I think his MF ult at the end was definitely game-changing.
And he didn't fail any dives early on in the game, which is very important to winning the key player of the game.
We're just welcome to the cast desk.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you talked to us a little bit about it. It was a bit of a close game against XL, probably closer than you originally planned. How do you feel now after looking back at the game?
I feel like we weren't really sure how to play around top lane like in the early game. I wanted to skirmish a lot, and what ended up happening is that LeBlanc took priority, levels 4, and then Selfmade kind of, like, he didn't feel comfortable taking more fights in the early game, because I traded flashes with the GP, and I wanted to, like, look if Olaf could get a gank on him. We both have no flash, both of us are vulnerable. Either Jarvan or Olaf influencing that lane first will definitely be a big, huge factor in the game going forward for top lane there. So unfortunately, I was the one that I was on the receiving end of the influence, so yeah.
You have been in that situation a few times on Fnatic, like being on the weak side of the map, being ganked early on, and does that affect you through the rest of the game?
I think as long as you communicate, like, of course it does harm your communication sometimes. You get a little bit frustrated and you're like, oh, like, you feel like you didn't have the right idea, and that comes from communication with your jungler as well as just your mindset going into the game, and oftentimes you catch yourself, I had the wrong idea going forward in this laning phase. I should have been playing more defensive from the start.
Have to shift your mentality a little bit. Well, let's shift into gear as we get on into Origen versus Vitality. I'm really looking forward to picking your brain during this pick and ban, because you had some very strong opinions before we went live. We'll see if those come to pass as the draft does kick off.
So when we look at like priority bans, right now we're still on 10-2, right, Whippo? So when you're red side, do you feel that you have to ban Syndra along with the Akali, or is only the Akali the priority ban?
So there's usually a gamble that people take where you either give it away to blue side, and then you try to draft a comp against it. You know, beefy champions, Merc Tread, Stoneplate, all this type of deal. It's not fun for Syndra. She likes to burst people. Beefy champions, very good against not getting bursted. And if you don't feel like taking that gamble of are they going to first pick? Well, the gamble is actually you go red side, and then if they get it on red side, they flex it. And that's when it's really scary. But on blue side, it can be a flex, but often it's just considered as a power pick. You play it. You fit slot into the mid lane. You don't feel like it has any terrible matchups.
Early on in this draft, we have the Set and Akali removed, as we've seen for the rest of the day. Jarvan, Elise, and Soraka taken away by Vitality.
So Soraka ban is a bit surprising, I guess. I guess she's spreading her presence around the EU, if you will. Set and Akali are two solid flex picks for solo lanes, champions that can be a headache, blind picking into. Pantheon, the exact same. You just pick them on one on blue side. They're strong laners. You don't have that many champions that you feel comfortable playing into, and they usually just blind pick it.
And what's interesting is that Origen must have noticed that Vitality were actually banning Syndra on blue side last week, which suggests that they don't have a high priority on it and they don't want to play it. So by leaving it open, they must have expected that they can get it, but of course they leave the Gragas open. And we've been hearing from a lot of junglers that Gragas is like S tier right now, Whippo.
You know how I feel about Gragas. Yeah. His predator ganks are very obnoxious. He also has the flash on top. A very safe jungler. If the game doesn't go too fast, he's always going to have value, both in team fights and in the early game, looking for those ganks.
And I feel like that when we watch Vitality play, they have a tendency to play towards the top side of the map. Right. So given that they're on blue side, do you think that with a Gragas, there's something you can pair up with a good top lane champ to try and invest in it?
There's many, and usually they get picked up a little bit earlier, such as the Aatrox or the Pantheon, and then you try to get more aggressive lanes, more gankable lanes. But in this case, they're going 4-5, which means Alfari will comfortably find a 5-pick counter pick, most likely. They answer with Senna, which is a champion. Senna, Aphelios are champions that people feel comfortable trading right now. They're both very high power level, and they're pretty much the meta for bot lane. You've got the MF here and there when one of them is out, but it's usually Senna and Aphelios.
We do see Origen locking in the Lee Sin and the Tahm Kench to team up with that Senna, Nautilus, and Aphelios that we mentioned there for Vitality. In second ban phase, Origen will get rid of Yasuo.
Right, there's the Yasuo 4-5, you kind of blind it. Most control mages don't feel comfortable. Champions like Pantheon are pretty good into it, and they get removed from the draft pretty early most often, which means that Yasuo in the 4-5 phase usually gets targeted. Kiana is another AD champion that pairs well with Gragas, a lot of gank setup. Just try to make sure that your mid laner feels comfortable laning against Gragas, because he's got a, disgusting amount of gank setup, of course.
It's looking kind of like a Origen blind Syndra right now, given that she is still open.
Well, I'm surprised she's still open,
yeah, that's the thing. So I wonder now if Vitality will look to ban it away, because I'd be very surprised if Origen decides to do that, and the fact that they take the Kiana away as well. Like, this to me is just screaming
You're
Syndra,
setting up for a control pick, You're setting up for a solid control mage on 4. Whatever you're comfortable with. Most of the AD champions that can be paired with Gragas, which is a different damage mix, have been banned. There's the Pantheon ban, there's the Yasuo ban, and there's the Kiana ban, so they're probably looking for something that just does fine into other control mages. Because Gragas paired with a control mage, people build Merc's first item, it's much harder for Gragas to get a gank off.
What do you think about a Lucian pick from the side of Vitality?
Lucian is definitely an AD champion that can be paired with Gragas. It's not bad in any case, but it's a 2v2 that most people aren't playing. I'm not seeing it much on stage either. Lucian's a champion that people sometimes feel like needs to snowball too much.
Hey, Cabochard was one of the first players to play Lucian in the top lane all those years ago. Him and Huni. There's the Syndra pick that you both discussed. We'll see where Vitality go for their top and mid lane picks here.
What are you kind of thinking about the overall drafts right now, Pwipo?
So OG is trying obviously to play a slow comp. They're playing Senna Tahm. So if you match that with a control mage, you're playing rather slow. The GP pan is very solid for them because it makes sure that there's no top laners that really want to kite back. There's not many in the game, in the meta at least. So picking a champion like Aatrox will allow Vitality to punish a preempt, like an Ornn pick on 5 here, or something like this, which would fit their comp much better because he's trying to play defensive, save his ultimate defensively, right?
That makes sense.
So here, like, into the Aatrox, you don't have many champions that are beefy, slow, and want to kite. So the Aatrox blind makes a lot of sense for me.
Definitely see that. Alongside that, it will be the Zoe, 4th different champion that Saken has played in his 5 games here at the LEC. And the final pick is Camille. Not going to go backwards, looking to go all the way in.
Well, what you can do is instead of picking a top laner that doesn't work in the team fight, you can pick a top laner that doesn't even want to join the team fight. She's just like, you know what, I'll let you guys do your thing 4v4. I'm going to go into the side lane, and as long as she's good in the game, she's going to be beating the Aatrox. Eventually, she wins against Aatrox. He can hold the fort in lane. I feel like the lane is pretty 5-5 if the Aatrox can control his champion pretty well. Cabochard obviously skilled enough, Alfari very skilled as well, which means that there is room for Camille to find plays, find gank setup and whatnot, but Aatrox in general, I feel like personally has control in this lane. He's got more push, stronger abilities in the early game, and in general is just trying to get ahead of Camille so that he doesn't get outscaled into a different dimension later on.
Well, I'm very happy that we get this matchup and we have you on the desk, Whippo, because this is a very unique matchup. Well, I say unique, but I think it gives us a lot of opportunity to see some very cool trades in the 1v1. When we kind of look at the rest of the draft, what do you think about the scaling aspects? You talk about Origen playing a slower comp, but when I think of late game, I think of Zoe Gragas offering a lot of value into the late game relative to someone like a Syndra and Elite.
Right, so I think in this game, specifically, OG's comp, Lee Sin is doing nothing. He's just there to make the early game bearable. He's just trying to make sure Gragas can't breathe. He's just making sure Gragas doesn't just do his thing, get a Predator gank off. He's happy with life. I want to see Xerxes try to put some pressure on the Gragas, make sure he doesn't get this full clear off, buys his Predator boots, his blue smite, and goes and ganks an unsuspecting top laner, mid laner, bot laner, whatever Gragas feels, right?
Okay, that's interesting to look
Now for
at.
team fights, as you asked, the scaling aspect, mostly, I think that OG just wants to sit as 4 mid, try to defend any engages, and, well, Tahm Kench eats the bubbles mostly. Hopefully you dodge a couple of those. And then you just wait until Camille takes over the side lane. I think that's definitely going to be OG's game plan going forward, and the way Vitality is going to counter that is by getting a good Gragas engage with a good TP from Aatrox, perhaps a Nautilus ult. Just
that's what we always talk
engage.
about. If a team's waiting just to split push or have one person in the side lane, you hard engage onto that team with a numbers advantage, right? It's basics of League of Legends. Absolutely. We do have a slight pause just at the start of the game, which is why we're taking a minute before we get in. And it happened with Cadril last week, Whippo. We're just keeping you here for longer. We like your dulcet tones. We like talking to you. So you talked a little bit about the isolation of the 1v1 matchup, like the Aatrox should win early on in the 1v1. Camille then outscales. How do you feel these junglers are going to be trying to affect that?
I think Xerxes is going to try and make sure that Camille's scaling safely. Obviously, after 6, there's the Camille, very good gank setup, very easy to look for a kill on Aatrox. I'd like to see Alphari pick up the anti-healing very early so that they can look for the gank opportunities on Aatrox, especially pre-6. After 6, once Lee Sin gets access to the Dragon's Rage, it's much easier to burst down Aatrox, but even then, sometimes Aatrox lives long enough to turn a 2v1 into a 2v2 and potentially survive for Gragas to come in and clean up.
So talk to us about some of the starting items. We see Doran's shield versus Doran's blade. What do you think about this? What's the logic behind some of this?
So Camille can obviously use her W to try and punish the Aatrox. So she can play really slow, use her Q, just get the movement speed off the creep wave, then cast her W. Aatrox can't really dodge it because if you position it well, you've got control over your champion, you've got more movement speed. It's way easier to poke out the Aatrox slowly. And the only response he really has is by using his Darkened Blade once, right? He can only cast his Q once. You hit it with the edge of the blade, you trade a W for a Q, that's worth it for Camille.
Ah, I see.
If Aatrox commits that trade, so can Camille, and in that case, Camille's passive comes in play, and she ends up winning that short trade.
So, I mean, everything you're describing right now makes it sound like that this is a really good matchup in the early laning phase and the outscales for Camille. So what can the Aatrox do?
I wouldn't say it's a really good matchup for Camille because Aatrox can just force a trade on her.
Right.
And if he's committed to the all-in and goes very, very ham, he can actually end up winning the all-in trade. He then gains control of the minion wave, creates a slow push because his moves are mostly AoE.
Yeah.
Which means that his jungler can influence and potentially look for a kill, right?
I see.
So he gains control over the minion wave the more you trade, which is very valuable if your jungler is first, which in this game it's not, right? Lee Sin has a little bit of tempo. He's starting bot side. Both junglers are starting bot side to try and influence the top lane matchup because this is where the game is going to be decided. If Aatrox can hold down the Camille for the rest of the game, OG doesn't really have a way to win the game, really. Like, they obviously have a strong 4v4. They're just chilling. Nothing much happens, but you'd still want the Camille to be able to pressure Vitality into making poor decisions into the mid-late game.
Origen's primary win condition will be having Alphari in that side lane, then playing Fort in the mid. Vitality trying to stop that, of course, with Kabashard seeing what he can do against Alphari early on. We've already seen Alphari get a little bit of damage down, and as you said, both the junglers heading up towards top. Actually looks like Skeens skipped his Razorbicks, skipped his Wolves, and is coming straight up here after that blue buff.
All right, so what happened here is that Kabashard, he didn't quite commit as hard as you'd want to. Camille got the W off, and then he kind of chickened out. If that happens and Camille gets level 2, you have to back off all the way.
Right.
Because he didn't back off all the way, she ranks up her hookshot. It's very easy for her to get another easy, quick trade on. And from this point on, the slow push for Camille. Ideally, I'd like to see her crash this wave. And then look for a recall. I believe we call this a cheater recall for anyone that watches LS. This helps Camille put the wave in a good position. Much harder for Aatrox to breathe. He can't really push up because he risks getting ganked and his jungler has to come and cover him, which is never a nice thing to do if you can't actually get a gank off.
Bit of trading in the bot lane as Jacktroll landed the dredge line, but Comp is just going to push in this wave.
Now, Whippo, something that you did talk about earlier as well was you wanted to see Xerxes trying to get into the face of Skeens and try and pressure this Gragas out. And what he's utilizing well is the pressure that he has in mid and top to already invade. And something that you also talked about was providing safety for Alphari. So even though the bot 2v2 is struggling, when you're running the center Tom, you're typically playing for that defensive style. And by bringing Nukeduck up, this whole game plan speaks to be like invest in top, while Vitality try and invest in bot.
Yeah, Vitality look for the dive in the bot lane. It's very difficult against the time catch. But
here we go. We've all been there.
Knocked into the wall. We've all been there with those. Flashbacks, deja vu for you as Destiny eats the thick skin. Comp trying to get the kill. We'll get it. Jackdraw's going to fall as well. As will Comp. It's over. The game's done. They've lost top lane. They've lost bot lane. Just give it to Origen right now.
All right, so what happened there was they didn't quite manage to kill the Tahm Kench, and Comp ended up using his Q on Aphelios, which you can't actually cancel. So he was stuck auto-attacking, and then Upset already being in range, just walked up a little closer. Comp takes the turret aggro. Jackdaw dies from the second to last tower shot. Comp ends up taking aggro, dies as well, and it's just disaster really, especially considering they got a dive off top lane, which, well, there was not much Cabochard could do after the initial trade. He messed up initially, giving priority to the Camille, but the way Skeen's path implies to me that they weren't planning on playing topside, and he probably just assumed, you know what, I'm going to be fine, I'm going to try and survive here.
So talk us through, when you're looking at this as a top lane, you're like, there's actually nothing I can do, right?
It's very, very difficult. He basically has to flash the hook shot, or uses Umbral Dash to dodge it, and then he has to use the other move that he has left to dodge a Cinder Stun, and then maybe you get a 1-for-1, but you're dead no matter what.
And here we can see the hook landing initially from Jackdaw, so he draws aggro, but then a stun comes out from Comp, and now they're looking to try and end things off. Destiny doesn't have any mana. One of the problems they do have is Upset does get that level 3 mark, along with Destiny, so they have that extra bit of stats available to prevent the dive from happening.
Yeah.
Because you've got to remember that when that dive was happening, top Cabo was only level 3, versus 3 members who were level 4.
A big issue with that dive on the bot side was that Comp wasn't actually hitting when Gragas body slammed and took aggro on the Tahm Kench. If they were able to do that and then de-aggro and then loop around backwards...
Oh, this is not good.
Well,
yeah,
a lot of action in this early game.
It's a bit of a struggle battle ready for Vitality. Nukeduck not level 6 yet as Seiken gets some damage up, but the paddle star's already been used as the cleanse away from the Ignite, and Xerxes looking for the jump in from the side. One more auto would be enough, but they get into the belly of Destiny. Seiken still has the flash, but the last embrace is going to lock him up, and this should be more for Origen. However, Nukeduck's fallen, the Tahm Kench has been caught as well, and now Origen are running for the wins. Double flash into the Sentry, responds the blast cone. I called it over way too early. This is Seiken's got flash. He's going to jump away. Seiken not quite able to get in range.
Whew. All right, so we've got a lot of action.
No, that's a lot of action. So I wasn't even finishing explaining the dive, but here we go. Whew. Let's see.
We get a replay. You can watch it again.
Beautiful.
It's fine.
So he gets a proto belt, manages to catch Nukeduck off guard. Nukeduck's really greedy with his flash here, not flashing. I don't think he expected quite that much damage coming out from the Zoe. Obviously her picking up the summoner spells, running him down with the bonus movement speed she gets from the W. And then here they feel like they can turn on Zoe, but Lee Sin doesn't have the Sonic Wave, which means that there's not enough damage to finish her off.
Yep.
And Vitality gets the collapse.
I mean, one of the biggest things as well is the fact that Seiken was level 6, Nukeduck was only level 5. If he'd had that ultimate, they may have been in a stronger position to turn and maybe win the 2 versus 2. But the moment those flashes were gone, you give Zoe that extra power, and they were able to find a good
Nukeduck's got no sums here. Dredgeline doesn't connect, but Skeen's is coming in as well. It should be easy. Oh, he misses the bubble!
So the phase rush coming in clutch there, actually.
Yeah.
The slow from the Gragas cast didn't quite do anything, really, thanks to the phase rush, and then the bubble misses. I feel like Jackdaw should have just played slow, held his hook, waited for the body slam, and followed up CC right there. Not sure. I didn't see the start of that play, so I didn't see where Zoe was, so I don't think she could follow up on the body slam that easily, but that's just unfortunate. I feel like if we hold the hook there, that's a guaranteed kill, and the game looks a lot better for you. Still, it's not a bad game. They made a nice comeback play. The game is playable because you got the BF sword and the Aphelios.
Yep.
He's chilling. He's happy. He's got some gold to spend.
It's actually ahead in gold in that lane now.
Absolutely. So, all in all, other than the top mid lane matchup, bleeding heavily right now, and it will get worse.
So this was my question, Whippo, because obviously, if you're a top laner in this game, you've been involved in none of this action, as is normal for your game, right?
You just kind of have to. You've been dived once.
Yeah, you've been dived once, and everyone has now forgotten about you. So if you're the Aatrox in this position, how worried are you about the game state?
Well, right now, you're just praying to God Lee Sin decides not to kill you here. Right. Camille's got the ult. Again, there's no anti-healing on Alphari, so maybe he feels comfortable with fighting in this creep wave. I personally think that he might be able to pull off a 2v1, so I can see where the confidence came from. But for him, getting this recall off and hopefully picking up Ninja Tabai or some defensive itemization will help him stabilize the lane a little bit and try to, well, He went for damage. He wants to kill people. I can respect that. I can respect that. I can respect that. I just think in his position right now, he just wants to not die, not lose the game for his team, or at least slow down the process of losing the game for his team, because that is going to happen once Camille finishes her items.
So his TP is going to be up in, I think, like a minute or so, something like that. Do you think that that could be an option where they try to invest a TP bot, try and shut down the bot lane or something?
I mean, right now, I feel like most of the action is going to be decided by the junglers. Right. They're both about to hit 6, and all lanes at this point are somewhat volatile. There's just the cleanse on mid lane, which means Gragas can still look for a body slam flash. No flash on the Duck. There's no flash on Seiken for the same reason. No cleanse even, which means that with a gank setup from Cinder Lee Sin, there's an opportunity there. Bot lanes, there's still no flashes. There's a flash on Tahm Kench, but Upset doesn't have it, Comp doesn't have it. And then top lane, there's just a lot of gank setup here. So no matter who's going for this gank, it can work.
I do like this vision toggle on the minimap, though. It's actually very little vision that Origen have right now. Sorry, that Vitality have right now. Origen have littered that bot side river. Vitality getting a ward in here or there, but quite difficult for him to
in this situation,
yeah.
Kavashot misplayed a lot, but again, maybe? No, he can't. So what ended up happening there is he used all his stacks on his Darkened Blade, his Q, and Alfari played it properly, dodged the third Q with his ultimate. There's no healing, there's no damage, there's nothing. You just die.
I'm beginning to think, Bwippo, that you don't need either of us here.
There's a lot of action to talk about.
It's great, man. I'm loving it. You're really informing us, but I could just hold my mute button for the next 10 minutes and let you guys chat.
So in that case, the wave is frozen for Kavashot, and he wants to make sure that Camille has to come into him to get the gank off. He went ahead of his own creep wave, which means it was vulnerable to getting hit by Lee Sin's Sonic Wave really easily. It was too easy to kill him there.
All right, so let's have a closer look at what you were talking about. So this is what you mean where
he goes in front of the creep wave. The hook shot's too easy. He can't really dodge it that close to the wall. He has to flash it at that point, and of course, must not have expected Xerxes to be waiting in the bush, and he just gets a little one-tap free kill.
Do you think some of the logic there is to try and bait the OG duo into a fight because he sees Zoe and Nautilus moving up, and he thinks that he can survive long enough?
And again, if you have defensive atomization such as the Ninja Taba, I can totally see it working. But with such an aggressive build, you're not tanky enough.
Fair.
I am going to thank you very much for your time, Bwippo. It's been incredible having you here. My voice is a lot better for it, but we're going to have you leave now.
All right.
Thank you very much for being here, Bwippo.
Thank you, Bwippo.
Enjoy the cast. Thank you.
The fans go wild for the top lane maestro himself. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Bwippo. Wow, that was extremely insightful.
It was.
Bwippo. We learned a lot about top lane. And the rest of the map, because a lot of action was happening everywhere.
It was great. Origen we'll just do a quick state of the game analysis here. Yes, Origen have a 1,000 gold lead. 2 kills on Upset, who's got his Manamune stacking up already. Almost Trinity Force complete on Alfari in the top lane. So feels like Origen are in control of this game all round.
I mean, yes. Something that Bwippo talked a lot about was Origen's primary win condition is Alfari. And as we can see, he's now sitting 1-0-1. His Trinity Force is nearly completed. He's in a very powerful position. So Vitality are investing a lot of their resources into trying to put him behind and trying to shut him down. That's kind of like their next game plan. Obviously, what we also talked about was Vitality could look to try and force some of these fights, 4v4, maybe even find a 5v5, because Origen is mainly going to be looking to play slower, play defensively, play disengage, while Alfari generates pressure on a side lane, which means that for this early Mountain Drake, OG likely will not look to contest it. If they can get it for free, then they may look to grab it then, but running the risk of finding a fight around that objective is one way in which they could lose control over the game. And they don't need to do that when they know they have this scaling side lane pressure on their side.
Origen, known for their slow, methodical play, have been showcasing it so far this split. Only 1 loss on their scoreboard, of course, to G2, who pretty much demolished them. Skeens misses the flash, but still gets the knockback on Nukeduck, who still has his own flash. There's the cleanse once again, unleash power. Sonic Wave dodge, Seiken steps to the sides as he will chase him down with the skirmishers, gets the kill. But great play there by the Zoe in the mid lane.
A lot of missed skill shots that we are seeing from both sides. But
hey, missed or dodged?
I'm going to say missed. Okay. When we have a look back at the replay, we'll have a better breakdown. But as Bwippo was very rightly saying, a lot of this point in the game is going to be heavily determined by the junglers. Both summoner spells did come back up for both mid laners, but Syndra, due to her inability to avoid things like the Gragas engage, it's something that makes it very easy to set up. He misses the flash body slam. He does land the ult, but then again, Seiken misses the E. Nuketook is then going to cleanse the Ignite, but then a good flash here from Seiken to allow the Q, but then again, he gets kicked out of the Senna ultimate, where he then, of course, dies to the red smite, rather, from Xerxes. So, yeah, quite a few skill shots were missed in that exchange, but it ends up being 1-for-1 overall. And the most dangerous thing for Origen is the fact that Nuketook has now lost both of his summoner spells, which means that Skeens could look for a return gank, but the same could be said for Xerxes.
Let's see who decides to go towards that mid lane. Of course, Zoe, although with a lot of mobility in her kit, it's actually quite easy to catch out when she doesn't have her flash. You know where she's going to land from the portal jump. And,
she is obnoxious, though, when she has a summoner spell on her W, because of the bonus movement speed that she does get, can make her even harder to lock down. And, of course, the ultimate can be used to dodge things like the Syndra stun, depending on whether or not you can predict where it's going to go. So I think that she's a little harder than that of Syndra, but you are right, she doesn't have any inherent escapes, which means that should a QE land from the Syndra, Lee Sin's just going to land that Q, going to follow up, and it's an easy kill.
And she has an escape, it just puts her right back into the action. It's an escape for about a second. Upset missing the last embrace there in the bottom lane, as Destiny took a little bit of damage from the Sentinel. Skeens, knowing that both the support and the AD carry for Origen are on the bot side of the map, and knowing that Jack Troll's here on the top side, ready to help him out, will start up the first Rift Herald of the game. Now, Destiny's coming in. It's only him in the Abyssal Voyage. Comp's going to put down the Moonlight Visual. This Destiny's going to take a lot of damage. The thick skin shouldn't be enough. Comp gets the 1v2. Alfari with the chase puts him in the baby cage, and eventually Comp will fall. But that was great play from the AD carry for Vitality.
Just shows you how strong Aphelios can be when he has the opportunity to get that 1v1. I think Comp played that very well. I believe he managed to stack up a bunch of chakrams, which is what ultimately gave him that 1v1 power, but the action hasn't stopped yet, Medic.
Xerxes getting dived here in the top lane. Skeen's going to knock him back straight into the body slam. A shut down for Vitality as they are matching Origen blow for blow in this early game.
Yeah, quick response coming out from Vitality. They recognize that the TP has come out from Alvari towards the bot side, so they use the Rift Herald play up towards top. Before we get back to that action, let's have a look at how this Reaper happens. You can see the chakrams have come out. He gets a bunch of chakrams from both the turret and his ultimate. So I believe he's sitting on about 6 right now, and the closer you are to your target, the faster your attack speed ends up becoming because of how quickly your chakrams return. If Alfari had not joined the fray, he may have just walked away with a kill there. So very well played from Comp, recognizing the power of his champion.
Also deciding, who cares about the 5 guns Aphelios has? I'm just going to stick on this one for the entirety of the fight. Worked out well for him. Origen still with about that 1,000 gold lead will get themselves a Mountain Drake, but first, tower for Vitality fell in the top lane. Looks like it was answered by Origen down in that bottom lane. Having a quick look across the gold, slight lead for Comp, about 300 or so, but look at that sizable sum that Alfari has amassed, 1,400 gold in the lead over Cabochon.
Of course, we can see a slight advantage in favor of Seiken, but the XP actually going in Nuketook's favor. We'll see how much that swings things later a bit.
Well, both have hit level 11 now, so have that second
Completely
activation.
irrelevant then. Great point, Vedius. Ultimate comes out from Comp.
Graviton's going to lock him up. Seiken didn't find the connection he was looking for.
Good binding coming out from Upset to lock up any potential follow-up. But the range on the ultimate from Aphelios, very obnoxious. And one of the most annoying things is you can, because it's difficult to identify what the offhand weapon is, you can keep things like the Graviton secret. Yeah, and then you kind of come out of Fog of War, you switch, you ult, and then all of a sudden that's been applied and you didn't realize you needed to dodge that skill. So it's it can be pretty obnoxious to deal with, and we saw that Nuketook was forced to cleanse in that situation.
Graviton's really the one that we see most of the time for those teamfight routes, or at least in teamfights, because getting an AoE route on AD carry is pretty darn effective.
Yeah, and then the flamethrower is the other one. Or the blue one.
Blue pew-pew is what we call this in the business.
Blue pew-pew. Yeah, I believe that's a professional term, actually.
Or blue flame hellions if you're a StarCraft nerd.
Oh. I'm not, so that's an interesting reference.
Well, thanks for the intrigued sort of sound you made, because you could quite easily just be like, do you? Cool.
Oh, yeah, again, fascinating, how interesting. Anyway, let's kind of look at the game state, because we're approaching the 20-minute mark. I kind of want to keep going back to what Bwipo was talking about when we think about win conditions for both these teams. Something that Bwipo and I discussed was about the scaling aspects of Gragas and Zoe into the later game. We're kind of getting to a point where Lee Sin's value is going to get progressively worse and worse. Obviously, he still has the kick, which can be used as a disengage tool, potentially an engage tool, but relative to the Gragas, whose damage will continue to scale, as Seiken
nothing's going to happen.
Gets a good bit of damage there, but Relative to the Gragas, who's going to continue to scale, there's a lot of teamfight power, especially from Seiken on the Zoe. His damage is going to get that much larger. And one of the reasons why Zoe can be a very solid pick into things like Syndra as well is it's easy to land a bubble on an immobile mage in the mid lane, but also she just outranges the Syndra pretty dramatically. Syndra, surprisingly short-range mage, and when enemies come into her sphere, she's very good at getting them away from her, but she's not that good against champions that are outside her sphere and can do a lot of damage from range.
Okay. So we've heard the discussion, of the 4-1 comp coming out from Origen. Is there like a set point at which that just should roll over the Vitality composition if Vitality don't find these perfect engages and teamfights they want?
I mean, I think this is where kind of the responsibility falls on Vitality, which is something that kind of plagued or has plagued them so far this split, because they seem to draft themselves very specific win conditions. And admittedly, this wasn't them drafting that, it was Origen's answer with the Camille last pick, but they're kind of on a timer. And this is where they kind of need to start grouping up around Comp. You can see that he's almost completed his second item, but he is already pretty strong given that he's level 11, and we want to see them like setting it for these Drakes. Rift Herald isn't available, but that's fine. Trying to utilize this is what we want to see, the 4-man group, and trying to move in to the enemy's part of the map so that you can use your numbers advantage to try and force these fights, where in theory you should be stronger.
Nukeduck's all the way up in the top lane without teleport as well, so although there's a minute 40 left on the Cloud Drake, Vitality use that time to get some vision control, and I expect to see them trying to force around these objectives, as you said, a little bit more. Now, Fari's jumping forward.
Oh, he can definitely win
he can definitely win the 1v1. Jackdraw's trying to get the flank position, but he's going to meet Xerxes straight face-to-face. Xerxes ignited. Should be able to just walk away from a Nautilus, although, of course, Nautilus can do a lot of work as a support. They're looking for this bot lane tower, trying to open up the map just that little bit more. Alfari dodging away as much as he can. There's the Hexag ultimatum. Piercing Darkness coming out, or Dawning Shadow, actually the ultimate. Oh, great hook, though. Gobbled up by Destiny and immediately spat out towards his teammates. There's no wave here for Vitality. Comp, he's in an awful position. Flashes away, but the Sonic Wave's still going to hit. Here comes Seiken. Look at the damage coming out. Comp already down. Didn't go with his team and was caught out.
It was the minion wave that you were talking about, Medic. The fact that it wasn't in a position to allow Vitality to siege meant that Comp had to go the long way around. He used his flash, but that wasn't enough. That allowed Origen to not only get the top lane turret, but they protected their bot lane tower as well. And they converted into a kill. Vitality fumbling on the execution there when it comes to trying to trade for the bot tower.
I like the idea behind it, as you say, just it's been difficult over the course of the split for Vitality to really execute on their windows of opportunity. And there was definitely one there. They weren't quite able to execute upon it. I'll have another look at it because the start of this is actually really well thought out by Vitality.
So you can see that Xerxes is just trying to be obnoxious, trying to stop Jackdraw from cutting Alfari's escape route off because they want to disengage. They recognize, okay, let's just trade towers. But then Origen realized, oh, actually, Tahm Kench can come down. Alfari is pretty strong. We have the Senna ultimate too, and then you can see this minion wave is just slowly dying to the tower. Great consume there from the Tahm Kench to keep Alfari alive, and the moment they realize the wave is gone, this is when we see Comp split away from the team. It turned from a 4v3 into a 1v3, and then Seiken unfortunately cannot offer enough to protect his AD carry.
And you can see in the picture-in-picture, Vitality lost all control over the blue side jungle. Origen are the ones to start up the dragon, but now have backed away from it. Upset is in the mid lane, can come across. Nukeduck's down towards the bottom.
Let's not forget, though, this is one of those situations where Vitality as a 5-man could turn a fight in their favor. So Origen have to show that respect. You can see that the disengage is already coming out from them. Level 11 has now been hit for Xerxes, so he has that small bit of extra smite damage. Let's see if Origen want to contest this.
How much do you care about the first dragon for Vitality? Well, Abyss of Voyage coming in. Origen split on two sides of it. Pinsir's coming out, but Skins has already got it. Kicked away. Won't be able to escape apart from using that stopwatch. It's taken down. Here's the hook from Jackdraw, but Vitality should just back away. Here comes Alfari. Flash away from Jackdraw straight away to get himself to safety. Com's putting some damage out. Upset just about gobbled up in time. And Origen get out 5 members free. There's the depth shard, but Cavil Shard's already fallen. The sleep comes out onto Alfari. Nukeduck flashing forward, and Comp goes goodbye. Jackdraw's going to fall as well. The stun comes onto Seiken. Alfari on the chase, doesn't have the ultimate, and Seiken will walk wounded away from the fallen bodies of his comrades.
And that's a really solid fight from Origen. They can look to convert this into the mid-tier 1. There was a possibility of them doing the Baron, but they're not the fastest Baron-taking team, so they're just going to walk away with, all right, maybe not a tower, the rest of them going to reset. Honestly, they're just going to take the kills and disengage overall. Origen recognizing the opportunity to re-engage. We'll look at the start of this fight. Notice that Vitality not actually in a position to fight. They're just trying to zone the Camille away, but that's just kind of leaving Skeins to the devices of Origen, who've used the Tahm Kench ultimate to come in and create a 4-man front with which they can then pressure onto the Dragon with.
It just feels like re-engage after re-engage from Vitality when they're not actually finding any picks.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that it feels like the Vitality is kind of anxious to say, oh, maybe we can fight, maybe we should stick around, but there are numbers down, Medic. They've lost their jungler, they've lost one of their engaged tools, and then they overcommit. The Aphelios damage, admittedly, was good. It was strong, right? But it was too late for them to find that fight. It was far too long, and then Origen found a great re-engage. It cost them the flash from Nuke Duck, but again, a lot of summoners were burnt on the side of Vitality as well.
And 23 minutes in, Origen went from having a 2,000 gold lead to a 4,000 gold lead in that last fight. Jumping ahead by 100%. You've got Duskblade and Muramana finished on Upset. You've got Ludens and Banshees finished on Nuke Duck. And Alphari, the split-pushing threat, already has his Trinity Force and is on his way to what appears to be a ravenous Hydra.
The extra bit of lifesteal makes you a very strong duelist. It also adds a lot to your wave clear. So it makes a lot of sense. I like it a lot. They've actually moved him down to the bot lane now. His teleport is up. Of course, with the Baron being alive, this becomes the next big point of contention for both these teams. We've also got to note that the Ocean Drake will be the rift of choice this time around. Yep. And having that extra Ocean will definitely make you much stronger if you're able to get that Soul. But honestly, I feel like that the Soul is not going to be the biggest priority this game. You're just kind of looking at that countdown time and you're saying like Alphari is going to get more obnoxious, more difficult to deal with as the game progresses, and Origen look to take the mid-tier 1.
And we're still at minimum 12 minutes away from a Dragon Soul in this game. One team has to pick up 3 more. Mid tower goes down, as you said. And I want to just remind the audience, this is kind of what we expected from this game. Vitality have put up a good fight early on, but Origen were always coming in as the heavy favorites. And I think you see some of that experience and some of the veterancy on the squad paying off so far in this matchup. Vitality just struggling to make a few of those split-second decisions that could turn a game around.
You're also seeing exactly what Bwipo was talking about earlier, where there was a 5-man group mids, and Alphari was sitting bot lane, looking at a potential split push. And like, this is what the rest of the game is going to look like. The biggest problem Vitality is having right now is they cannot take this mid-tier 1. And one of the main reasons for it is that it's difficult in order to siege against things like a Syndra and a Senna because of how easy it is for them to land that single target CC. I don't know if you've ever tried to approach a tower and then a Syndra QE comes out.
Yeah, it's
not only are you stuck under the tower, she could potentially clear or at least significantly damage most of the minion wave, and then she can throw her ult out and that could be you dead. Right? Meanwhile, there's a Camille in the bot lane also sieging. So you have to create this situation where you can force the Syndra back and the Senna as well in order to actually take that mid tower. And Vitality haven't been able to do that. They haven't been able to get good vision control inside the enemy's jungle to force this Syndra back off the tower so that they can take it. So they've ended up in this awkward gray area where, yeah, they can have 5 people, they grouped up mid, but they're actually too afraid to go anywhere near the tower, which I think they're a little too afraid, because when you think about their tools, you have a Gragas ultimate, you also have a Zoe who can hit you from very long range, and they can use this poke and threat to actually threaten the mid tower, which right now they're not. They're a little too afraid of what Alphari can do in the side lane. The problem is for Vitality, it's only going to get worse as the game progresses.
And that's the thing, right? Like, I could understand being afraid if you could outscale, or you had a comp that, you know, came online well and truly into the late game. It's like, oh, we'll just wait for 40 minutes, right? But if this is just going to keep happening over and over again, at some point someone just has to say, okay, guys, I'm going to step up. Maybe I'll lose us the game, but maybe I'll make something happen for us as well. And you do wonder if someone, you know, one of the more veteran players on the team, like a Cabochard, like a Jack Troll, is the guy that needs to be making that call. We will see if Vitality decide it's time to pull the trigger, but for the moment, they're just going to clear out mid. Jack Troll, whoa, Upset just shreds through him right there, just with the Senna, Duskblade complete, sitting at 43 missed off that Absolution passive, so has increased the range twice.
So it's 650 now.
Yeah, plus a rapid fire cannon.
Yeah, the rapid fire cannon is what makes it really obnoxious. We've actually been seeing Senna's prioritize it earlier compared to what we saw before. Sometimes it was like a 5th, maybe even 6th item. But now you try and get it earlier, you have that much more poke. But also, if you think about it, it makes it harder for Vitality to engage on you because you can apply that slow
straight away.
That much earlier. Exactly, Medic. So we can see the Ocean Drake is alive.
It is alive. It has now been alive. It will now be alive.
You'll notice on the minimap that Origen have just abandoned the top side. They've also sent Nukeduck into the enemy bot side jungle as cover for Alphari to make it even easier for him to siege onto this tower and take away this objective.
So we actually used to see G2 do this a lot, where Wunder and Perks would both, if Wunder was split pushing, Perks would come down and join him, and they'd collapse on the one player, kill him, and then go for an in-hit, because they knew the enemy team couldn't react.
The irony is we'd also see it from Vitality of last year. Yep. Cabochard and Jizuke were very well known for this play, and they would often do it a lot with things like Rise, where the Rise would be split push, and then Cabochard would appear in the lane, and then they would Rise ultimate in, and then they would try and rush down these towers. So it's something that Vitality, or at least Cabochard, is definitely going to be familiar with, and that's why he shows so much respect towards it. But again, you're also seeing how OG are playing very well around their win condition, and this is something that we see a lot from them. The exception was when they played up against G2, of course, but it's very much a matter of being very aware of what their win conditions are and then playing around them. They haven't tried to overforce any fights. They haven't gambled any objectives. Every fight that they tried to take has usually been in their favor. And you can see now they're just keeping their eyes on the Baron while also allowing Alphari to push out in the bot side of the map.
It's just what you expect to happen. Seiken going in, misses the stun onto Nukeduck. Oh, Xerxes just jumped straight onto him. Seiken has not been having the best of times with those paddle stars or with the sleepy trouble bubbles.
One of the downsides of Zoe is that if you use your ult preemptively, it makes it very easy for a Syndra to land to a QE. And
Here we
see an engage?
It's just gobbled up. This is Tom Kench pick works so well into the Nautilus, and now Jackdraw's going to get locked up. Pumps the gargoyles, but not going to be healthy enough. Upset lands the final auto. Origen find 2 quick kills. Xerxes looking for the flank position, can't quite connect onto Comp, but now it's a 1-3-1 that has developed out of the 1-4 Comp from Origen.
Yeah. I mean, Origen can easily do this. They have the numbers. Vitality don't. There's only 3 alive right now, and they're just kind of running rings around Vitality. They couldn't control Alphari in the early game. There's a portion where they tried to put him down, but were unable to do so. And now we see the fruits of Origen's labor. Props as well to the bot lane, playing as well as they did. You know, we did hear Whipper talk about how Vitality messed up their dive, and that could have been a big difference maker in terms of trying to get Comp further ahead than he currently is. But, you know, again, you also have to recognize Upset now level 15, a lot of items completed. And we're going to have a look back at... Yes.
Yeah, you got to hit stuff.
But I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if he does hit it, like, Nukeduck's still going to kill it.
Sure, but like, why jump forward then? I think Seiken at times has been a very good replacement for Melita. He's got visa issues, but has struggled at times as well.
It's the, you know, you talked about it. Someone's got to do something.
That's true. That's true. I shouldn't berate him for it.
He looked at it as an opportunity to, hey, maybe I can one-shot this Syndra, and he didn't do it. Like, it didn't happen, right? Like, I can't blame the guy for trying. It just ends up being punished, you know? And that's the thing. When you make gambles, you don't always win.
It's very true, Velius. Very true. Origen, 8,000 gold ahead. Oh, Jackdraw's looking for Destiny. There's a blast cone there. Jackdraw hooks the wall, which is a target that you can hook, although perhaps not the target he was aiming for.
Well, if he could have closed the gap and then ulted, maybe he could have set up for a pick. Maybe.
Did you see the gap? He could have autoed him. It's like the gap was not large at the time.
It was, he tried. Okay, he tried. So, I mean, you got to give Vitality something at this point, Medic. Like, the game's over.
Actually, let's have a discussion about that, okay? We have 2 teams who are very likely to be 0-5 after this game. Vitality and Schalke.
Yes.
Do you feel they are of the same level?
You mean in terms of...
Do you think Vitality and Schalke are the same? Would it be a very close game if the 2 played each other?
Oh, I mean, like, I think both teams have very different issues, so I think you're in for an interesting game. Hang on a second. Action?
No.
You sure?
Well, I mean, Jackdraw might die.
Are you sure?
Jackdraw might die, but yes, no, I am sure, Velius. Was sure all along, never doubted myself for a second.
So, again, I want to draw your attention to the mini-map. That's the word I'm looking for. You'll notice that both top and bot have been pushed in, and Origen are now grouped up as 5 to push in the mid-wave. They're using numbers to guarantee priority in this lane, and they're going to keep returning to these lanes, pushing these waves out, and this is very classic Origen.
Yeah.
This is, you have to feel the pressure of multiple threats across the map.
Yep.
And it's great because I'm making a level up episode on this specific topic around how to use minion waves.
I didn't realize we were allowed to advertise ourselves on the podcast
Origen is
now.
just giving me free material right now, which is great.
Fire jumps onto Cabochard, just trading on him. There's the Hextech Ultimatum. Cabochard has already popped the World Ender. Dawning Shadow comes out from Upset.
But this is beautiful from Alfari because, yes, he invested everything into trying to trade against that Cabochard. But look at the minimap. 3 people went down to try and help Cabo. In that time frame, Origen goes straight back to the Baron. And again, it's just because of how much map control they have. Even though Vitality see it, looks like they can contest because of how...
position.
Yeah, you're right. But Origen's Baron is very slow. Skeen's already in position.
Nukeduck running towards Taken.
All right, so like the idea was good from Origen, but of course the execution couldn't be there because of how slow Senna is when it comes to taking Baron.
He's so slow, and Nukeduck wasn't helping them either, so you didn't have that extra damage coming out from the Syndrus. However, they can still pressure towards this top lane turret. Upset. Oh, everything misses once again.
Yep. It's the day of missed skill shots, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it hasn't been a good one for hitting skills, I'll be honest. Maybe people are playing more Legends of Runeterra than League of Legends this last week. Oh, there we go. That one hit.
Yes, nice.
I was hoping that...
But it's one of those questions where, was he aiming?
I mean, okay, he was definitely aiming. Whether he was aiming at upsets, it's a debate. Okay, Betty. 33 minutes in, Origen going to start up the Baron once again, and Origen going to stop the Baron once again as they walk away, and I'm just going to keep talking in this voice as if I wasn't getting excited for anything. Here comes Skeens coming in from the side. The teleport's being used towards the mid lane as well, and nothing's really happening apart from Alfari. So, you know how I said I don't think we're going to get towards Ocean Soul because that's 15 minutes away?
Yeah.
Here we go. 5 more minutes of intense League of Legends.
It's an Origen game, dude. I mean, I've been thinking a lot, Medic, about how
It's a dangerous thing to do.
I know. But I've been thinking a lot how I differentiate Origen from G2, because the easy answer is to sit there and say, well,
game time.
Yes, right. You know, Origen, play slow. G2, play fast. So I've been thinking a lot more about how I can separate them. And one of the things that I think does separate them a lot is how they use their item spikes.
Okay.
And I think if we look at Origen's comp right now, they've quite comfortably hit their item spikes, Medic.
Yeah, I can agree with you there.
You know, you look at these items and you're like, I think you guys are good, right? But the question is, are they going to use that as a go signal to actually do something? No, right? And I think I think I've kind of hit the nail on the head when it comes to like differentiating them, though, because you know, Origen are so controlled that even though they are so much stronger than Vitality, they're still playing it patiently, and that's not the wrong way to play. It's just the patient way to play.
Yeah, it is a way to play League of Legends, and it might not be the most exciting. It might not be the most enthralling because a kill isn't going down every minute.
Yeah, I think it was Bwipo on PGL that said they like the 99.999% play, you know? And you can't blame them for that because they want to win, which is fair enough.
It's the idea you don't gamble.
Yes.
You don't have to gamble if you know for sure that the play is going to work.
Exactly.
It's not a gamble.
And it kind of ties back to what we were talking about in week 1, where Origen have this really good drafting. I think we kind of see a return of that today, where they've put themselves in a position where they don't have to be the hyper-proactive team. They can just wait. And right now, the person that they're waiting for is Alfari. He's been generating so much pressure on the side lane. But the stalemate situation that they find themselves in is, without Alfari, their Baron is way too slow.
Super low.
So
super slow.
We'll now see how Origen try and force their way into the base. They may just wait for the Ocean Soul in 3 minutes time.
I mean, they can do that. Upset takes half his health as Seiken jumps across the wall, and that is a difficult... Oh, Jackshot's going in. He's done that a few times. Does he not realize that he can just be gobbled up? They still get the lock up onto Nukeduck, but I mean, Jackshot, you've tried that a lot of times. Definition of insanity. Trying the same thing over and over again.
I mean, he's got to try, though. He's got to try.
That time he did lead with Hook and then wait to use the depth charge.
Yes.
So he's varying it up. He's varying it up.
But I mean, like, yeah, they're kind of just limited on options. And like, we did talk about it earlier, but like, the problem that Vitality keeps having is with their drafts. And like, sure, there probably are different things, but when we listened to Bwipo talking about it, like, he was quite happy with the direction that Vitality was taking their draft. And it was just this Camille counterpick that came out, just meant that now they had to play in a certain way. Yeah.
The clock on the game.
The problem that Vitality has, they have 3 rookie players, you know?
Yeah.
And when you get put into conditions where you have to be proactive and you have to be the one dictating the outcome of the game, it's like harder. Yeah. It's a lot harder to play the game.
That's a fear of making a mistake. When we played Clash together, I was afraid I was going to lose the team the game. And this is a lot bigger than Clash. This is a lot more important than a single game of Clash.
Sure.
I played incredibly well, everyone at home. Hard carried the team. Didn't get carried by Alfari.
The fact that we were playing with Alfari had nothing to do with it.
Don't know what you're talking about, Vedius. It's all my Rakan. Anyway, Vitality setting up down towards...
Oh, they've actually brought Alfari
this time. So the thing is, Cabochard's all the way down to the bottom side, and Vitality have no idea where anyone is on the map. They know that no one is in this blue side jungle, and that's about it. Now they know.
Now they know. Here we go. It's time for the show to flow.
Please stop rhyming. I've drunk my water now. The damage coming down onto Jackdaw. Upset uses the Dawning Shadow, but Vitality have to get in there soon because that Baron is very low. Saken jumping forward, looking for the steal, can't quite land it. Jackdaw on the front line lands the knock-up onto Nuke Dog, but you have to feel that Origen could just turn and burn on this fight. Alfari flashing forward straight onto Saken. Comp trying to get in from the side as well, but Alfari still has the GA. The rest of Origen are on the chase. Comp just about able to get away, but the rest of Origen is going to chase him down. Upset goes godlike. Comp trying to trade against the Tarm Kench, and he's winning it for the moment, but Upset is here now. Alfari gets a kill on the top side. Comp goes down on the bot, and it's 7 kills to 6 for Origen.
The ace comes through for Origen. They do not lose a single member, and now they have the base in their eyes. Origen gonna look to close this one out in around 38 minutes.
Well, they keep trying to extend the game time in the league, Vedius, but that's only about 5 minutes slower than our average. Origen, they did it the way they do. They painted by numbers. It was slow, it was methodical, but it's everything Origen has come to be known for here in the LEC in spring. Vitality tried their hardest, but it just wasn't enough. Origen take the game and go 4-1 in Spring Split.
Yeah, clean, controlled. Very little that Vitality could have done once we reached the later stages of the game. And short, there were definitely a couple, I mean, like, the biggest criticisms have to come towards Vitality's execution in the early game. We saw the tower dive didn't go the way that they wanted to. We saw them overstay around the Drake fight, where Origen were able to find 3 kills. And it was just a matter of every play they tried to make, it didn't work out in their favor, which slowly but surely, they slowly started losing more and more. They were getting outscaled. And then Origen were able to clean things up. Eventually, once they decided, okay, we need to bring Alfari to Baron because there's no way we can do it without him.
But it worked, you know. Didn't die in that game, nor did Upset. Upset's only died in 1 of the 5 games Origen have played against G2. This is the only time he's died here in the LEC. And if you guys want to vote for your key player of the game, you can go at LEC on Twitter. Upset is an option, so is Alfari. Xerxes is the 3rd. Where are you going with it, Vedi? Who are you thinking?
I would probably give it to Upset. I think he played super well. Props to Xerxes. Not that I wanted to, I don't think that he necessarily needs to be on Kira Player of the Game, but he's not known for his Lee Sin.
Yeah,
actually, don't think
only played it once ever before.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's not a Lee Sin player. The fact that he went 3-1-8 overall had like a very solid game. I think like props to him, expanding his champion pool a bit maybe.
He did play Lee Sin in the Xerxes style of this split, which is shut down the enemy jungler, don't really let them do too much.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, how else?
I'm not saying it's bad. I was just like he played his style on a champion that some people would use more aggressively.
But I think, well, no, because I think that he played around his pressure well. And when we think about what he did to Skeens at like the level 3 mark, where he forced him out of the jungle using the prio that he had in mid and top, I think that I think he played it pretty well. You know, he becomes less valuable the later into the game it goes. So yeah, I think he was very solid overall.
Well, coming up next, we've got our highlight game of the day as Surprise Team Rogue take on the undefeated G2 Esports. Don't go anywhere.
I expect 2020 to be my best year so far in League. I'm really excited for it, really excited with those teammates. Their level is really insane.
It's very exciting to be back in Midland. It's very easy for me to switch back because I've already played all years back in Midland. I'm just very excited to see how I'll perform.
quite a time. When you were coming around, I didn't feel like we tried. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us go insane. Da 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 da. I feel like you wanna taste the tickles over my face. Let me direct you the way. I know you want it to stay. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us go insane. Da 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 da.
Welcome back to the LEC Spring Split. Among the top teams, Rogue are the new kids on the block, and tonight they face off against the undefeated MSI champions, LEC champions, and Worlds finalists. It's G2 Esports. We're also joined by Origen's Giotto. I'm not allowed to try and say it, so we're going for Andre, who's going to help us with the picks and bans. Nice to meet you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one, just to pick your brain a little bit. Before we do that, a bit of housekeeping. The Kia player of the game, it was Alfari with 41. Why are we being so specific? 41.9% of the...
Can we just start giving the player of the game to Tim? Because this guy is the one that puts the draft together so they can just scale to 40 minutes and auto win. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I mean, our games are a bit slow. We are aware of that. It's not something that we are particularly proud, but this game just reached to a point where it's so free that we just wait so that we don't mess anything up, especially because in the early we try to be a bit spicy and things turned a bit south.
I respect it, you know? You want to get as much screen time as possible for Origen, the brand. That's something Deficio is really going to appreciate. He's like, 80-minute games, let's do it. The people will love it. Waiting for the game to end, watching your players on
we're
4
just
items.
practicing so that we don't get 20 minutes by G2 again.
Sure. we had these two arguing we used the term real deal. We had these two arguing about whether or not, you know, the OG were slow, methodical, clinical, whatever words we want to use, is by design. It sounds to me that it's not necessarily all by design. It's also just seems to be something that's happening quite naturally with the players you've got.
I mean, yes, I think I have a group of players that is naturally quite smart.
Yeah.
And we try to abuse it. We had quite a difficult schedule actually, and I'm just.
No.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, we just had a hard schedule in the beginning, and I think that from now on, that's something that we'll definitely need to work on how to make our games a bit faster, so that we also don't give space for the enemy team to come back.
Yeah, because right now it feels like there's a lot of sort of almost waiting for an opponent to make a mistake, which I almost can't fault you for because, again, as I said, you almost always have the comp that scales better in towards the late game. But I still think like it's worthwhile to look into opportunities like activating side lane sometimes, looking for split push options too, like in a game like this.
Yeah, of course. And in this game, we could have definitely done Nash earlier, used Alfari a bit better. But it's something that we will just review and hopefully improve for tomorrow and next week.
Yeah, and you mentioned G2. I think it's an interesting conversation or an answer that we landed on when talking about OG and your strengths and your weaknesses. These guys tend to share the sentiment that, you know, in order to beat G2, there has to be some risks taken against the teams you're playing, you know, aside from G2. Is that something you echo? You believe that this gameplay style that doesn't work necessarily against G2, but works against everyone else?
I think that's just bullshit.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Really? Okay. Why do you think that?
Because I think that it's really way simpler than that. In order to beat G2, you need to be better than them. It's not about if you need to go with specific risks or anything. I didn't see FPX going with a lot of risks. That they were just a better team. They controlled the 2v2 mid jungle better than G2, so they won.
Yeah, I think the important thing here, right, is yes, taking risks, but more than that is like finding these opportunities. And I think that hits on the just be better than your opponents, see what, you know, sometimes you are missing. And that's what I think we saw out of like an FPX, right? Finding opportunities, roams out of mid lane, all this stuff. But also when Fnatic took G2 to all 10 games in the playoffs last year, they were challenging them early on. I think that's really what we're getting at. It seems like beating them early is where it comes down to it. I mean, they won 4 out of the 6.
Yeah.
How many did you win? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Wow. Ender, calm down. Sorry. You come in, you're like, wow, you should win player of the game for your great drafts. Also, you suck. So, where are we going?
To be fair, I just disagree with you, Ender. Yeah. Like, when this... Just stop trying to use other words than the ones that you actually used. You said that you need to take risks in order to beat G2. And I told you that in order to beat G2, you need to play better than them.
Okay,
it's two different things.
So to a certain degree, I agree, except I think that his vision of better is being less risk-averse, being willing to take risks. So what's your version of better? What do you actually think Origen needs to be better?
My version of better is that when we go against G2, we need to be aware that being ahead in tempo is the thing that will matter the most. They are really good on hiding to pick you up. They are really good on punishing you, even if they are behind, because you just misplayed the recall or just recalled way too late, and they will not let you get control of the game again. That's something that G2 uses to win against everyone, and that's something that they couldn't do against FPX. So when you play against them, you need to control the tempo of the game extremely well, and you need to be able to match them mechanically when you go into team fights, because the game will naturally be close. Early game, you will not get a big advantage against G2 ever, so you need to be able to match them. What I understand that Ender is saying, it's more that if you have a 2v2 and you're like on the 50-50, then in most cases you should go for it. Like, that's what I'm understanding by risk.
What I was saying. No, to better clarify my stance on the matter.
Proactive, perhaps, is a good word to use.
There we go.
Proactive, yes.
I feel like we're watching like a cage fight right now. I feel like we're just like, yes,
we're just
okay,
throw, like,
hello.
I mean, it's really hard to be on a cage fight with someone that doesn't even bother to wear a suit.
Okay, Andre, here's the thing. Have you ever gone into a cage fight wearing a suit? Because that's just a bad idea, first of all.
Okay, so are you saying that you come to the LEC desk with the point of getting into a fight?
Yes.
He's ready for it.
What else is there?
I'm ready to throw down.
All right. We got a game to talk about. Now, look, at some point, I want to see you two throw down. Physically or verbally, don't really care.
Either way, between two Iverns.
Either way, I'm entertained. But I think like the better question is,
no.
OG had their shot. They lost. What does Rogue look like?
Yes, I think you're probably right. We should probably talk a little bit about the success story of Rogue, because these, of course, came into the LEC last year and were this rookie come-up, underdogs growing story. We loved it. And now Rogue, I mean, are they truly, within the contender for top 5 and more?
And here's my immediate question for this team, because like I think that they're clearly top 5 contender, easy playoff team, going to be pushing for top 3. But my issue is not moments like this. This is obviously fantastic. My big question for you, Andre, is we have a new term. It's called getting finned. And what that means is when you pick a new champion that everyone thinks is OP and you get absolutely blasted in a matchup. Alfari created that term. But my question is, what do you think of Finn? How do you feel about the individual players on this lineup? Because we've seen great things. We've also seen some questionable things.
I mean, it's a young lineup, except obviously on the bot lane. All their top side has only one split. And I think that they still have a lot to growth. They do show some signs of low maturity in terms of how to read the game, and Finn obviously has some examples of that. But then they also have this small inches or small hints of being genius, where the outplay that we just saw from Larson. And I think that that's something that defines this team, right? They are a team that are able to go and do great games, and they are able to also go and do some really on the other side of the spectrum. But I do feel that it's one of the teams that has more space to improve, especially the 3 from the top side. And I agree that the top 4 should be something that is locked for them, and they should be contenders for top 3, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, this team was already on the rise sort of towards the end of last year, and I think we can all agree that bringing in Hans Sama is an upgrade for this team. So a lot of people had higher expectations for this squad, which is where I actually think some of the criticisms for this team don't even directly come in from their gameplay, but I actually think they sort of hamstring themselves in draft, where you'll see Olaf with like scaling champs like don't get lane priority early on. I feel like that makes it especially hard for like Inspired to play out early games.
I mean, I don't know. I think.
No, what about the first pick set against you guys?
I mean, it was not first pick, it was first rotation. But I don't know. Korea is first picking set, and no one's flaming them.
When was the last time they made it to World Final?
That's a fair point. No, but I mean, I don't think it's necessarily draft, because I think people have this misconception that coaches do the draft by themselves, and I believe that I talk for every coach that players' input is always going to be something very important. And if they end up drafting like that, it's because Larson gave or in this case, Inspired gave the input that is something that they can handle. I think that their strength, once again, comes from the fact that they can be really unpredictable, and their weakness just comes from the fact that sometimes they push it a bit too far.
They certainly do. And we're going to push this to Champ Select. It is time for LEC to continue with more of the action. Rogue taking on G2. And it is over course to the brains of this brigade to walk you through our Champion Select.
Andre, the first thing I want to talk to you about, I brought up Finn earlier. I do want to talk a little bit about top lane. We've seen Soraka floating around. It feels like it's a must ban now, and especially against Wunder. But I'm curious what actually gets prioritized in the top lane matchup, because you said, hey, Korea's blind picking set. GP's been looking pretty strong, but obviously playing against G2, playing against Wunder is a unique case. What are your thoughts about top lane in this matchup?
So in this case, we see that G2 has red side, so I do think that the last pick will be saved for Wunder. The top laners that you kind of need to be aware for Wunder is that not only the Soraka, which I think it might get banned or they just prepared an answer, but also the Aatrox I think is one of the best Aatrox in Europe, and a champion that he can definitely blind. Other than that, I think that Wunder doesn't really bring some non-traditional picks like Finn can with the Kled. We know that he's a very good Kled player. And I think that Finn will also prioritize Set way more than Wunder will.
It's interesting also to see here like Rogue with these first 3 bans, banning away like early mid-game like strong champions with a lot of pick priority as well. When you talk about G2, that is a team that does like to get very proactive and look to explode things come mid-game, trying to get rid of a lot of those options.
This will be a similar draft to ours. Wait, actually, I think this is a mistake from Rogue.
Yeah, the Senna instead of the Gragas is surprising. With so much of the jungle pool banned out, easy Aphelios trade, G2 don't really care what side they get, and they get the Gragas. That just feels like a terrible deal for Rogue.
We also know that Perks really likes to play AD mids. He has a really good Kiana, really good Lucian, really good Yasuo. And I'm expecting to see one of the picks going that way. Against LeBlanc, either he goes with AP jungle or AP mid and he just picks something like the Rise, or he just goes for the Lucian.
Instant Soraka. There it is.
He has 3 AD mids, so I think he's comfortable with the 3 of them, most likely.
Now the question is how many bans do they want to spend making sure this is a comfortable matchup? Obviously, without seeing scrims, we can only theory craft. We've heard about the Sonar or whatever, but like, are G2 really going to ban it here?
I mean, to be fair, Soraka can go mid. Against LeBlanc doesn't seem like...
That sounds unfair. That sounds distinctly unfair.
So I don't know.
Oh no.
Maybe they'll flex it. Let's see. I wouldn't expect it. I think that G2 considers Soraka right now to be a strong blind, and they are willing to just go with it all the way.
Yeah, also with like a ban like Aurelia too, that seems like a champion that with a jungler next to her has the ability to like really punish the Soraka early on. Because from what we've seen with a lot of Soraka around the world is that like she pushes in lane, or like you can hold it back, but a lot of times if you are trading aggressively, you're going to draw minion aggro, which means your minions are naturally going to be pushing forward. So very exploitable to enemy ganks.
This Braum ban is surprising. I would expect them to maybe even get it. Thresh is already banned. They have Aphelios. Braum synergizes really well with it. Maybe we can see a flex Soraka to bot. I don't know. This Soraka can be still played in all the 3 positions that are left.
We also saw earlier today over in the LCK sort of like a double support comp being run from Hanwha Life, where they had a Soraka in top lane and Yuumi in bot lane. Now that was with a Olaf in the jungle, but I wouldn't put it past G2 to go like heavy on the heels.
I mean, now we know that it's probably not bot anymore. Obviously, this Nautilus can still be a flex, but I mean, with G2, you always
There's the paranoid.
I would be talking more for Perks than the Nautilus, to be fair. But I don't know. I mean, I don't like to exclude any option against G2, especially if I'm drafting against them. But most naturally, here it's obviously the last pick for Caps, which is kind of surprising, which means that this Soraka flex is actually alive, otherwise they wouldn't do it.
Okay, to me right now, it seems like Rogue's comp is going to be much harder to execute than what G2 have put together right now. Like, obviously, like, you have a really powerful backliner, but in terms of, like, actual CC setup for your team and for your Senna to, like, get out auto attacks, on top of the fact there's, like, all these heals coming through from the Soraka on the other side, I'm actually questioning whether or not, like, Larson can have a huge impact later on, because when he goes in for, like, burst trades, like, there's going to be healing coming through.
I actually love this composition. Like,
it's set mid.
It's set mid?
Yes. 100 or not 100%, but I think it might be set mid. Maybe
you think it might be set mid? It might be Soraka bottom is what they're teasing. Well, we got until 20 seconds. But what I will say is that I love G2's composition from an execution standpoint. I think the biggest issue that I have with Aphelios is that a lot of times he needs a lot of peel with a comp that wants to dive forward. But when you have a Soraka, when you have a Gragas who can be used for engage or disengage, I just think it's so good. And there it is. You're right,
You
Gyoto.
smashed it.
It's the set mid.
All right, so Gyoto, Andre, whatever you want to present it as, you're a mastermind. You said 100%. We say you never go 100%.
Yeah, but then
but
it was.
You did, and it's paid off.
It's as Under was saying, you have to take risks.
Absolutely. And I'm going to take a risk by interrupting you and saying it's time to find out if Rogue can pull off a shocking upset as we head over to Medi Medi.
There we are, my microphone is now working. Set mid is the pick here for G2. I was really hoping for the Aphelios mid pick, Vedius, but it didn't come out in the end.
Yeah, so set mid. This is going to be interesting. I believe... So I was talking to Whippo about this earlier, and he was like, I'm pretty confident that Chovy played it. And I was like, yeah, but I don't know if Chovy played mid. I'm pretty sure he played top.
Yeah, he played.
But in any case, Whippo was telling us about how set has been flexed a lot between top and mid lane. And honestly, like, I've never seen the Set versus LeBlanc matchup.
Nor have I.
So, like, on paper, I would assume that LeBlanc would have a lot of advantages in this matchup. You know, it's a range matchup. LeBlanc typically has a lot of burst. However, I've been playing a lot of Set recently, and Set is really obnoxious to get out of lane. The health regeneration that he has, along with the shield. Oh, and Perks is already starting the sit-ups in the mid lane.
Those were the slow sit-ups, though. That's the slow burn. You fatigue yourself before you really feel the power of those sit-ups.
He's warming up. He's warming up. He's feeling it. All right, well, we're going to watch this mid lane matchup because I'm super curious as to how, like, how Perks actually plays this one out. Of course, we do have a Soraka into the Aatrox top lane. I think Aatrox can be fine in this. It was actually a matchup that we've seen a couple times over in the LCK. The thing about it is usually it's very easy. I say very easy. It's possible for the Aatrox to go pretty even, maybe even get a slight advantage during the laning phase. But obviously, the longer the game goes on, the worse that is. You want to be trying to shut down the Soraka. If you can dive her, that's definitely a great opportunity for you. But the later this game goes, the harder it's going to be for champions like LeBlanc to be able to one-shot you, for Aatrox to be able to kill you. And for anyone that may have seen the LCK game earlier in the day, Hanwha Life versus SKT, or T1 rather, my apologies, you will be very aware of how obnoxious Soraka can be in these late game fights.
So Rogue went for an invade here, was spotted out pretty early on. Did use a sweeper, but Inspired will be able to get his, well, the enemy's blue pretty easily. Jankos was at the Wolves, is going to have completed those and then come across towards the top side of the map.
So Jankos is, he's obviously going to lose his blue buff, right? I'm curious as to whether or not he'll actually go for an invade, because one of the things he has to be careful of is the fact that he won't be able to get priority in this mid lane. You can see LeBlanc early on, pretty tough to deal with, especially for melee matchups. So it's a big gamble for him to try and invade.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he just does a full top side clear. And Inspired, he may skip his red. I think it would be dangerous to do that, though, especially on a Lee Sin. And then, of course, the bot lane of G2 have to play defensively because they realize their jungler is on top side. So overall good. But to kind of focus back in on this mid lane matchup, the first thing to note is that Perks actually started with his E early laning phase. I actually quite like that. It's pretty easy to land the stun in lane because when you can walk up, the range can catch a lot of people off guard, especially if you're not experienced in the matchup. But then Perks is, of course, taking the W second, which can look to punish. But looking for a gank in mid lane.
Chains onto a minion isn't going to be the best. Perks still has the flash. The Sonic Wave connects, but because that grit was built up, I think Inspired didn't want to go to jump in.
100%. You're correct there, Medic. If the chains had landed, it may have been a more dangerous situation for Perks. Of course, he still had his flash, but he wasn't forced to burn it. Now, of course, he will be able to teleport back into lane. Will grab himself some boots and a health pot as well. Hook lands.
Yeah, not going to be under the tower, though. Vander's able to spit Hans Sommer straight back out, and the piercing darkness from Hans Sommer will tag both Caps and Mickey. I know we will be talking a lot about the mid lane matchup, but something you keep mentioning to me when you talk about your solo queue adventures with Set is his health regeneration. Of course, the second part of his passive makes you regen extra health for health that you're missing.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to keep him down low on HP in lane.
Yeah, that's why you go for a Doran Shield early. It synergizes really well with his passive. And when he's taking this harassment, he can just stick around in lane for a really long time. So I found that he does quite well against mana-based champions as well, because you can trade pretty actively, and you can end up still coming out on top just because of the health regeneration.
Bot. Yeah, oh, Perks is already here. Roaming bot once again. We've seen this early on in the split. Vander caught out, flashes away. The face breaker into the thick skin. Perks is slowed up, but Vander's going to fall. The Haymaker from downtown. Perks finds the first kill of the game, and that Caps is looking for just a little bit more. Hans Sommer forced back.
Excellent roam coming in from Perks, and he used such a great window to look for a roam because, of course, he got forced back early by an early gank. But then Larson used that as an opportunity to do an early base himself. He wanted to restock on his Corrupting Potion stacks and grab the Amp Tone, and in that window, Perks was able to fast shove the lane and then look for a roam bot, which Rogue weren't expecting. Like, who expects a Set roam at level 4? Beautifully done from the Set. And you can see here the minion wave crashes into the tower. Larson is catching it. And then the TP comes in from Caps. And Vander and Hans Sommer, they don't have any vision here. They must realize at this point, oh, okay, the mid lane is missing. They see him. he doesn't get stunned up because he obviously doesn't have a minion on the other side, but then no flash available, and he's in the true damage section, which means that he's able to find that big kill. So Perkz already walking away with first blood on the set mid.
It's not often you get forced out of lane and are able to come out on top, but that's exactly what Perkz have done, and it's one of the reasons G2 are the top team in the league right now.
So
Their ability to find something out of nothing.
One of the great things about this is he can now just get early Merc treads, which is so valuable when playing against the LeBlanc. And you can actually see that if we have a look at the health bars, Larsen's taken a lot of damage in this mid lane. He's been taking a couple of trades that have not been going in his favor, and we see Hansama.
Oh, he's being... Wasn't ignited, was ticking down, but heals up. Here comes Perkz once again, the base maker. He's got the showstopper straight underneath the tower, though, with Perkz perhaps caught in no man's land. Larsen dodges back. The ignite is ticking. Get outplayed. Janko's on his way, but he's going to dive under the turret as well. And Larsen gets away with the 1-0.
Beautifully done from Larsen. He punishes the aggression from Perkz, and he walks away with a kill. Very much needed after Perkz found that roam in the bot lane, but Larsen showing that there are new mid laners in town.
It's the mid lane show right now. Larsen and Perkz both on the scoreboard early on. And Inspired comes here just to help clear out the waves, going to force Jankos away. Jankos was trying to hold that for Perkz, who of course hasn't got his TP to get back to lane.
So we're going to have a take another look at this one. Perkz hits level 6, flashes in, gets the stun with his E, interrupts the dash with his ultimate, and
oh, that dodge back from Larsen.
So one of the things was, of course, Larsen went invisible because of his passive. The way in which things like the Yasuo ultimate and Set's ultimate, when you use it underneath a tower, it automatically puts you away from the tower. But normally when you use that ult, oh, hang on a second, Inspired is getting pretty low.
So Inspired's low, but Vander is on his way across. Inspired's going to jump back in. That was really well played. Inspired just needs to get out of the pit long enough that Vander could come and shepherd him to safety.
Yeah, so Rogue are going to walk away with the Inferno Drake, but want to just quickly highlight this point. Normally, when you use the Set ultimate, you actually end up behind the target. So you can see that Perkz looked behind him, and he was ready to use his ultimate, but then he realized, I'm underneath the tower. The mechanic works differently, and so he hesitated on using his W. Then when he did use the W, that gave Larsen the opportunity to jump back. So the very small thing there allowed Larsen to walk away with the kill.
And the reason we focus so much on this mid lane is because both of the players have been stellar performers for their team across the course of this split. We'll start with Larsen, topping the charts in terms of, well, getting close to the top of the charts in terms of KDA, CS differential, and damage percent, but without much pressure from his jungler.
Yeah, that's the most impressive thing, what Larsen is able to do without jungle assistance. And when you compare that to his lane counterpart in Perkz, you can see that the only person ahead of him in things like KDA is...
that's over the wall! Is this where Perkz wants to be?
I mean, it's the boss. Of course he wants to be there.
It's okay, he gets out.
He gets out, but Larsen struggling under the pressure. But as we were saying, you can see that Perkz leading in the KDA, one behind Larsen when it comes to CSD. Damage per minute has the highest of any mid laner. I was a doubter of his return to the mid lane. I didn't think that he would be as strong as Caps, but you've also got to remember that before Caps came along, Perkz was the big boy.
Yep.
He was the boss of the mid lane. And since his return, he just seems to be dumpstering on a lot of the opposition, but now he's going up against Larsen, the young man that has been following in his footsteps and is hot on his heels and already finding a big outplay. Definitely showcasing that we still have some up-and-coming mid talent here in Europe.
Slight CS lead for Perkz in that mid lane, about 10 ahead. Down in the bottom lane, Hansama has a 14 CS lead over Caps on that Aphelios. In the top, Finn has got himself a sizable sum, about 20 farm ahead over that Soraka after Wanda had a relatively good early lane.
Well, there is a big wave stacking up right now, so he's probably just going to grab that farm relatively soon. But as you were rightly saying, we talked about it in the draft where, or rather early laning phase, Aatrox is very capable of getting these CS advantages in lane, and having an advantage is very important. When you have a big wave stacked up like that, in an ideal world, they would have looked to try and dive the Soraka, especially seeing as Wanda's actually running teleport rather than something like the barrier, or maybe the cleanse or the heal that we sometimes see on top lane Soraka. But in any case, the fact that he has an advantage is still a big deal for Rogue. They have pressure in mid, they have pressure in top, and of course that mid lane pressure is slowly starting to go in Perkz' favor as he starts to itemize much more defensively. We talked about the Merc Treads, really helping him a lot. He's already picking up HP. That's likely going to be working into the Phage. Phage, a very important item on set. Helps you keep the gap closed because of the extra movement speed that it gives you. And the big question is, will he go Trinity Force or Black Cleaver? Because again, I had a lot of conversation with Bwipo today. But I was talking to him, I'm like, are you a Black Cleaver man or are you a Trinity Force man? And he said, once you go Trinity Force, you never go back. You know, like, it's too good. He's too big of a fan. And a great point that he made was that the thing about Black Cleaver is in lane for extended trades, really good, very valuable. But in team fights, you just want to dunk people.
Yeah.
You know,
how do you get enough auto attacks in to get your Black Cleaver?
You just want to dunk in, you want to get in the middle of the fight, you want to try and use your E to stun up targets, but you're not really going to be stacking up, you just want to get that Trinity Force proc. So that's why we see a lot of sets prioritizing that and then usually going something like the Sterex afterwards.
Larssen jumping in the mid lane once again. I do want to bring attention to Mickey because he's had actually a really good start to the split. He had a weak one, in my opinion. Died a few too many times in lane. But his map awareness and his ability to be in the right place for his team at the right time is stellar. He actually came up towards the top lane as Inspired and Larssen were looking for a dive on Wonder and was able to get here without actually losing too much in the bottom lane either. He'll be able to get back to bot in time for perhaps the next wave to push in. And because of that, G2 really don't lose anything on the top side of the map, where it could have cost them a lot. Now, Wonder has... Okay, he's almost cost me my words there. Pops the Wish. Finn tried to get a lot of damage off. Wonder's going to regen there with the Star Call. Dawning Shadow coming out, but it's not going to be enough for now. Finn flashing in, gets the kill in the 1v1.
And it was the Senna ultimate that was really the difference maker as Wonder gets punished for face-checking that brush. Beautiful play from Finn. Again, we talked about how Aatrox does have the ability to punish things like the Soraka, the chase down potential, the amount of damage output. Wonder almost gets away, but not enough.
Jankos needs to be careful because Mando is the support to roam now. Larssen knocked back. Jankos goes golden, but Hans Summer's here as well. Perks with the Haymaker, can't quite connect. Jankos flashes away, and the chase is on. One more lick would have been enough to stun Perks in his place, but they can't quite find the connection. Mickey's here once again to help out his mid laner. And Rogue just going to pop with that Rift Herald in the top lane. Want to get as many plates as possible before this Herald charges in. They should be able to just knock down that second and almost take out the tower.
And beautifully played here from Rogue. This is going to open up the map a lot, start allowing Finn to move around the map more. Maybe they can look to try and force a couple more fights because, again, you've got to remember how strong the Soraka is going to be in the late game. The fact that Finn has all this extra gold, is that much stronger, is going to be really valuable for Rogue, especially seeing as they're starting to bully Perks around in the mid lane as well. So Rogue looking very good in this early game.
Really strong, giving up a Mountain Drake, which really doesn't give too much to G2. Not too many tanks there, not too much armor or magic as this being built. So G2 will get that Mountain, but Rogue at the 13-minute mark have about a 300 gold lead.
So this Cloud, pretty valuable for G2, but we'll get to that in a second. You can see Wonder... He's just trying to clear the control ward. Really good setup there from Finn, largely because he gets that initial knockup, but then in that animation, of getting the first knockup, that's when he lands the W and then pops the ultimate as well. So he's able to stick close to the Soraka, and there's very little options that she has to escape. I think Wonder should have just flashed earlier, but he holds onto it for a little bit too long. Admittedly, he was healing a lot, and he was pretty confident he could get out of that situation, but... Then, of course, the Senna ultimate came through, as we saw from our wonderful observers.
I was surprised, but like, it's not often you see a Senna ultimate chased across the map like that. That looked really cool. Observers on top form today. And now we'll see what Rogue decide to do. They've opened up the top side of the map. They still have their bot turret sitting at one plate. For the moment, it looks like bot lanes are going to be in the bot side, although Wonder has migrated his way down there.
We'll see that G2 has... As you were talking about setting up these lane assignments, I'm thinking about what they can now... Ooh, okay. Dangerous. I'm thinking about what they can do considering the items that they have, because Trinity Force isn't done yet for Perks. Caps does have the Essence Reaver, but Ludens is finished for the LeBlanc. Finn... Ooh, interesting that he's also picked up the lifesteal. I was wondering if he was going to prioritize the Black Cleaver, but he may be going for an early Death Dance. We'll have to keep track of what direction he takes his itemization. But... in any case, it feels like that G2 are just going to kind of keep the game slowed down for now. Like, when you think about scaling, you kind of have to give the advantage to G2 just because they have the Soraka on their team. I'm really curious as to how much damage this set is going to be doing in the late game. Are they going to be relying on Caps to be the primary damage dealer with Set as a frontline and, like, Disruptor in the back?
Well, he is going Trinity Force, so...
I mean, yeah, but like, that's kind of like the core itemization because of how naturally tanky Set is. Like, he's a bruiser. He is a typical bruiser where you kind of build some damage. Like, it's very similar to Aatrox, right? And it's that debate of, do you consider Aatrox to be reliable, good late game damage?
I've seen it be, but reliability is the question.
Yeah, but it's the same situation with, do you expect Olaf to be reliable, good late game damage? No, but when you pair it with a Soraka, how does that change, right? And so that's the thing that I don't have full knowledge of, and that's the thing that I'm kind of keeping track of. Of course, Caps is going to do a lot of damage in the late game. Yeah, these Soraka comps always, they're always one of those, okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Executioner's Calling has been finished by Hans Sommer to try and keep a track on
surprise,
that
no surprise.
But
I wonder who's going to take on, I mean, Larson should take on Morello responsibility.
Yeah.
And Finn actually not picking up an Executioner's. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I'm a little surprised, but he's decided to prioritize his own itemization for now. We can see that the Drake does spawn in about 2 minutes' time, as Soraka forced to play defensively, given that she's looking to group up with the team, perhaps.
You just don't want to get caught out by anyone. G2 do have some wards in that bottom side, but for the moment, Wonder will come up towards mid lane. Top lane is being pushed out by Larson, who seems to have Perks' number so far this game. And with the Rift Herald being taken, I wonder where Rogue will want to place that. Getting, of course, the first Rift Herald very early on means it's a lot easier for you to take the second. Face Breaker coming in from Perks, but you still take the damage from the Distortion, and perhaps Rogue are just going to trade pressure here. They know they've got a Control Ward in, they know they've got the Rift Herald, they know it's a minute left on that Dragon.
Do you want to use it top, though? I feel like trying to break open the mid lane tower would be much better use of the Rift Herald. But given the wave state, yeah, okay. I don't think using it top. I much prefer this place.
Okay.
Generating pressure top and then rotating down to mid with your group.
Oh, Caps. Infernal Chain's going to land. He flashes away. Mickey trying to land the Dredge line from the side, but can't quite get it. Finn flashing forward. Dawning Shadow connects, but Hero Wonder and Yankov for the heals. The Rift Herald popped in the mid lane as Finn tries to get away, and Tarn catches on the front line. Vander flashes across the wall. G2 teleporting in, looking for a fight. Perks is going forward, trying to land the knocker, but can't quite get it. And now he's been hooked up by those ethereal chains. The Rift Herald comes in, charges, but doesn't get too much damage off, and G2 able to push back Rogue's advances.
So, the fact that Rogue were able to force the flash out from Caps, I thought was great. The problem is, I then think they overcommitted to trying to kill Caps, because at that point, that was when G2 was in position to get the turnaround, and Rogue couldn't get a tower, because they were in a perfect position to secure a free mid-tier 1 then. They had the Rift Herald, they had the collapse coming in from Larson and Finn, but then because they overforced this fight, of course G2 was able to get the re-engage, force Rogue back, and then that tower still stays alive. It took a lot of damage, but the fact that G2 were able to keep that up means they can keep stalling the game out and can wait for the Soraka to really come online and wait for these further items to be completed.
You can see Wonder's already well on his way towards the Athene's Redemption combination that we talk about for Soraka's. That team fight utility you provide, the healing you provide is insurmountable at times. It was Death Dance first for Finn in the top lane, deciding to get a little bit of healing, damage mitigation rather than damage reduction. And G2 now starting up the Dragon. It's a Cloud. You said earlier, of course, this is very impactful for G2, reducing those ultimate timers.
Yeah, and I think that it's always something interesting to compare, because long cooldown ultimates are obviously something that Cloud Drake benefits the most. Oh, great prediction there from Larson on the chains.
That's the chains, gets silenced, the root on Wonder, but Yankos is coming in from the top side of this fight. Larson jumps forward once again. The Soraka, the healing. If you land a Star Core, you heal up like 200 HP.
It's the silence, man. It's the silence that I think is so obnoxious, because as a mage, when you're trying to dive onto Soraka and she just like, quiet! And then you just can't do anything. And especially for LeBlanc, she can't even jump back to her W placement. You're just kind of stuck there in the silence. You have to awkwardly walk out.
I'll be honest, there's sometimes when I'm casting with you that I wish I was Soraka.
Wow, low blow, medic.
You're not that much shorter than me. Anyway, Wonder's still underneath the tower. Larson going to jump forward with the distortion. Keeps landing those chains. He's on top form on this LeBlanc, but it's so difficult to force that Soraka out of lane. It looks like Finn is matching Perks in the top lane, and the AD carries are sitting in mid. But still, trying to crack that mid lane tower, really the name of the game here for Rogue. They've been stored at about 1,000 gold ahead of G2 for the last 5 minutes or so.
It's the meta, Medic. We're in that slower meta. Even G2 are falling prey to it. One of the faster teams that we have in our league. Their logic is, well, just scale.
Well, I do want to come back to that faster point, because in week 1, they really struggled in the early game. They tended to fall quite far behind. And this week, they're doing the same, it feels. And last week, they were quick, Betty. 5 kills at 15 minutes. Half a death. I was so excited. I was looking forward to action. and then we get this.
You know, I was going to say in the last game, well, it's okay. We've got a G2 game next, so we don't need to worry about it. But yeah, then...
But the thing is, there's still a lot of stuff going on. It's just...
I mean, for sure.
That it's not kills. And against the Soraka, I guess I can understand how a lot of it isn't kills.
Is there that much going on? I think it's just the nature of the meta.
A lot of minions are dying.
I mean, my opinion is that like a lot of AD carries right now, especially the Aphelios and the Sennas, are just that much stronger at like 2-3 items.
Yeah.
Whereas in the past, I feel that Xayah would turn on at 1 item. You know?
That's true, yeah.
You could start being aggressive on Kai'Sa at like 1, maybe 2 items.
Grab yourself
right?
an Essence Reaver and you're good to go.
Yeah. So it was one of those things where I think the AD carries were different, the mid laners were different, and it's just the nature of the meta where back then it was just a lot more, where you had a lot more tools to be aggressive early. It looks like G2 now look at... It is the day of missed skill shots. I think I've already got a segment planned for tomorrow, Medic.
Yep. Maybe something about the moon, set in the wrong position. Aphelios would definitely struggle.
But in any case, it's... I think it's just the nature of the meta where right now the game is just inherently slower, at least for the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game.
I do want to come back to your item point, though. You were saying, you know, Aphelios 2 items, you're looking for these item spikes that are a bit later into the game. And in the last game, you talked about how Origen didn't really pressure too much when they get that extra little bit of an item, but G2 tend to get a little bit more out of item spikes.
I mean, it's one of those things where, like, I've been trying to find easy ways to help differentiate the teams.
Yeah.
And the problem Origen had, of course, last game was that they were like they couldn't do Baron. Like they, folks looking for Larssen. Good stun.
Yeah, pulls him back. The showstopper comes out as well. Larssen gets away from the hook and distorts as well. Uses the flash, but manages to escape what looked like a very likely kill.
So you can see in that instance, Perkz had a lot more confidence because there was no tower this time.
Yeah.
So he knew where he was going to land with the ult, and he was much better set up to try and land that W, forcing the flash out from Larssen. But the thing is, like, yes, over the last 2 weeks, G2, once they got their power spikes with their comp, very good at being proactive. I mean, we saw it on the lower third stats, right? Like, goal difference of 15, like, they had plus 3,000 gold on average. However, with the comp that they've currently got, it is a lot more about scaling. So to expect them to try and be more aggressive, I think is a little unfair, in the sense that with this composition, I don't think that they need to try and force anything. If anything, it's Rogue that have to put the pressure on, because Larssen and Finn are going to have a harder time finding these kills later into the game because of how Soraka is. And she's nearing the completion of that redemption. You can see that the Soraka is a whole level behind Finn. Perkz is a whole level behind Larssen. And when you kind of look at the map state, you kind of think, okay, well, Rogue have control. They're the ones constantly pushing in waves. If you look at the minimap right now, you can see top is pushed in, bot is pushed in, Rogue are grouped up in the mid lane, and they should finally be able to convert this into a tower because they've been able to move around the map cleanly, but wave clear from Aphelios is going to hold the line for a little bit longer, and Rogue should instead just use this to try and move towards the Drake. And it's one of those situations where Rogue are trying to be proactive. They are trying to do the right thing, and I think they could have taken that mid tower earlier, but as we talked about, they overforced the fight. But now we see the TPs coming through. Perkz also has his teleport available. He's going to base and look to reset as Larssen chunks out Caps. That's a big deal because the TP is just used by Caps.
Oh, Mickey hooked straight into a wall, was pulled back by the Infernal Chains. And then it's healed back up to full because Wonder exists and Soraka is a champion in the game. There's a deep teleport here by Perkz.
Yeah, I don't think Rogue actually see this, but
Finn's on a
Perkz
ward.
sees Finn.
Finn's on a ward. Inspires off towards the top side. Finn jumping in. The Aatrox, the Dawning Shadow. Is the damage enough here from Rogue? Because otherwise G2 are just going to reset the fight, but already Caps is so low. He is healed up. Finn can't quite get on him. Larssen trying to do it now. Caps still alive somehow. Larssen jumps in once again, and Caps survives. Look at Perkz jumping into the back line now as Larssen falls. G2, you just can't kill him. You just can't do it. G2 wipe away Rogue.
Wonder was the perfect ambulance in that fight. It was just heal for you, heals for absolutely everyone. And I just want our eyes to focus on Caps because Rogue's goal was to kill the AD carry. If he's gone, then that's it. Look how low he gets. First heal, second heal, he's still alive. Grievous Wounds is applied to him, doesn't matter. Look at the damage. Doesn't matter, because the heal comes through again. They just can't shut him down. He's building up chakram stacks again. You think he's going to die? Nope. He's got another heal coming out from Wonder. This man refuses to fall, and then Perkz is like, okay, it's time for the boss to join the fray.
Punching time.
And he just cleans up the back end of the fight. Extremely well done by Wonder and Caps there, and it's the power of Soraka, dude.
Look at the damage that came out from Caps. Imagine if he'd been assassinated at the start. Missing 5,000 damage and Rogue just unable to find their mark. Perks did his best Saitama impression at the end, just punching people left and right. Only took one punch a lot of the time, but Rogue thought they had it set up. And now G2 are the ones to start up the Cloud Dragon.
Now, it's crucial to acknowledge that Caps and Perks don't have their flashes. Both very important for the upcoming team fight, because it's not that Rogue lacked the ability to jump on top of Caps. So now he won't have that flash available, and if he is separated from Wonder, then that is how you can win that team fight.
Mickey gets the dredge line away, but he's going to be caught up. The chain's coming out, and Mickey's fallen. Rogue gave up on the Cloud. They said, we'll take mid lane tower. Mickey mispositioned, and he fell for it. There's only 100 gold between these two teams, 25 minutes in. There's a Cloud Soul on its way for G2. They could do Baron, but you got to feel it's slow. They have a Senna.
It is slow. You are correct. We saw that last game when Origen tried to do it. I imagine Schalke will have enough time to walk to this objective, but it doesn't matter, because the great thing about LeBlanc is she's going to use this pressure to look for picks, and that is Rogue's goal right now.
Okay, Jankos. Forced back by Larssen, who's got about half of his mana left. 8,000 HP on the Baron.
Again,
Finn's there as well.
The Baron is not what you want to watch. It is Larssen that you want to watch, because it's very difficult for Rogue to actually finish this one off, especially with Jankos in the vicinity. It's all about whether or not Larssen can find the important kill needed to secure the objective.
Perks has the flank. Perks is coming in. He's looking behind Summer, but he goes into the Curse of Black Mist. Pulls back Vander. Perks still there. Showstopper coming down. It's only onto Vander, but he doesn't have the thick skin. Dawning Shadow coming out. And all of G2 are in the river now, and all of Rogue have split up. All to the corners of the globe. Inspired jumps in and gets capped. Handsom's going to fall as well. But on the back line, Larssen and Finn find two. And now Inspired, Larssen and Finn are going to chase down Perks and Jankos. Perks is tanky. Finn's jumping over. Larssen was trying to get on that blast cone, but Finn was having none of it. Took the express train to the top lane, and Inspired and Finn are on the chase. Jankos pops the Predator. Finn lands the knock-up. Here comes Larssen, still low on that mana, and they decide they don't want any more of this action.
Wow, very intense fight between the two teams there, but all the credit needs to go towards Inspired. This man is what cleans up the fight for Rogue. It doesn't result in a Baron, but it results in some pretty big kills. And remember what we were talking about earlier, the lack of flashes available on both Caps and Perks were very important in this fight, because Perks wants to get on top of Hansama, but he's trying his best to stay untargetable and just run circles around Caps. So he's forced to use his ultimate onto the Tahm Kench, who's now gone immediately. But now, watch Inspired. He lands the Q onto Caps, he gets low, gets this initial kill. Then he kicks Wonder into Mickey. He also sidesteps the hook, and he sets up the knock-up to allow for Finn and for Larssen to clean up the back line, turning this fight in favor of Rogue. Huge stuff there from Inspired.
He's only 18 years old, Venius. Great stuff by Inspired. You can see there, if Caps isn't kept alive, G2 are unable to win out on these fights. That wish just a millisecond too late, but still, the team's basically even.
But big props to Rogue, really going toe-to-toe with G2 right now. We have to remember last week, Rogue really got stomped by Origen, losing in the top side, really getting outclassed in the draft. But this time round, we can see Rogue really fighting up against the likes of G2. Many expectations were high for this team, and many people are kind of backtracking now after their first 2 weeks, but we can see what this team is capable of and some of the skilled players that they do have on their roster.
And what a weekend it's shaping up to be for G2. A game they were expected to win today against Rogue, really pushing them to the edge of their seats. And then tomorrow, Fnatic, the rematch of the summer finals. A loss here perhaps would be devastating. Of course, G2 still have a long way to go in the spring split, so one loss doesn't always mean that you lose your motivation.
Now, many people are looking and thinking about G2 of, is this the 18-0 split? You know, you handedly destroyed Origen, and this was supposed to be just a stepping stone, as you said, towards the big fight against Fnatic tomorrow, but already they're being pushed to their limits, and a lot of it's just coming down to execution in team fights. We've got to go back to the summoner spells. Flash is now available for Perks. Caps has just completed the Bloodthirster, so he has even more sustain on top of the sustain coming out from the Soraka, but his Flash is up as well. Now that these are available, it's going to be that much harder for Rogue to lock them down.
Executioner's calling on Finn, one on Hansama as well. No Morello on Larssen. Do you want to bring attention to that? Of course, he has the Ignite to apply his own grievous wounds in a fight. Looking to burst someone down. Caps has to be the target, you feel. If Perks survives a fight, it's not the end of the world for Rogue. But if Caps is there, rattling out the damage on Aphelios, you can kiss your butts goodbye. Caps pushing in here. Hansama and Vander try to defend the mid lane tower, but the four members of
very out of
G2.
position right now. Look at the positioning of the Lee Sin. The moment G2 spot him out on a ward, they know that they can push in, but that's a lot of damage onto Caps.
He heals it back up. Finn trying to trade onto Perks, going to pull him back. Does he win this one? Perks still has the ultimate, but Finn going in with the World Ender. Here comes the Abyssal Voyage from Tom Kench. They're looking for the fight in the bot lane. Perks has to flash away. Finn still on the chase. The rest of G2 are on their way as well as Caps lands the moonshot across the wall. Gets a bit of crescendum damage. Remember as well, we've only got 4 seconds on this Drake that would be a soul for G2 and Rogue. They have to take the fight.
Normally, Perks would be forced back, but Soraka, she's going to help heal up Perks. He also has the health regeneration from his passive. The Drake has now been started off. Finn looking for the flank. I think he got spotted by G2. They know he's coming.
They know that Finn's there. They know that Larsen's there. They know that this Cloud Drake could be the final moment of the game. Larsen hooks straight away. There's the silence. That was beautiful, G2. They laid the trap. They baited it. And Larsen jumps straight on in. Rogue realized they can't take this fight anymore. It will be a Cloud Soul for G2 at the 31-minute mark.
And Larsen is quick to go quiet as G2 stack the combo and are able to find that kill. They're going to grab themselves the Cloud Drake Soul. Now they can set their eyes on the Baron.
Rogue, we'll see if they decide to fight this one, because you don't have the burst of Larsen. You don't have someone who can assassinate Caps. Inspired. Well, if you take this, it will be an inspired play to say the least. Looking for the steal across the wall, Vander Finn and Hansama.
He's looking.
They know he's there. There's the redemption. Vander caught up. Graviton's going to land on him. Damage coming out. Jankos almost falls. Jankos is down. The jungle is gone. And the showstopper comes in. Perks trying to jump on the backline, but Vander is going to gobble up Hansama. Tries to knock him out. Hansama flashes the wall. Wonder's still there on the front line, but look at the backline. Finn jumping onto Caps. Caps has no healing. Caps has no healing. But he can do it himself to sever him. Not quite enough. Perks trading onto Hansama down towards the bottom side of this fight. Wonder flashes forward, but Larsen's here now. And they could probably turn this one around, because the Ignite is ticking. And G2 are collapsing in the river. This was beautiful from Rogue. This was dominant from Rogue. And G2 are left wondering, how could Wonder not save us today?
And it's Rogue that walk away as the victors and can start off the Baron. G2 were separated. G2 were divided. The ambulance couldn't heal everyone at once. And the moment Caps was left to fend for himself, that is when Rogue struck. Beautiful play from the Rogue squad. Inspired coming up clutch once again. This will be the Baron for Rogue.
32 minutes in, and Rogue have rattled G2 back on their haunches as Rogue take this Baron.
So, initial engage misses from G2. A lot gets burnt to try and take down the Tahm Kench, but it ends up being Jankos, and immediately it's a 4v5. Now Perks is splitting off in one direction, but Caps is left to fight in the other. Wonder's making the decision, do I keep Caps alive, or do I go towards the Set? And this is where he makes the decision. Caps then gets left isolated. He's healing up a lot, but the flash kick from Inspired is what's enough to help secure the kill. He almost heals up with the Severum and the Bloodthirster, but then really to tie off the fight is when Larsen rejoins the fray. G2, they thought they had the numbers advantage. They thought they could win another fight around Baron, but it is Rogue who turns this one around. It is Rogue that now holds on to the Baron, and it is Rogue that could end the undefeated streak for G2.
3,000 gold ahead, 33 minutes in. Rogue trying to do something that many doubted they could even get close to, in all honesty. G2 have looked so dominant over the last couple of weeks, but we have seen them drop games like this before, and all credit to Rogue for taking their opportunities so far. There's an Elder Dragon in 3 minutes. The Baron buff, mildly utilized so far, I would say. Looks like a bit of a 1-3-1, but Jankos is on the chase. And because all of the members of G2 are up here, Rogue are going to push in a couple of lanes.
But there's no wave in mids. Finn should be able to secure this tower in the bot lane. I doubt G2's going to invest any teleports to defend it. So Rogue will be able to get some towers off the back end. Of course, Elder spawns in 2.5 minutes, and that's really going to be one of the deciding factors. This Baron probably won't determine a huge amount. G2 likely going to lose some towers. Fortunately for G2, Caps does have the flamethrower to really assist with that wave clear and help defend on the tower. He's also got the Severum as well, so he's just going to keep that one clear. Yeah, still hear the G2 players laughing, so spirits are still clearly high in this situation.
Luca the Bazooka having a little chuckle to himself. He is 7-2 on this set. He's built the Sterax, the Death's Dance, so it's the damage build, looking for that
I mean, he's also got a lot of sustain, so he's going to be really difficult to kill now. You've got to remember how well that health regeneration passive, the lower he gets, the more he gets back. And it synergizes extremely well with the Death Dance, but now the siege comes through for Finn again. The flamethrower going to be used to hold the line.
Right, Hans Sommer's up to 80 stacks now, so he's got 100 extra attack range on that Senna. Almost up to the point where he's outranging turrets on some of these pushes.
Yeah, I think it's 700 range now for the Senna. Pretty crazy. Going to be doing a lot of damage. He's nearly completed his rapid fire cannon, which is really going to help, but 8 seconds left on the Baron buff. How do the rest of these fights play out? Well, G2 need to keep clumped up is one of the most crucial things. As we saw in the last fight, if G2 are divided, if one does not healing, then something's going wrong. But Finn is now level 17. He's got 3 items completed himself. Admittedly, he's not going to get that much stronger from this point forward, but he still does enough damage that should he find his way onto Caps, he will be able to execute him.
A house divided will fall. G2, as you say, need to stay together, need to stay clumped up. Ooh,
Caps.
Goes Betty.
Caps has the QSS now. Now, I don't know if you had an opportunity to see, I think it was Mystic play.
I did, QSS.
But the QSS of the Lee Sin kick, if you have the reactions for it, and if anyone in Europe has the reactions for something like that, it's definitely our main man, Caps. We'll see if he can pull it off. But he definitely, I think he bought that with the kick in mind. Yes. The intent that Rogue is definitely looking to shut him down.
Well, there's the kick, the chains, the last embrace, the infernal chains. There's enough to lock him down in these fights. We'll see if he uses it on the kick. Jankos now has a stopwatch, or Zhonya's hourglass.
You can also see, Medic, that all the summoner spells are now back up. Flash for Caps should be coming up any second now. So all summoner spells are available. Everything is primed and ready. Items have been finished. Both these teams are looking at each other. Caps does a lot of damage.
This is a great fight for G2. Look at how clumped up they are together. Finn uses the stopwatch now. Bando and Hans Sommer try to bring G2 down, but there's 2 seconds on the Elder. Rogue, you can't hard force mid. You don't have a wave. G2 going to start up that Elder Dragon. There's no vision really here for Rogue at all. Control ward goes into the bush. Finn looking for the flank position, but last time they did that, they were caught out. Inspired, Larson all jumping across. Perks has a great flank here as well on the set. Moments away from what could be the game-defining fight. Hans Sommer pops the curse of Black Mist. Perks has been spotted out. Mickey lands the hook. But here comes Finn. Here comes Larson. They're looking to jump in. Perks has got us to the back line, though, with the showstopper. Vander's low. Wonder has to get away. Hans Sommer still alive, though. Here comes Wonder back into the fight. Inspired falling into the GA. Perks has got one. Perks is looking for more. Hans Sommer jumps into the midst of death. Larson can't get the tail. And G2 have wiped them. G2 have done them. G2 have taken them in the river.
It looked so good for Rogue, but it was not enough. This time round, Wonder was in full ambulance mode. He was healing everyone. Only he dropped, and now with a full ace, G2 with the Elder Dragon can look to break into the base of Rogue.
No Baron buff for them, but this should be pretty quick on at least the inhibitor, maybe more, maybe the game here. 23 seconds on Inspired, 28 on Larson. Caps can shred through these towers very quickly, as can Perks. They will take the inhibitor tower, they will take the inhib, and it looks like they're going for the win.
A valiant fight from Rogue, but it just was not enough, and huge props to Caps. This man, he was just forced to try and hold the line in so many of these fights, but he survived in the fight that mattered most, and now G2 looking to end.
Vander locked up underneath the turret. One Nexus tower stands, but it will fall after a second. The kick back on Caps. Hans Sommer trying to get the kill, but look for the healing. Caps has regens it all. The shutdown coming up from Larson. Teleport coming in as well. As here comes the damage. Perks on the front line. Finn there as well. Hans Sommer, Larson, Finn all trying to defend. But look at Perks. How do you beat that? How do you kill that? You can't. He survives. And G2, after a nail biter of a game, after back and forth, this and that, G2 take the win.
Whew, that definitely was not easy for G2. Rogue made them work for it, and such massive props need to go to Inspired. He played so many of these fights so well, but the final Elder Drake, Rogue just could not be in position. They didn't get the setup that they wanted. And G2 were able to come out on top. They keep their undefeated streak. They go to 5-0. But we're seeing these teams starting to challenge the top.
I cannot wait until the last game of tomorrow. Fnatic G2 is going to be an absolute barnstormer of a matchup. All credit to Rogue. They tried their darndest. They had a great flank a couple of times. They had some great fights, but in the end, G2 were just that little bit better once again.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm going to really look forward to going back and watching this game because Jankos only actually died once that whole game.
Yeah.
You know? Makes me wonder how, because all of our attention was going on to Caps and Wonder in these fights, like how easily could Rogue actually get on top of him? And there were probably so many little things that we missed in terms of Mickey had a lot of great engages.
Yeah. He had a lot of bad hooks at the start as well.
I mean, for sure. But some of the silences that Wonder was landing in these fights was also going to be so important to determining the outcome. And I think the most important thing was in that flank, in the choke point between Blue Buff and Drake, dropping the silence in there made it impossible for Rogue to actually get the engage that they want.
So difficult. If you think he was your player of the game, you can go on over to @LEC on Twitter and vote for him. It's Wonder, it's Perks, and it's Caps who are your options.
I mean, I feel it's... Okay, Perks like had a great scoreline, 9-2 and 6, right? But it has to be Wonder or Caps in this. Either you put all the weight on Caps for like surviving and dishing out the damage in these fights, or you put it all on the Wonder, who was pretty much the heal bot.
All he did was press W a bunch of the time.
Yeah, but his positioning was really important.
Guys. It's not real medicine.
Wow, are you really jealous of the Soraka? Is that what
I wish I could heal like that. It would be great.
It's just like, and you're healed, and you're healed. Yay! Oh man, but I'm kind of sad for Rogue because like they played so many of these fights really well. Larson getting a solo kill onto Perks. The outplay was clutch during the laning phase. You can see how much promise and talent this team really does have. And while they were set back a little bit by Origen last week, I'd hope that this game showcases what this team is capable of and where this hype comes from and why the expectations are high for them to be able to challenge some of the top spots as we enter the later stages of the season.
Oh, I definitely agree. I think them and Excel are really those dark horses that are breaking into that top 4, challenging the top 3 for some of these games. I believe we have an interview waiting with the Nino ambulance himself, Wonder. Law, take it away.
Thank you, Medic, and thank you, Wonder, for joining me. Before you came here, I was hearing from the audience people shouting, Wonder MVP. Is it deserved?
I'm not sure if it's deserved. I mean, I think, actually, I don't even think I played that good this game, even though I'm playing Soraka, so it actually doesn't matter at all how I play. And also my role, right? It doesn't actually matter what I do. But it was pretty fun to play. The team fights we had were a bit chaotic, so it was like hard for me to show how OP my champ really was. But I think I showed it in some team fights. That my team just couldn't die. I think could just like run in straight forward and face shake them right. So yeah, I mean, I don't ever think like a Soraka should probably get MVP, but I mean, why not? You know, I played it 3 times in a row now, so please give me MVP at some point, right?
Soraka top lane gets you MVP. What a time to be alive in 2020. And I mean, looking at the meta right now, I feel like it's the most open meta we had on top lane ever. Do you agree with that?
If it's the most open meta, I think it could be, right. I think you can play like a lot of stuff top lane, but I also thought you could do it last year as well. I just think in general, like there's like a lot more things you can play now. Not really a lot of people play like Soraka or like the teased Sona that some people have been talking about, but it's for sure playable. But there are like still like some strong blind picks that you still have to play to be able to, well, play competitively and make the draft good, right? So.
And you mentioned Sona, we saw Soraka. Is there any other stuff we can expect on top lane? I know you can't say everything because of strategic reasons, but can you tease something maybe?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you can expect the Sona, right? It might come out. I will not say in which situation, but okay. I have it planned, right? For me personally, I don't really think there's like any out of the box picks right now, but for sure I will come up with something for next week maybe.
I trust you on that and we'll keep an eye out. Now, I'm really mad about you because now in my solo queue, everyone is on Soraka top lane. So please give them some advice on how to play it right.
Well, Soraka, I think in solo queue it's like maybe a bit more difficult to play, I'm not sure, because you need to have a good team as well, right? Like if I'm playing Soraka top lane and my team doesn't want to be the front line for me, and I just have to like be frontline Soraka. It's not good, of course. So like on Soraka, you want to avoid being the front line and have good positioning. And I think like laning wise, it's pretty strong too. So a lot of people probably have like a misconception that Soraka shouldn't be good in lane, but it's actually like all right in lane at least. So you can try and like abuse that a bit instead of just like AFKing under your tower or whatever. Yeah, I would say that's like my 2 main points.
All right, well, you heard the expert here. Now I have one more question about the meta. You've been following the LCK, right, since it started, I guess.
A little bit,
Because
yeah.
I noticed that they heavily prioritize sets, blind pick, blue side, and I'm only wondering why.
I mean, I think Set is pretty strong. As we saw this game, Perks was playing it mid, which it can be played mid. Maybe it can be played bot too. I don't know what Captain Miki is like trying to do, but it's pretty strong blind pick. I mean, usually blind picks are just champions that works pretty much into every matchup, and I think Set can play any matchup in the game right now, and he can do well. And then he will always have he will always serve a purpose in the game. So even though there are champions that you would consider like better into Set than others, he will still always be fine as a blind pick because, well, he's just serviceable and he's like pretty safe in general, yeah.
All right, well, that's good to know, but enough about the meta now. Let's focus on the game tomorrow. You guys are gonna be featured in Match of the Week again. It's 2 weeks in a row, and when I talked to Jankos last week, let's say some stuff were said. I was not expecting it, but some stuff were said, and you basically stormed them. So what can we expect tomorrow versus Fnatic?
Well, I think Fnatic is for sure going to be like the best team we've played so far. We don't really have a lot of information on them other than what they have shown on stage. And we also, like, of course, have played against Fnatic, not with Selfmade, of course, but we have played against, well, the 4 other players in a lot of BO5s and a lot of games in general. And they are pretty good. And I mean, they probably prepared a lot for this game since, I mean, it must like mean something to them as well. And we are currently the first place in LEC, undefeated. So it would probably mean a lot to them to beat us, right? So I don't think we should go in cocky or anything. I just think it'll be a good game, and I think we will come out on top. But I think they probably think so as well. So
I'm excited about this game, but that's the story for tomorrow. Thank you very much, Wander, for the interview. Congrats on the victory again. And to wrap up the day, let's send it over to post-game lobby. Take it away.
Hello, and welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Dracos and, of course, Rogue's Finn. He's just finished a game, rocking the Aatrox, rocking the cherry socks. We've got a lot to talk about. Dracos, you're the first thing we were talking about was the pajamas. He's calling them the Rogue pajamas, but...
you put the man on blast.
I'm not putting him on blast. I'm just saying they look comfy, and if I'm gaming, I'm in my pajamas anyway.
They do look comfy, and all of Rogue management is like, we love this Machine guy right now. We love him so much. The cherry socks are, pardon my pun, but the cherry on top. I'm loving it. This is an aesthetic. This is a look, Finn. I like it.
This is a look. I mean, it's a very comfy look then.
Yeah, we were just talking about the gaming jerseys being so far behind everything else. We've got these fancy studios, but I swear I've seen some players complaining even now about this itchy like paintball. Like you're not going paintballing. You're playing video games.
Well, Alex, do I have the pitch for you?
Oh,
the new Rogue 2020.
Okay, that's enough of that. That is enough of that. Let's talk about the game a little bit because you guys genuinely just made G2 sweat. I mean, we were sitting there thinking like. In fact, I think, Dracos, you looked at me, now I'm throwing you under the bus, and said, this looks like it's over. It
did look like it was over. I was texting Deficio saying it was over. I was talking to you saying it was over. I was telling everyone who would listen. I was like, this is over. There's no way they win. When you won that team fight where you just popped off, where you shredded through everyone, I was like, they've done it. And then the next team fight, Soraka lived and everything fell apart. Yeah, it was so close. It was such a nail-biter. How did it feel to be in that, at any point were you convinced that you had won the game?
No, I mean, one thing we like to joke about is, especially when we play G2, is the game starts when you get Nash. That's when it really starts. So that's when you have to really think and maneuver your way properly. I think we're a bit sloppy on our Nash. We got like 1 tier 2. I think we should have gotten a lot more out of it. And then Elder spawned, and it was just whoever won that fight would win the game. And in the end, I think we executed on that fight quite poorly compared to them. I mean, it's a quite hard comp for us to fight with, but so we need to be really disciplined against Soraka, because as I did like multiple times this game, I kind of overcommitted on Soraka and just got baited. I think this fight's a good example where I flashed on Aphelios, and I thought I would just like this.
Yeah. What's Cap's health during this, dude?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going down, up, down, up, down, up. It's like a goddamn sinus curve.
Down.
Sine wave.
So it's quite tragic playing us because at like multiple seconds this fight, we thought we had won the fight. Then in the end, it was like a 2-for-1 for them, which is obviously not a good result. But overall, playing as G2, it's quite stressful, yeah.
Does it feel good to know that you can match or outmatch in solo lanes? Like, I don't know if you guys felt like that was a question, but for me, it always was looking at your team. But seeing the way that you played top lane, yes, it's the Soraka. So obviously, your all-in's pretty solid. But also in mid lane, Larson popping off against Perks, punishing him for overcommitting. Did that prove anything to you? Did you already know that you could match G2 players 1v1? Because it felt like it proved it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the scary thing about G2 is their like individual prowess in the laning phase. It's more about how they play their mid game, because their mid game is really, really deadly. Mid and late game even. So the laning phase is not really where we feel like they are stronger than us.
Yeah.
It's more when you reach this mid game point that they are doing everything really smart, and you need to be really thoughtful of what you do, because if you like mess up one spot, it'll like this instantly punish you, and it's really rough to play against.
Does that lead to perhaps like a shift in mentality where you're scared to get caught out, scared to make a mistake? Does that bleed into it?
You get a bit more cautious,
right?
I have to say. We're trying to remind each other to like think of what they can do and always try to think ahead of them, but it's hard. It's actually hard.
Yeah, no, interesting. And I think that actually bleeds nicely into what I wanted to kind of pull PGL to talk about a little bit, was this, that, you know, we use so many words when we're describing players. Consistency is one I always hear, mentality, you know, mental fortitude, all of these different words, which tend to be thrown around. But I wanted to see if we could put our thinking caps on and try and understand consistency a little better. You know, there are some players that are praised for being consistent. You know, we were talking about this on the desk before. There's like, you know, Reckless. You can always count on him as a safe pair of hands, as an example that we've used. My question to you is, first things first, what are the subcategories in your minds of consistency? I wrote communication, gameplay, mentality. I feel like that feels like a solid 3 to start.
I mean, so just to say, from an outside perspective, I obviously can't say anything about communication because I just don't know what your team sounds like.
Yeah.
But one thing that I'll say in my experience is usually true for a lot of teams that we've either listened to or that I've gotten to watch scrims from in the past, is that communication consistency is incredibly difficult, because the second you start to lose, nobody wants to talk. But when you're winning and you're in a good mood, everyone's got something to say. Everyone's like, oh, this guy burned flash, we can go here, we can do this. But when you start to lose, if players continue to talk, that's something I always find so impressive. Because most of the teams that I knew when I first came to EU back in 2016 just shut up the second they started to lose. They said nothing.
I mean, it's very common. Like it's just a like human thing, I think. It's not really something you can do about. It's just human emotions, and when you're behind, everything feels a lot tougher. It's not as fun, of course. I think fun is a big part where G2 can keep doing this, because they're always trying to look, I don't know, for the fun place, I guess.
And I love, but this is something I've spoken to Counter-Strike players, and as soon as they fall out of love with the game, instantly results. You know, it doesn't matter what, you know, whether you've got the best strategies or you've had a sick boot camp. If you just aren't having fun, it seems stupid. But we are talking about competitive video games, and we're using fun as a factor for consistency.
I mean, it's just a very real thing. I think we're having a lot of fun on our team, which is a good thing. I think even in games we're behind, sometimes it happens. If it's like a really long day of scrims, maybe like the 5th game, you feel really tired and everyone speaks less. But generally, we try to always speak up, and we always try to look for the proactive plays, because that's kind of what makes the practice worthwhile, right?
Yeah, and so I'm curious, does that transition well for you guys to stage? Because obviously, like at the end of a scrim day, if it's game 10 or game 5, I don't know how many blocks you guys are doing these days, but like very understandable if you're just done talking. That's a freaking long day. But you're coming in, you're playing a single game. So far this split, or for your experience on Rogue so far in general, do you feel like you've been able to consistently communicate even in losing situations?
Let's see, we lost one game against Origen. I think this game against Origen, we actually, I mean, especially me, I was feeling really bad because I was playing really poorly.
I did,
I've
personally,
I played it poorly.
Let's say shit on you for that one. That was a bad game, dude.
It was a really bad game.
And it's one game. Look, I'm not going to hold it against you, but it was meme-worthy, and that was tough.
I mean, I heard someone after like say, I don't remember. It's like the Finn syndrome, where you like lose some set against Aatrox. I don't know.
I called it getting finned. It
wasn't. It's a verb. Do you want to take this outside? We can do that.
No, and I mean, I don't know if I was the person. Someone probably else said that before me, but that was, that was brutal.
Yeah, it was brutal. But that game, it felt a bit rough for all of us. But this game, I mean, I guess it just ended as soon as we fell behind.
But even in those moments of tension, even once you did get the Baron, you're past the 20-minute mark. The game has now started, as you said earlier. You didn't feel like communication didn't falter. Everyone was contributing.
We were always looking for what to do.
Yes, but the talking, you know, I would put talking it when, you know, against all odds, maintaining communication in the face of defeat. I would put that into, you know, that is mentality as well. I use that as one of my subcategories of like being able to stay, you know, relatively consistent in your mentality. My question is that something that you can see? Like, you know, are there some players in the LEC right now that you think have like the champion's mentality?
For sure, G2 is like always known for this, because they're the kings of playing from behind, I think, for sure. They're always, I mean, even like if you play against them in scrims or on stage, wherever, it's often times they fall behind early for like some hiccups, wherever. They're a bit sloppy sometimes, but usually they run like the 15-minute mark, 10-minute mark. They get their shit together, and they always do one really good play, and they're instantly back in the game instantly. I said instantly twice there, but
yeah. And I think the difficult thing and why it's like it's interesting to get your opinion is because I have like watched a lot of players kind of grow up in the last few years over the course of LEC, and they've changed a lot. And I still feel like you're a very fresh face. So when you're optimistic, I'm like, heck yeah. But I do want to see you in like 2 years. Because like in the past, I won't name any names, but there have definitely been players who like when they're winning and are on a great team, really smile, really good. But then the next season, maybe their team isn't as good. And you just see that mentality go from, I'm going to be the best, I'm going to be the best to, oh my God, I just have to make it through this season.
Losing sucks, right? I mean, like, let's be real. I don't blame these people for falling into the dark cloud. It's just a much more public dark cloud. Now there's cameras and microphones everywhere. Yeah, we talk about the humanity of it all. Yeah, let's jump a little further. Another question I had was regarding kind of the idea of international successes versus domestic successes, because I heard that, you know, there is conversation starting recently where North Americans, some of the North American players from the LCS are saying, you know, to them, a win in the domestic competition means more to them, and they'd rather set their sights on that as opposed to perhaps international competition, you know, a quarterfinals at Worlds, or would you rather win your local split? And I mean, I think that's an interesting conversation that I didn't know was even happening for players. For you, have you noticed that any of you? Is there a difference in goals for perhaps teams or a player basis?
I mean, I think it depends also on how young the players are. I think people kind of like to start aiming for Worlds, and then when they kind of played around for a long time, they actually want to win something. For now, people just want to prove themselves, I guess. They want to go and play like for big crowds and just show that they can play well. But winning the biggest thing maybe is not the most important thing right now. But I think the more as people grow and the more they play, the longer they play, the more they want to like reach that #1 spot somewhere. Maybe it's rank 1 in solo queue, maybe it's winning LEC, maybe it's winning Worlds, it's whatever. Like, for me, I said that I would rather go to Worlds and have a good performance there than win the Spring Split, which I think I still agree with. I didn't change my mind, because I think going to Worlds and having this opportunity to play against all the good teams there is a better learning experience overall, and will like take me further, I guess.
So what's the motivation then for you? Because I mean, as you said, there's people who want the accolades, people who want the trophies. Is your motivation just like purely competitive drive? Is it just, I want to be the best that I can possibly be, and I believe the best way to do that is to play international tournaments?
The world's best, yeah.
I mean, eventually I want to win Worlds, of course. Not this year. I don't set high expectations now, because we're still quite young, this team. But in the next 1 or 2 years, the goal is for sure going to be win Worlds, and that's what we're going to aim for, always.
So then when you look at the regular season, does it make you feel, does it affect your motivation at all? Because my concern would be when you tell me that the only thing that you care about is Worlds, is that you're no longer worried about, let's say, like beating the G2s or the Fnatics or the OGs. Instead, you're worried at like, okay, how do I get 2nd seed? How do I get 3rd seed? And obviously, you're going to have to beat some of those teams to get 2nd or 3rd seed. There's only 3 slots. But does it affect your motivation at all? Does it affect your thinking?
I mean, obviously, the easiest way to go to Worlds is just winning everything, no?
That's true.
So, I mean, it's kind of, it's not like you can have one without the other. They're kind of just earning together.
The path of least resistance is just win everything.
Yeah, it's quite easy. It's just destroy the Nexus.
Which, to be honest, is much better than all I care about. For me, at least, is all I care about is the domestic title. Because don't get me wrong, I want every player here to be like fired up about the LEC title. I want that to be the thing that's mattered most. But as long as en route to your winning Worlds dream, the first priority is winning LEC on the way, I'm cool with that.
No vacation before MSI.
No.
Cancel all vacays pre-MSI.
I love how half the players on that team are just like gone, no longer associated with that team ever. But that meme will live on forever. The 2016 G2 vacation.
Hey, it's a good meme.
It's a great meme.
I mean, look, player breaks are important, and actually, it links quite nicely into something I've been talking about with Counter-Strike and League of Legends. There's a bit of a kind of back and forth in terms of the format. Like in the open circuit in Counter-Strike, Finn, in comparison to what you've been kind of integrated into with LEC, there is an event. You get on a plane, you go. You know, it's an MSI, it's a Worlds, but for every event essentially. Yeah. And I wonder if that makes it easier for players or harder for players. You know, what would you prefer? Would you prefer to have an MSI in a Worlds and it's like, you know, you prepare for an event, or it's like we're scrimming, we're playing our daily games at the split? You know, it's a very different world in terms of competition.
Yeah. It's hard to say.
Yeah, of course. You
I
don't,
think,
you
I
don't
think
tell
in the
yes or no.
beginning, I think this could be really fun, just traveling everywhere and playing. But I think in the long run, this will maybe burn you out a bit. All the travel, I hate traveling.
Yeah.
I just want to stay in one place and just play, I guess.
Don't
So
blame
for
you.
me, the LEC system is for sure the easier way.
Mm.
I can just focus on my daily routines. Like every day is quite monotone, I guess.
Mhm.
And you just keep grinding, keep practicing.
Yeah.
And you don't really have a lot of uncontrollable sources like flight delays, or maybe the boot camp in Cologne is like really badly planned and there's no internet for 2 days. Or, I mean, something like this can happen, right?
All the
It's really
time.
annoying because it kind of kills your drive.
Yeah, I mean, from what it sounds like, just less variables just makes your life easier.
Yeah.
Right? And as cool as a great big tournament is, and don't get me wrong, as a caster, I love prepping for tournaments
Yeah.
because it's like, I watch you improve every week, right? And that's really cool, but it's also like how much actually changes in the 7 days since I last saw you.
Yeah,
It's very small. It adds up over the course of a split, but if I haven't seen you for 2 months, you play in a tournament, or I actually know nothing about the CS schedule, I'll
No,
be honest.
well,
3 weeks,
but
2
I'm
weeks,
sitting
it's a
there-
very dense schedule now.
Well,
Alex.
it's funny. Yeah, the thing I was about to say when you brought that up was like, actually, it's a similar problem for Counter-Strike, except these players, they go to Ukraine, and then next week they've got to go and play in Dallas, and then after Dallas they've got to go back to Europe and play in Sweden, and then they're just destroying themselves, and that you get this luxury of kind of being able to truly focus on the craft within a very kind of confined and clinical space. But do you see the positives as well? Do you kind of wish you maybe once every 2 months you throw?
Yeah, if I told you you could play against FPX, like once
right,
every
this
2
is what
months.
I'm saying. Imagine
I'll be pretty lit.
That's the trade-off, right?
I mean, it's like, yeah, too much of the good thing could become bad. But
Definitely. It's an interesting one. But outside of our mentality discussion, something I found a lot of interest there, supporting that is the support staff. I mean, we've been talking to the coaches, but there's so many now. What's Rogue operating with now? Have you got anyone additional?
So we have like 4 people in our coach. We have a head coach, Freddy122, the OG.
The
top lane
OG,
king.
yes.
Forward
Never
percentage,
forget.
the highest one. It's a true fact. Check it up.
Okay.
Blumigan, our assistant coach. We have Nico, our analyst, and we have Ismail, our performance coach, which is basically like a sports psychologist kind of. So we have a lot of people around us helping us, like just making our lives easier. They're taking care of all the things so we can only focus on improving on the game and making that improvement rate easier for us to deal with.
And the improvement is very, very easy for us to see. I mean, in the game, of course, like today versus G2. Now, speaking of G2, tomorrow we have got a much anticipated rematch between Fnatic and G2 as the two teams, titans of teams, will face off in our match of the week. That is going to be a spicy bad boy. You looking forward to that one, Dracos?
I mean, I said it earlier. I'm really excited. I used terrible metaphors, but I'm very excited for this one. Cast versus Reckless, especially. It gets me going. You know, I love the storylines. I'm not gonna lie. But Finn, I'm actually curious what you think about this matchup in general. Like, if there's anything that stands out to you. Cast versus Reckless is the Billboard storyline. You're never gonna take that one away.
No,
Former teammates
it's okay.
going toe to toe. That's our K drama. You know,
sure.
at heart. But I'm curious, like, what you actually think is gonna be the most like volatile lane or volatile matchup here.
I think a lot of it will be decided on bot lane as well. I think top lane this game might be spicy. Whippo likes to play really aggressive. It's fun to see. And Wunder is also really talented, so it could be explosive up there. But I think primarily Fnatic as a whole likes to pull the tension down there. And I think G2 would have to match it, or I don't think they will win. Probably.
I'm taking that nugget, I'm putting it in a suitcase, and I'm using it tomorrow.
I'm not a psychic. I don't know what will happen.
Sure.
But
No, but it's fine. It's a theory. If you're wrong, no one's gonna flame
I think
you.
that there's gonna be a lot of fighting around bot side, and whoever comes out on top will win the game.
There we go.
That's the best thing you can hear as a Fnatic fan, for the record. You're like, I've seen 3 TPs come into the bot line. I don't even know where the third TP came from. There's like a 6th man that shows up the second Fnatic want to play around bot. I remember the Lysandra TPing bot. I remember whatever the hell Whippo was playing, probably Aatrox or Gangplank, we'll just guess. So that's hype. That to me always means it's going to be an explosive game, because when Fnatic play around bot, they're one of the few teams that's willing to commit literally everything to playing around bot. In sometimes, we'll call it int fashion, but...
Int fashion?
Yeah, int fashion, in a very inty fashion. But generally, always willing to commit. Sometimes it bites them, but they're always going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to intentionally throw out of this one. G2 versus Fnatic is our final game of the day, but there is so much more coming up before that. We do have the likes of, well, you can see it on your screens now. We're going to be starting with the Schalke SK game, and of course, day 2 continues with XL Vitality. We get to see the Mad Lions meeting Rogue. Finn will, of course, have your thoughts on that one. And then when Origen and Misfits with that G2 Fnatic as, of course, saving the very best till last. Mad Lions tomorrow. Those boys have been looking pretty fierce.
Yeah, so scary cats.
Yeah, very scary. How are you feeling about your matchup against those guys?
We're gonna do what?
I don't know. I don't know what this gesture means.
Skirmish,
hustle, stab him. I don't know.
Slice him.
Slice him. What do you? I mean, how you feel about the match versus Rome?
I feel pretty confident in myself.
Ooh, nice.
I think
not gonna get finned.
No, I mean maybe he'll get finned, but in the other way around.
That's a use of the verb. Yeah.
Nice. You get finned
by Finn.
By Finn.
Yeah,
that's good. That's
like
next
that.
level.
But I think if we play to our strengths, if we play standard, if we play calculated, we'll win.
Yeah. Okay, so you are going to be finning it up tomorrow versus Mad Lions, and we are going to be stop using your word name as a verb. Cut that out now, sorry about that. And instead, we are going to be saying off our goodbyes. Now, the LEC, this has been my first day of a new year, 2020. My goodness, the start of a new decade of League of Legends. It's been an absolute pleasure, gentlemen. And if you did miss anything from the LEC tonight, be sure to check out our rebroadcast. It's starting right after the LCS Academy rush. For now, though, that is all from us here in Berlin. Fear not, we'll be back tomorrow for more of the action.
Bye-bye.
Let it
continues to chase. Rome's looking for Trick, manages to take him out. Oh, time from Kaze comes out. Genax is dropped. Mad Lions take down SK. Holding on to the trigger. Maybe it's fear, maybe it's this coordination, we just don't know. The railgun comes down and nobody's died just yet. Sonic Wave, resonating strike. Odo goes, oh no. The depth charge will be used in just a moment, and now all of a sudden that's a kickback, finds a knock-up into Lurox. Give that man some air miles, because Lurox went flying.
We make our country proud. This is the Battle of the Brits. Trevor, take us in for game 3.
Yeah!
We just try to outplay their opponent.
Dead. From 10 to 20. Death Sentence won't find a target. It may not be needed. The ultimate comes up by some time. Mickey with a help. Are you kidding me? Oh, please, all of Fnatic is being run down by Whippo. Here comes Reckless, pulled up by the Lantern. Fight on multiple fronts. Mickey's looking for another. Gets caught, manages to escape with his life, but Whippo's not done yet.
And Origen get out 5 members. There's the depth shot, but Cabochard's already fallen. The sleep comes out onto our buy. Newton flashing forward, and Comp goes goodbye. Jacktrot's gonna fall as well. The stun comes onto Saken. Bin's on a ward. Inspires off towards the top side. Bin jumping in. The Aatrox, the Dawning Shadow. Is the damage enough here from Rogue? Because otherwise G2 are just going to reset the fight, but already Caps is so low. He is healed up. Finn can't quite get on him. Larson trying to do it now. Caps still alive somehow. Larson jumps in once again, and Caps survives. Look at Perks jumping into the backline now as Larson falls. G2, you just can't kill him.
That's what and you're 10 HP. Yeah, it's crazy. It's actually crazy. I mean, I think everyone kind of feels for you, but like Soraka is like MVP by far.
Okay? I really. And G2, after a nail biter of a game, after back and forth, this and that, G2 take the win.
We have been tumbling around each other for quite a time. When you were coming around, I didn't feel like we tried. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. I feel like you wanna taste the tickles over my face. Let me direct you the way. I know you want it to stay. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness straight. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us so insane. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.